This is Audible.
The 21 Million Revolution. Escaping broken money to secure your financial future with Bitcoin. Written and narrated by Craig Beck. For more information and supplementary downloads, visit craigbeck.com. Disclaimer. Not financial advice. This book reflects the personal experience of the author. It is not intended as a substitute for professional assistance, but describes instead a program to be undertaken only under the supervision of a professional financial advisor. The preceding is copyright Craig Beck Media Limited, a trading division of Viral Success Limited, 2025. Introduction. What if the key to lasting prosperity has been hiding in plain digital sight, waiting for you to claim it before inflation, bail-ins, and political U-turns devour the wealth you've worked so hard to build? The 21 Million Revolution is your field manual for breaking free from today's rigged monetary game and compounding real, transferable riches that no central banker can dilute and no bureaucrat can seize. My name is Craig Beck, and through a mix of forensic research and straight talking, I'll slice through the economic jargon and ex-hype alike. In this audiobook, you'll travel from barter markets on dusty Mediterranean shores to the neon glow of modern trading floors, uncovering how every upgrade to money, shells, silver, paper, plastic, has been corrupted at the moment of political convenience. Then you'll meet the first system immune to that corruption, a borderless network hard-capped at 21 million coins and secured by the relentless laws of mathematics. In this book, you will learn why the 2008 crash and the 2013 Cyprus deposit seizure were not freak accidents, but symptoms of a fatally flawed system. How Bitcoin converts energy into incorruptible property, and why that matters for your pension, your business, and your children. Practical step-by-step strategies to accumulate, secure, and grow a position without staring at price charts or falling for get-rich-quicker traps. How adopting a low time preference mindset can help you rewire your spending, saving, and even personal relationships. Whether you're a seasoned investor or an anxious saver, or simply curious about money's next chapter, the 21 Million Revolution hands you the knowledge and the courage to build generational wealth on unshakable ground. The concept of money and wealth. Tell me, how much do you want to have life-changing wealth? Be honest. Give me a score between 0 and 100. 0, not bothered. Not at all. Don't care. 100, it must happen. Give me that number as to how important this happening to you and your future self is. Keep that number in mind. Imagine you're perched on a park bench, observing pigeons peck at breadcrumbs. Each bird flutters for the morsels because bread keeps a pigeon alive for another day. Money works in much the same way. It is a claim on bread, water, shelter, and yes, streaming subscriptions that stop you from thinking too hard about life on rainy Tuesday evenings. Yet money did not fall from the sky fully formed. It evolved, just as surely as feathers did, through trial, failure, and occasional miracles disguised as common sense. Long before coins clinked in pockets, our ancestors bartered. One neighbor offered a basket of berries while the other waved a freshly caught fish. That sounded courteous, until the berry picker wanted meat in winter or the fisher needed berries at sunset when the bushes were bare. Barter could not perform time travel. Worse still, the fish began to whiff after a few hours and the berries bruised quickly. You cannot store smell and musty fruit as a retirement plan. People therefore started hunting for items that resisted rot, moved easily through the forest, and divided without drama. Certain stones glimmered, seashells jingled, beads dazzled. In parts of Africa, salt bricks were carried across deserts, strapped to camels, because salt preserved food and, by extension, preserved life. Everywhere you turn in history, you will spot traders auditioning objects for the role of universal middleman. Those that failed lacked one or more of the three virtues: durability over time, transportability across space, and scalability across purchases, small or gigantic. When an object respected all three, it leapt to center stage, and everyone applauded. Cattle excelled at a store of value because herds reproduced. Unfortunately, cows graze loudly, wander off, and occasionally trample your vegetable patch. Ray stones on the island of Yap weighed more than grown men and therefore could not escape thieves. Yet they flunked the portability test. You cannot tip a waiter with half a limestone wheel. Copper coins solved divisibility, yet governments loved to shave the edges or dilute the metal with cheaper alloys. The hunt continued until humanity stumbled on gold, which passed every exam with sparkling distinction. Gold refuses to rust, it bends into any shape a jeweler imagines, it hides immense weight in a relatively small volume, and most crucially, it occurs rarely in Earth's crust. A miner can labor for months and extract a coin that sits comfortably on a thumb. Scarcity combined with recognizability seduced traders from Babylon to Boston. Even sentimental lovers appreciating jewelry simply reinforce gold's prestige. Nobody hauls heavy ore into a proposal scene unless it screams permanence. Now pause for a moment and think about your own score on desire. Earlier, I asked you to shout out a number between 0 and 100, reflecting how desperately you want wealth. Let us be clear. If you coughed out 95, then you are essentially saying you accept 5% poverty, 5% limitation, 5% regret. That is like filling a fine crystal goblet with 95% champagne and then topping it up with dishwater. Ask a master chef whether a little poison enhances the soup. He will wave you out of the kitchen. Money behaves in equally unforgiving fashion. If a currency loses even 2% purchasing power each year, the corrosive drip eats half your savings in a generation. Apologists may call that a minor inconvenience, yet you would not sprinkle 2% arsenic on your morning latte. Poison is poison, whether it kills quickly or slowly. You and I deserve better than crumbly cash. We deserve money that keeps promises beyond one election cycle. Gold delivered such promises for millennia because miners could not magically double the supply. The slow trickle of new metal encouraged long-term planning. Cathedrals rose, vineyards matured, and scholars devoted decades to solving celestial riddles because citizens felt confident that tomorrow's gold would purchase tomorrow's bread. This gentle lowering of time preference, an economist's fancy phrase for delayed gratification, became the secret ingredient of civilization. However, power despises constraints. Kings clutching empty treasuries discovered that a coin can gain weight on parchment faster than in a mine. They issued receipts that claimed to represent gold resting peacefully in vaults, then quietly printed more receipts than they had gold bars. For a season, the paper waltzed from market to market, apparently as good as metal. Eventually, a suspicious merchant demanded redemption, realized the cupboard was bare, and panic erupted. You've seen that movie in modern dress. Central banks conjure electronic units by the trillions each crisis and tell us confidence is what matters. It's like a chef assuring patrons the soup tastes divine moments after he dumped a bucket of tap water into the pot. Quantity does dilute quality, no matter how elegant the menu font looks. Inflation, therefore, creeps like ivy, prying bricks from the mansion of your future. $1 from 1970 buys a coffee stirrer today. A pound sterling from 1900 buys an empty promise unless framed as an antique. Your grandparents toiled for money that evaporated before you were born. If you do not break the pattern, your grandchildren may inherit little more than nostalgic stories about cheap cinema tickets and free parking. At this juncture, some well-meaning guru lights incense, quotes ancient sages about love, and insists money is unimportant. That sentiment always drifts from the mouths of folk whose credit cards get declined at petrol stations. Love nourishes the soul, yet cannot convince the landlord to waive the rent. Oxygen matters, nitrogen matters, and so does argon, though you barely think about it. Life relies on intricate mixtures. So what makes a superior form of money in the age of electric cars and cloud computing? The same qualities that mattered when nomads swapped obsidian blades. Durability, portability, divisibility, and recognizability. Plus scarcity, never resigned from office. They merely adjusted uniforms. Instead of chisel marks on coins, we now rely on cryptographic signatures. Instead of Pony Express riders, we send value at the speed of fiber optics. Technology changes the exterior, yet the core principles remain stubbornly ancient. It is helpful to examine a thought experiment that economists discuss over espresso. Imagine a planet where two monies circulate side by side. One grows predictably at 1% per year, and the other at 10%. Rational savers gradually migrate towards the safer harbor because nobody enjoys sitting inside a leaking boat. The result is simple. The stronger money demonetizes the weaker. The process can take decades, but the direction rarely reverses because incentives act like gravity. The contemporary landscape is messy. Dollar, euro, yen, yuan. They all tumble in a race towards devaluation, though, at varied speeds. Savers dash between real estate, venture capital, and digital assets trying to outrun the monetary treadmill. That frantic chase is not a sign of creative dynamism, it's a tragedy of misallocated attention. Instead of inventing vaccines, teaching children, or composing symphonies, bright minds stare at candlestick charts, dreadfully refreshing price feeds. They juggle risk they never desired, simply because holding cash resembles holding an ice cube in the sun. You deserve a quieter path. You deserve money that lets you sleep on a Sunday night without scanning headlines at dawn. You deserve to manifest abundance by focusing on productive service rather than reactive speculation. Abundance arrives when the internal belief meets the external framework. The law of attraction that I've talked about many times whispers that thoughts sculpt reality. Sound money furnishes the marble. Join those two forces and you unleash compounding magic that dwarfs compound interest. Still skeptical? Recall the simple mental model in finance. Present value equals future value discounted by risk and inflation. If inflation collapses to zero, then the discount factor shrinks, and distant dreams look cheaper to pursue. Would you pay up front for a solar farm that returns capital in 15 years? Under honest money, the answer leans towards yes, because the nominal payback actually translates into real payback. Under inflationary fog, you hesitate. Hesitation kills ingenuity. History again offers clarity. Florence flourished during the Renaissance, partly because its gold coin, the florin, held weight and purity constant for centuries. Merchants planned daring voyages to India. Architects drew dome blueprints that challenged physics, and sculptors carved marble that captivated popes. They all trusted the accounting ledgers because nobody in the Palazzo Vecchio could secretly multiply florins overnight. Confidence begot patience. Patience bred masterpieces. Contrast that with Germany's Weimar nightmare when wages arrived in wheelbarrows. Time preference exploded. Prostitutes raised prices 3 times while their clients stood in queue. Bakers posted guards outside because bread sold faster than flour arrived. And academics bartered books for butter. You might chuckle at the absurd anecdotes, yet they warn that when money fails, society regresses to survival mode. Ideas shrink to the length of a queue. Let us translate these grand lessons into a single vivid picture. Imagine money as an invisible map overlaying every choice you make. When the map distorts, you drive into ditches. When it remains crisp, you navigate rural bends at night with casual confidence. Most of us never inspect the cartographer, yet the pen strokes define our boundaries. It is high time we audit the cartography. The auditing begins by revisiting our earlier trilogy of sellability, across space, across scale, across time. Any candidate for money must ace all three exams. Shell beads travelled far, yet cracked under hammer. Cattle reproduced, yet came lumbering through narrow streets. Gold shone across millennia, yet stumbled when aeroplanes lifted off and global settlement required instantaneous entries. To ship $1 billion of bullion, you need a convoy, insurance, and nerves of steel. Modern commerce prefers keystrokes. Enter a protocol that fixes issuance at 21 million units forever. The supply schedule sits in open source code, visible to school children with laptops. Nobody can lobby for an extra tranche during an emergency. Nobody can sneak a backdoor inflation cause. Each coin slices into 100 million microscopic pieces. So purchasing snacks or skyscrapers employs one rail. Transfer settles worldwide within minutes, sometimes seconds, and the cost resembles a cappuccino rather than a cargo ship. Durability approaches perfection because data may be duplicated indefinitely at near zero cost. To destroy the ledger, you would have to unplug every router on Earth simultaneously during a solar flare, and even then a lone satellite might sing it back to life. Some commentators sniff that digital bits cannot rival the warm glow of real metal. Perhaps they forgot photographs replaced oil portraits, and email replaced carrier pigeons with minimal mourning. Human attachment migrates faster than it admits. Gold once seemed inseparable from economic identity. Then the telegraph transmitted value by Morse code, puncturing that certainty. Today people tap phones to pay for sushi and barely flinch. The psychological leap has already happened. The question now revolves around which digital architecture best preserves scarcity and neutrality. Neutrality is not an academic thrill. If it determines whether your wealth can be frozen by political winds, an asset registered on a corporate database obeys that corporation's whims. An asset secured by decentralized consensus obeys mathematics, indifferent to passports. This is why anyone who tells you that XRP or Cardano or any other altcoin is better than Bitcoin is a fool. Recall the citizens of Cyprus, a country where I have lived since 2014. Back in 2013, the country woke up to a financial haircut on bank deposits. Many queued at ATMs, others prayed. A few quietly typed lines into laptops, broadcasted transactions to borderless ledgers, then watched their purchasing power sail beyond bureaucratic reach. This is not cyberpunk fan fiction. It's merely a new expression of an ancient impulse to protect stored labor from predators. Predation takes cute disguises. Sometimes it marches with spears. Sometimes it prints with ink. Today it tends to click buttons at central banks. You know the script. Crises emerge, press conferences follow, officials announce quantitative easing, which feels comforting until supermarket shelves reveal price tags with an extra digit. You cannot outrun that treadmill on foot, yet you can step on a parallel track where supply refuses to budge. Skeptics shout volatility. Indeed, the new monetary network swings like a toddler discovering sugar. Short-term price action can rattle nerves. Perspective helps. A sapling in high wind bends furiously, yet the trunk thickens each season. Volatility measures adoption speed, not structural weakness. Early cars looked dangerous compared with steady horse carts. Now silence reigns on motorways while horses trot at birthday parties. The future often wobbles before it glides. Monetary revolutions seldom reverse. Metal coins replaced grain ledgers. Banknotes replaced heavy purses. Digital ledgers replace printed slips. Each shift increases the ease of trade and the security of savings for ordinary folk. Let us journey briefly through a mental exercise. Suppose you store 10% of every paycheck in a system with verifiable fixed supply, and you practice cold storage discipline. 5 years later, purchasing power rises beyond wage growth, and you decide to reduce overtime, read more, maybe volunteer at an animal shelter, because wealth now buys time. Time is the ultimate dividend. A decade further, your holdings can fund a trust for nephews and nieces, ensuring they graduate college without debt. That ripple may inspire them to chase passions rather than salaries. Legacy wealth is not opulence. It is optionality for descendants. This vision could sound grandiose, yet it rests on arithmetic. When demand meets inelastic supply, price denominated in elastic currencies must climb. No magic, just algebra. Manifestation gurus teach that mental clarity influences results. Combine that clarity with immutable mathematics and you obtain a flywheel where intention meets mechanism. Think of it as a cosmic ordering with a receipt code. Yes, pitfalls lurk. Phishing emails, sloppy password habits, counterfeit mobile apps. However, compare that to trusting a bank that loans out your deposit 10 times, then shuts doors during a panic. A hardware wallet demands a weekend of learning. A failed bank demands bailouts funded by taxpayers who cannot remember volunteering. Choose your difficulty. Remember those shivering souls on a September morning who chose to jump rather than burn. They lacked options. Wealth at its core multiplies options. When illness strikes, you choose doctors rather than waiting lists. When the boss bullies you, choose resignation rather than ulcers. When your aged parents deserve comfort, you choose caregivers rather than apologies. Money is a ticket out of corners. Sound money is the express ticket. Some listeners will still wonder about morality. Does pursuing monetary sovereignty mean ignoring community? Quite the reverse. Stable money encourages generosity by removing scarcity mindsets. When you believe tomorrow's savings will still shine, you share more easily today. Inflation breeds hoarding. Integrity breeds giving. Observe philanthropists through history. Many flourished under sound money standards. The link is subtle, yet undeniable. By now, your original score between 0 and 100 might need revising. If you remain shy of 99, then reread the previous paragraphs until desire ignites. A lukewarm heart cannot endure the discipline of consistent saving, nor can it withstand ridicule from colleagues who swear the government will always rescue everything. They will queue for rescues. You will row your own boat. Let us summarize this first chapter without summarizing. Money started as barter patches, then matured into metallic threads, then spun into digital silk. Every evolutionary step rewarded the qualities you now recognize as timeless: scarcity, durability, portability, divisibility, recognizability. Our contemporary task is simple, though. but not easy. Adopt the version that scores highest on every test. Doing so will feel like jumping into a pool with reptiles. On the other side stands a life of widened horizons. You might arrive breathless. You might mutter unscripted expletives. Yet you will arrive richer in every sense that counts. Why? Because our current money is broken. It's the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. However, the architecture of modern finance hides a deeper trick than simply printing. You live inside a tower of promises stacked one on top of another, like a wobbly Jenga set in a London pub. At the foundation sit real things: acres of wheat, barrels of oil, kilowatt hours humming down copper lines. Above that rest national currencies, the paper IOUs that governments insist must be accepted for taxes. Climb higher and you beat bank deposits, promises from commercial banks to hand over state notes on demand. Keep climbing and you hit a foggy mezzanine where offshore banks issue dollar liabilities without ever touching a Federal Reserve window. Those euro dollars circle the planet like ghost ships, invisible to domestic regulators, yet accepted by oil exporters, Asian manufacturers, and hedge funds that never sleep. Each level extends leverage, multiplying claims on the same sliver of underlying collateral. Picture the system as an inverted tree. Real goods form the narrow trunk. Bank money spreads into thick branches. Shadow money sprouts twigs upon twigs. When the wind blows too hard, twigs snap first, branches crack next, and nervous squirrels, better known as retail depositors, scurry towards the trunk, praying the bank holds. 2008 revealed how brittle the canopy had become. Mortgage bonds rated AAA overnight morphed into tinder. Interbank lending froze because nobody trusted the paperwork, staple to assets. Central banks responded by dousing the blaze with liquidity. An impressive sight, but rather like fighting an electrical fire with champagne. Markets cheered, politicians sighed with relief. Yet the root problem remained. There exists more paper claims than real resources to redeem them. This mismatch is no accident. Fractional banking exploits a quirk of human psychology. Most account holders will not withdraw at once, so banks lend the same deposit multiple times, skimming profit from the spread. It works beautifully until somebody shouts "fire" in the crowded foyer. Then you discover the theatre has one exit and the doorman misplaced the key. Governments install sprinkler systems, deposit insurance, lender of last resort facilities, bond buying programs. But each safeguard encourages banks to stretch leverage further because the downside has been socialized. Heads, shareholders win. Tails, taxpayers lose. That is not capitalism. It's a casino where the house guarantees VIP players reimbursement for every lost bet. The euro-dollar layer supersizes the game. Beginning in the 1950s, Soviet commodity sellers preferred to park their dollar earnings in London to avoid American seizures. British bankers realized they could accept those deposits, lend them on, and settle differences with a few journal entries. No need to ship pallets of greenbacks across the Atlantic. Soon, every corporation and commodity house joined the party because euro-dollar loans sidestepped domestic reserve regulations. By the 1980s, offshore dollar credit had ballooned larger than the onshore supply measured by the Fed. A parallel monetary universe thrived beyond congressional oversight. When the 2008 crisis yanked confidence, offshore borrowers sprinted for scarce collateral to roll their positions. Swap lines between the Federal Reserve and foreign central banks acted as emergency fuel hoses, proving the offshore tail now wagged the onshore dog. Citizens who never heard the word euro-dollar indirectly bailed out a system that had never asked their permission to exist in the first place. Recognize the pattern. Every clever ledger innovation promises flexibility, speed, or yield. Over time, that promise breeds opacity, which invites excess leverage, which breeds crisis, which begs for another innovation, and even further removed from the trunk. What began as gold in vaults evolved into note coins, then checkbook money, then digital ledgers susceptible to keyboard conjuring, and finally offshore spreadsheets referencing collateral that might be rehypothecated a dozen times before breakfast. Each leap solved yesterday's bottleneck while fertilizing tomorrow's meltdown. The tragedy is not malevolence, but mathematical inevitability. When you allow unlimited layers of promises without forcing periodic reconciliation to something scarce, the structure must lurch from boom to panic as surely as lungs inhale, then exhale. Scarcity is the circuit breaker missing from the current edifice. Gold once fulfilled that duty, yet physical settlement proved too ponderous for jet-age commerce. Bretton Woods tried a compromise. Governments held gold, citizens settled for paper converted into gold, until deficits in Washington outgrew the Treasury's willingness to bleed bullion. August 1971 slammed the gold window shut, unleashing fully untethered fiat across the globe. Politicians discovered they could fund ambitions by selling bonds to their own central banks, which created reserves without a signature. Voters enjoyed welfare and warfare without visible taxes, at least for a while. Inflation in the 1970s exposed the bill, triggering Volcker's shock therapy. But discipline lasted only until the next emergency. Humans struggle to sip from a bottomless glass. Now, appreciate why a cryptographic asset with mathematically limited supply lands in the conversation like a sober accountant at a boozy company retreat. It demands periodic settlement back to a digital bearer instrument. No committee can expand. Lightning-fast transfers satisfy the Eurodollar crowd's need for velocity. Public verification satisfies savers' craving for honesty. Most importantly, self-custody collapses the hierarchy. Your balance no longer rests on a chain of ifs. If my bank stays solvent, if my central bank stays rational, if my government respects property. It rests on private keys you can engrave on titanium and hide under a rosebush. Critics argue that credit creation greases entrepreneurial wheels. How can businesses grow if banks cannot multiply deposits? But they overlook a subtle truth. Credit still flourishes under sound money. It merely prices risk accurately because lenders cannot expect hidden inflation to bail them out. When capital carries an honest cost, resources flow to ventures with genuine prospects, not to zombie firms surviving on zero-rate life support. Japan's 3-decade stagnation offers a cautionary tableau. Endless bond buying kept bankrupt entities shambling, crowding out fresh shoots. Scarcity enforces creative destruction, and creative destruction is just evolution in a business suit. Consider an entrepreneur in Lagos crafting solar microgrids. Under a hard-capped monetary regime, she offers revenue-sharing tokens backed by kilowatt output, not by imaginary central bank put options. Investors assess physical demand and panel efficiency, not the latest stimulus rumor. Transparent risk breeds sane valuations. Some projects will still fail. Capitalism without bankruptcy is like Christianity without hell. Yet each failure teaches participants better capital allocation. Lessons internalized beat bailouts postponed. The abundance mindset blossoms once you swap brittle promises for incorruptible property. High time preference, that itch compelling people to chase meme stocks at midnight, often masks an unconscious fear that their cash will die in its sleep. Switch to money that cannot be diluted, and patience suddenly feels rational, even luxurious. Parents confidently set aside tuition funds. Charities hold reserves through downturns instead of dumping missions. Artisans spend a month perfecting joinery, because invoices paid in a reliable unit will retain value until buyers settle up. A tranquil baseline invites ambition because survival no longer steals mental bandwidth. Remember the boomerang law. Whatever energy you fling at the world circles back, sharpened. Fiat incentives catapult frantic speculation, and society receives frantic volatility in return. Hard cap incentives fling diligence and returns a harvest of craftsmanship. One farmer plants heirloom seeds because she believes 40 seasons hence, someone will still prize flavor over shelf life. Another lab splices genes for year-round tomatoes because marketing departments need novelty. Which vision enriches your descendants? History votes for the craftsman every time the ledger stays honest. Now, none of this guarantees utopia. A ledger cannot cure envy or educate fools. It merely removes one colossal source of distortion, so moral choices stand in clearer relief. In a sound system, a politician proposing universal goodies without taxation will face arithmetic, not applause. Citizens can sniff the false promise because their own wallets have stopped leaking. They recognize fresh holes on sight. That quiet awareness ripples out like a tuning fork, nudging culture from theatrical short-termism towards measured stewardship. So how does this circle back to your personal finish line? Imagine your wealth score has now climbed from 95 to 99 because you now sense that monetary clarity equates to life clarity. The remaining gap represents habits. You hold the hardest money, yet squander it on lifestyle creep. Reverse the usual budget advice. Prioritize stacking the scarce asset first. Automate the transfer the moment income lands. Then design living expenses around what remains. You will find creativity blooms inside constraints. Fancy restaurants morph into home-cooked feasts, where conversation replaces background noise. Holiday extravagance shrinks to off-season journeys that gift richer memories. Paradoxically, you feel wealthier because each sat unspent registers as fuel for future freedom. Will markets offer terrifying dips along that journey? Yes, without doubt. But armed with hierarchy awareness, you see crashes as collateral calls in the leveraged upper branches, not as judgment on the trunk. Your time horizon stretches beyond the news cycle. Storms become spectator sport, not existential threat. The calm center of that mental hurricane is where meaningful work thrives. You write code, teach Mandarin, sculpt driftwood, whatever sparks flow, knowing the fruits of labor will not evaporate at the whim of a committee meeting that you were not invited to. The world may or may not pivot to a fixed supply base layer during your lifetime, but you can pivot unilaterally today. Opt-in escapes rarely arrive gift-wrapped. They appear disguised as nerd curiosities, mocked by television pundits until suddenly the laughter stops. The printing press appeared unserious to scribes, the steam engine to horse breeders, the internet to newspaper barons. In every transition, individuals who listened early gained asymmetric advantage, and later funded libraries, orphanages, space telescopes. This is why, at the current time of writing this book, 2025, the vast majority of your friends, your financial experts, your bankers, your TV pundits will all be telling you that Bitcoin is too risky. It's a gamble. It's like going to the casino. The fact that they are all saying this tells you that you're at the right point in history. Take one last mental snapshot. You, older, greyer, watching grandchildren chase pigeons in that same park. Then ask why banknotes framed in museums show numbers with so many zeros. You chuckle, recall the flapping chaos of your youth's financial system, and tell a story about invisible feathers called incentives, and how one tiny decision to study them changed the family tree. The children nod, bored of lectures, of course, eager for ice cream. Some things don't change. You buy the cones with satoshis, beamed through the summer air. The vendor smiles. No queues, no card fees, no anxiety. Just value for value under an open sky. Chapter 2. Barter turns into money. You stroll into a supermarket, grab a shiny gadget you do not really need, wave a plastic card at machine, and waltz out, believing the universe owes you a treat because an advert last night told you you're worth it. That lush sense of entitlement, polished by decades of marketing, has engineered a population that confuses credit with prosperity. When the statement lands a month later, many howl at the politicians, bankers, or foreigners demanding recompense for the pain of their own impulse. The blame reflex feels deliciously easy, yet it masks a deeper ignorance. Most people have no earthly clue what money is, where it came from, or why it occasionally morphs into a fire-breathing dragon that torches their savings. You cannot outrun a dragon if you cannot spot the scales under its tuxedo. So let us venture back to the dawn of exchange, where humans first discovered that wealth did not have to bleed, moo, or smell of low-tide seaweed. Imagine a small band of hunter-gatherers on an African savanna tens of thousands of years ago. One group hauls fresh antelope, another gathers berries, a third flints tools. Everyone trusts kin instinctively, but strangers trigger suspicion. The problem is painfully simple. How does a spearmaker persuade the meat hunter to part with steaks when the spearmaker's product will not help fill the growling stomach until dawn? The solution at that stage was barter, and barter was a diplomatic nightmare. Attempt to swap a spear for meat when the campfire crew have already eaten, and you're left chewing on disappointment. Worse, the hunter might admire the craftsmanship, yet worry the spear will break next week. Barter lacks confidence of once. Economists adore that phrase because it sounds witty, but to ordinary folk it means you suffer unless your needs and your neighbour's surplus line up like planets during an eclipse. Faced with this friction, tribes started experimenting with objects that everyone could agree to accept, even when they did not immediately need them. Those objects had to travel well through space, survive through time, and divide gracefully across scale. Later scholars coined a single umbrella term for the trio of virtues: solubility. The tests seem obvious to us now, but they cost many generations brutal lessons. Pick an item that spoils in a week and villagers will laugh you out of the marketplace. Pick one so cumbersome that porters herniate on the way to the next valley and nobody beyond your postcode will use it. Cattle stepped onto the stage early because herds could walk, reproduce, and fertilize soil. In southern Africa, the wealth of a man once measured in head of cattle more reliably than children born or poems recited. The animal kingdom, however, introduces issues. A cow can grow sick, demands feeding, and occasionally tramples the herb garden. She certainly refuses to slice herself into exact portions. Try paying precisely 1/10 of a cow to a neighbour. Transportability also falters once the herd balloons. Nothing says traffic jam like 30 longhorn beasts blocking a forest path while you pray for no rain because wet bovine wears a stench that lingers. Tribes near abundant shorelines tested shells. Wampum strings among Algonquin people served ceremonial and commercial purposes and sparkled with unmistakable beauty. Yes, it's true that shells score high on divisibility and look charming sewn into belts, yet their durability plummets under heavy footsteps, and coastal invaders can flood the market with easy pickings. Scarcity, that stubborn prerequisite, cannot exist with buckets of necklaces lying in the sand like confetti after a concert. Cross the Pacific to Yap, and you meet the celebrity of anthropological anecdotes, ray stones. These circular limestone discs weigh as much as pickup trucks and still function as currency in rare circumstances today. A fascinating quirk separates ray from nearly every other medium. Ownership travels by consensus, not by motion. Because shifting a 4-ton wheel invites back trouble, villagers simply announce when a stone changes hands, and everyone updates the communal mental ledger. One boulder famously sank in a storm while being ferried home. The locals agreed it still counted, even though it lay on the ocean floor unseen. What Ray lacked in portability, it compensated with ironclad audit trail. Nevertheless, stones that cannot fit in a pocket disqualify them for daily groceries. Salt bricks surfaced next, prized as both flavour and preservative. A well-known saying claims that Roman soldiers earned salarium, giving rise to the modern word salary, though scholars bicker over the initial truth. Whether or not Caesar paid legions in salt, the mineral underscores a key pattern. Good money often doubles as something else society values intrinsically. That duality becomes dangerous once technology devalues the secondary use. When refrigeration reached remote corners of Europe, the premium on salt collapsed, and with it the incentive to lug hefty blocks across mountains. My wife grew up in a very poor part of Romania, and back then they did not have refrigeration. Meat was salted. So this doesn't go back that far. After salt came shiny lumps that dazzled the human imagination so fiercely we still dig half a mile underground for a gram of glimmer. Gold and its mischievous cousin silver solved most of the earlier headaches. They refused to corrode, compacted astonishing value into palm-sized coins, and resisted sudden supply surges because nature tucked them away like reclusive celebrities. An ounce mined in Peru mirrored an ounce mined in Persia. Universality heightened trust. When King Croesus stuck standardized coinage in Lydia around 600 BC, he inadvertently rolled out the red carpet for globalized trade. The Greek historian Herodotus remarked that Croesus was so wealthy he could finance an army of mercenaries. People then, much like the influencers now, understood that reliable money amplifies ambition. Yet even the glitter of metal masks subtle fractures. Small transactions require fiddly change. Handling large volumes invites highwaymen. Once ships crisscross oceans, merchants yearn to flip value through letters of credit instead of sweating over chests of gold through pirate-infested straits. Bankers in Renaissance Italy obliged, scribbling promissory notes, redeemable at distant branch houses. You can picture a silk trader in Venice, thrilled not to drag bullion along muddy roads. With paper came speed, and with speed came temptation. Print a few extra notes, lend them out, collect interest, hope depositors never show up all at once, and voila! Fractional reserve banking is born, the monetary equivalent of juggling flaming torches while declaring, "All right, nobody panic." We will circle back to banks later. For now, we remain in the early chapters where our ancestors still argued over which goat equals which pottery jar. Contrary to Hollywood depictions, this experimentation did not unfold in neat eras. Shells thrived alongside beads and copper for centuries. Human communities behave more like biological ecosystems than linear software updates. A new species emerges, coexists, outcompetes, or dies out depending on local pressures. In Siberia, furs became currency because fox pelts repelled cold. In West Africa, iron tools functioned as money because hoes sprouted crops that fed families. Each climate and culture auditioned its resources, weighed trade-offs, then elevated winners. Trade-offs, though, always revolve around the trifecta of sellability. Let us examine each with fresh eyes. Across space refers to how cheaply an item moves horizontally through geography. Ray stones score near zero. Seashells impress. Electrons on fiber lines hit perfection. Across scale means slicing or aggregating without warping value. Gold melts into bars, divides into dust. But cattle remain obstinately whole. Very selfish of them. Across time measures resistance to decay and dilution. Silver tarnishes but remains silver. Cabbage wilts by Thursday. Inflation, the silent pickpocket of civilizations, manifests when rulers swell supply faster than productivity, and that corrupts time sellability more than mold ruins bread. Armed with these lenses, you will never again glance at the price tag with an innocent wonder. You will glimpse centuries of trial and error encoded in the denomination. When a note says £10 sterling, it secretly whispers, "We once measured worth by exactly 1 troy pound of silver," shaved smaller each reign until the metal vanished, and only the promise lingered. When a dollar fluctuates in your wallet, you watch a tug-of-war between trust and temptation. Temptation deserves its own exhibit in the Museum of Monetary Sins. You and I might think ourselves virtuous, yet if a magic button allowed us to print groceries, surely we would at least dabble. Kings certainly dabbled, emperors too. Roman denarii lost almost all silver content within 2 centuries. Chinese dynasties altered between bronze, paper, and occasionally a disastrous experiment with iron coins that cost more to mint than they bought. Every collapse tells the same moral tale. Easy money forges lazy policy. Citizens accustomed to shortcuts outsource responsibility to rulers. Rulers, distracted by lavish games, debase coins. Coins implode. Citizens revolt. Wash, rinse, repeat. We should not scowl at history with smug detachment. Replace emperors with central banks, and you recognize the modern melody. Before we edge closer to that modernity, let me slip into a short parable that illustrates how personal outlook trumps external events. A wise peasant in ancient China owned a prize stallion that escaped one evening. Neighbors wailed about misfortune. The peasant shrugged. Maybe it's bad, maybe it's good. The horse returned, leading 12 wild mares with it. The neighbors cheered, "Luck!" The farmer said, "Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad." The peasant's son broke his leg taming a mare. "Tragedy!" they cried. He said, "Maybe this is good, maybe this is bad." Imperial conscription arrived to drag healthy young men to battle. The broken-legged son stayed home. "Luck again!" the villagers cried. Who knows? The universe often warps opportunity into hardship, doubt in euphoria, and money in disguise. The market of early commodities teaches the same lesson. Cattle looked perfect until anthrax swept the herd. Salt bricks glittered until railways slashed preservation costs. Ray stones carried unimpeachable prestige, yet froze commerce at the shoreline. Human ingenuity kept scanning the horizon for upgrades. Now, upgrades sometimes appear disguised as threats. Glass beads carried by European sailors devastated African economies precisely because their aesthetic matched locally prized money, while their scarcity vanished once factory furnaces fired up in Venice and Amsterdam. Overnight, supply exploded. Chiefs grew suspicious, and then trust collapsed. That cautionary tale reminds us that the integrity of money seldom survives a mismatch between production difficulty and user expectations. When beads could be manufactured for pennies, they ceased to anchor value and reverted to costume. Scarcity must remain verifiable, not ceremonial. You may wonder why scarcity, a seemingly negative trait, stands at the core of prosperity. Think of it as the nutritional label for discipline. Scarce money forces choices. You postpone trivial spending to prioritize lasting fulfillment. Postponement, marinated in purpose, transforms into investment. Invested capital fertilizes technology leaps that raise living standards for everyone. Consider an ice house in Victorian England. Entrepreneurs carved blocks from frozen ponds, sailed them to India, ensconced in sawdust, and revolutionized tropical diets. They risked fortunes because the pound sterling was still loosely anchored to gold, giving investors a long horizon. Would anyone under hyperinflation pledge capital for a 3-month voyage? Not unless they were using someone else's savings. The spiritual cringe you feel when you throw away food stems from the same principle. Waste violates the cosmic ledger. In a world where time is finite and resources scarce, throwing away value insults not only your wallet, but your ability to manifest abundance. Conversely, when money itself wastes away via inflation, people internalize the message that nothing lasts. So, they sprint towards consumption. Flashy cars multiply on a layaway. Diets deteriorate. Yoga classes advertise buy 3, get 1 free, because who knows what £5 buys next season. The law of attraction, subtler than gravity yet equally relentless, mirrors your belief set. Believe value leaks inevitably, and the universe kindly delivers bucketfuls of leakage. Believe value can condense in honest money, and you sip from a fountain that refuses to evaporate. Now, if you're wondering, hang on a minute, Craig, this is a book about Bitcoin. Why all the woo-woo stuff about the law of attraction? The answer to that question is, this isn't just a book about Bitcoin. It's a book about creating generational financial freedom. The responsibility for that lies not in one object, one investment strategy, but in an entire mindset. Essentially, mindset plus attitude plus work ethic plus an investment opportunity that ticks all the boxes. Early societies slowly intuited this. When they chose gold, they were not making a fashion statement, but complying with natural law. Gold's hardness ratio against steel meant counterfeiters struggled. Its rarity across geography meant discovery of a vein bumped supply only marginally relative to the hoard above ground. Historian Peter Bernstein calculated that the global stock of gold grew at roughly 1.5% per year for centuries, mirroring population growth. People trusted tomorrow's prices because expansion remained predictably modest. That stability laid tracks for cathedrals, aqueducts, telescopes, and eventually steam engines. You do not design a locomotive if unsure whether your profit will purchase supper. Entropy, though, never sleeps. Transporting gold across continents remained a choke point. Spanish galleons stuffed with bullion lured pirates like sugar invites ants. The risk fueled military budgets and colonial wars. States discovered they could confiscate shipments in port, levy duties, or simply declare emergencies and commandeer treasure. Even at home, rulers often forced subjects to surrender coin in exchange for paper IOUs backed on demand. Trust turned into law, law into coercion, coercion into resentment. The pattern repeated from pharaohs hoarding grain to FDR banning private hoarding of gold in 1933. Each edict bent individual sovereignty to the will of central planners. Here we arrive at a fork in the development trial that sets the stage for the digital storm to come. People yearn for money that combined gold's honesty with paper's speed and avoided both their shortcomings. They experimented with telegraph transfers, gyro systems, and eventually electrical settlement inside mainframe computers. Each technical leap improved sellability across space, but worsened vulnerability to central interference. When your balance lives on a single server held by a single institution, a clerical error or political whim can zero you out faster than a sneeze. We saw this in Cyprus in 2013. And more recently, in Nigeria last year, citizens faced sudden cash redesigns. They queued overnight at banks begging for withdrawals that never materialized. Others snapped QR codes and swapped Naira for Satoshis before the central bank could rewrite policy again. Technology had finally furnished an option as radical as Raystone's, yet infinitely more agile. We will reserve our deep dive into that miracle for later chapters. For now, accept that the 21 million cap did not materialize out of nerd vanity. It descended from a lineage older than agriculture. Every failed money taught the same rule. Printability destroys credibility. Seashells shattered, beads oversupplied, silver clipped, copper debased, paper hyperinflated. The digital ledger's creator read the footnotes of history and encoded scarcity at the atomic level of the protocol. A halving event every 4 years lowers new supply until around 2140. Issuance halts entirely. Some call the schedule poetic, others call it ruthless. Both adjectives fit. Earlier I mentioned entitlement culture fueled by credit and clever advertising. That culture thrives because people believe they can pay later with money that someone else will create. Picture a credit card as a time machine that steals purchasing power from the future self, who might urgently need it. True, occasional borrowing funds education or medical emergencies. But commonplace debt signals a society where present goods overshadow future well-being. Sound money, like Bitcoin, flips the script. If your coins are likely to appreciate, you think twice before trading them for disposable thrills. Your mind stretches into years, maybe generations. You reformulate goals from get rich quick to build stronger roots. Let us ground this in an anecdote. Why not? A friend of mine, let's call her Laura, served coffee in London on minimum wage. Tips paid for her rent. Her dreams felt distant. She discovered digital scarcity at a meetup during lockdown, bought a small weekly amount, and saved it offline. Cold storage. Months turned into 2 years. She never speculated. She never leveraged. When her landlord decided to sell, Laura converted enough Satoshis to cover a down payment, something impossible on her previous trajectory. The key was not moonshots or rocket ship rides. It was resisting the enticements of 0% until Christmas offers for furniture she didn't need. Ownership of an appreciating asset rewired her spending reflex. Laura's story mirrors the law of attraction principle, that what you respect grows. I'm here to tell you to respect Bitcoin. By valuing her savings in Bitcoin, she invited more value. Skeptics scoff at metaphysics, yet cannot deny compounding. Place a seed in fertile soil, water it consistently, do not uproot it every weekend, and magic happens. Early societies lacked spreadsheets, yet grasped the analogy intuitively. They saved in cows, beads, gold. Their households prospered compared to those wasting surplus on trinkets. Over centuries, the behavior etched cultural norms of thrift, honoring obligations, planning for winter. Good money did not guarantee ethics, but it nudged them, let's say that. The opposite also holds true. When kings dilute currency, trust erodes brick by brick. Vendors demanded payment up front. Soldiers deserted unless paid daily. Merchants charged hoard fees. Economic friction climbed like interest on a payday loan. If you wish to manifest abundance, the friction index matters. Abundance flows where trade glides. Consistency, then, underlies the miracle. A medium of exchange is an information technology that signals relative scarcity between countless goods. Imagine attending an auction where the auctioneer's microphone randomly distorts numbers. Chaos. Price conveys knowledge about supply, demand, risk, and preference. If the unit mutates faster than the bids arrive, knowledge dissolves. Early money matured as societies discovered ways to keep the microphone stable. They quarried limestone wheels, shaped metal discs, printed polymer notes, and now hash digital blocks. Each innovation sought to freeze the unit so conversation about value could proceed without static. Ancient myths attribute wealth to blessings from fickle gods. Modern influencers blame inequity on greedy elites. Strip away rhetoric and you uncover the simple microphone problem. Give people a steady pitch and watch them compose symphonies of cooperation. Twist the dial and they retreat into instinct, suspicion, and hoarding of toilet paper. Yes, can you believe that happened? It did. The era of early money serves as the opening act in that grand theatre. It reminds us how painfully humanity fought to stabilize the pitch and how quickly charisma, vanity, or desperation detuned it again. Reflect a moment on your own household. How many gadgets rest unused in drawers, financed by installments that still nibble your paycheck? Those objects testify to a false sense of wealth, enabled by pliable credit. Now picture owning a limited quantity of units that cannot be inflated, forged, or devalued. Each purchase requires you to ask, is this worth parting with something irreplaceable? That tiny pause injects mindfulness into commerce, and mindfulness breeds intentional living. Intentional living, for its part, invites that tricky law of attraction to cooperate. When you respect both input and outcome, the universe seems to conspire in favor of clarity. Early money sagas provide caution, but also optimism. They prove that given enough time, communities converge on superior tools, no matter how entrenched old institutions appear. The English shelved tally sticks after 800 years, when paper accounting finally outclassed notches on Hazelwood. Nobody forced villagers to adopt coins. They did so because the advantage stomped on the disadvantages until resistance felt pointless. Today you can still tour museums displaying relics of such upgrades. Beads, cacao beans, cowrie shells, iron hose shaped like spatulas. Each exhibit whispers, we served, we retired, something much better marched on. As you turn the page into modern digital territory, remember the lessons scratched into those relics. Money that thrives across space, time, and scale unleashes creativity, expands trade horizons, and lowers collective anxiety. Money that fails one dimension incinerates trust. Leaders who tinker with supply to patch political potholes always declare noble motives, yet the pavement cracks again soon and wider. Individuals can endure only so many patches before abandoning the road entirely. We stand on the cusp of a migration that echoes every pivotal shift that went before it. The difference now is speed. Raystone ownership circulated by word of mouth. Blockchain ownership propagates globally within seconds. When word of mouth faltered, confusion lingered for months. When nodes disagree, consensus recalibrates within 10 minutes. This acceleration magnifies both opportunity and responsibility. You no longer have decades to decide whether to participate. Delay too long and the purchasing power train steams past your station. You missed it. Jump on too impulsively and leverage could fling you under the wheels. Balanced knowledge becomes your ticket. The good news, early money has already done most of the theoretical heavy lifting for you. Cattle taught durability limits. Shells exposed overproduction risks. Gold illustrated scarcities. Paper demonstrated speeds. Digital scarcity simply amalgamates the positives while mitigating the negatives. One puzzle still nags students of money when they first tackle recent history. If gold and silver anchored prices for millennia, and if paper exploded in popularity because it borrowed metal's credibility, then why did politicians in the middle of the 20th century bother maintaining the gold facade at all? Why not fling open the throttle, admit no backing, and get on with the business of printing happiness by the trainload? Well, the short answer is they tried the partial route first, discovered it paid handsomely, and only later realized that the toll booth they erected on the world's trade routes would ultimately charge their own citizens more than any rival could ever. After the Second World War, a handful of suited technocrats gathered among New Hampshire pines to draft a monetary peace treaty for the planet. They agreed to peg every significant currency to the dollar, while the dollar itself promised conversion into gold at 35 units per ounce. In practice, only central banks could knock on Fort Knox's door. Ordinary savers received a velvet rope and the instruction, "Oh, just trust us, you don't need to look in here." At first, the scheme radiated stability. War-shattered Europe imported machinery on credit. Asian exporters received the green bills they craved, and American factories enjoyed a supercharged order book. Politicians nodded smugly. Here, at last, seemed the Holy Grail. Paper riding on gold rails. Velocity without volatility. Yet observe how incentives slipped subtle fingers around the arrangement. If a foreign government sold coffee beans or Volkswagen cars to New Yorkers, it earned dollars, and those dollars, in theory, represented slices of bullion. Shipping metal back across the Atlantic felt clumsy, so foreigners parked balances in New York banks that paid interest instead of storage fees. By the early 1960s, the pile of offshore greenbacks dwarfed the actual metal stock by a margin wide enough to make a bookkeeper faint. A few nervous Europeans asked to swap paper for bars. Washington obliged. Gold drained. And the White House advisors gulped. The president could either slam the conversation window shut or slice domestic spending on popular programs. In 1971, political gravity chose the easy lever. Convertibility vanished overnight. The dollar slipped free of metal shackles and floated on pure reputation. It is tempting to end the tale there. Paper beats rock. The end. But reality delivered a plot twist worthy of Hitchcock. The moment gold backing disappeared, international merchants should have migrated to some other settlement unit. Swiss francs, maybe Deutschmarks, or a basket of commodities. Instead, global trade doubled down on dollars. But why? Because by then, a hidden lattice of offshore bank ledgers, what insiders call the euro-dollar system, already knitted together oil producers, commodity giants, and commercial banks from Singapore to Sao Paulo. Those ledgers created dollar liabilities at will, without ever consulting Washington, because counterparties still trusted that someone, somewhere, would accept them for real goods tomorrow. When nations price crude oil exclusively in dollars, refinery executives from Lagos to Liverpool need the same notes to keep petrol pumps humming. Demand funnels into a single spigot, which grants the issuer privileges every emperor in history would have swapped a province to obtain. At first glance, that arrangement smells like perpetual motion. Print sheets, import televisions, pay creditors with another sheet next year. Dig deeper and you spot cracks. To supply the world with liquidity, the United States must run structural trade deficits. Stuff flows in, paper flows out. Domestic factories close. Rust creeps over the Midwest. Voters grumble that the dreams sold out to cheaper labor abroad. Meanwhile, recipient countries now swim in reserve assets they dare not spend for fear of starving their own export sectors of working capital. Everybody becomes caught in a polite hostage drama. You accept our IOUs, we promise markets for your wares, and nobody mentions the elephant in the room, the shrinking purchasing power of the units themselves. This circular dependency explains why central bank press conferences feel like kabuki theater. If the Federal Reserve tightens policy to calm domestic inflation, offshore borrowers, accustomed to easy funding, suddenly confront a stronger dollar and tumble into crisis. Latin America and their debt crashed in the 1980s. Asian tigers wobbled in 1997. Commodity nations buckled in 2015. All trace their fever spikes to swings in currency technically produced outside their jurisdiction, but morally underwritten by it. Conversely, when the Fed loosens capital floods outward, bid prices on London real estate to the moon, and everyone pretends the party will never end until the next hangover. Call it the unreasonable advantage or the poisoned chalice, either label fits. A single country shoulders responsibility, unasked, largely unappreciated, for supplying lubrication to the machine. Yet that privilege costs domestic savers dearly. Every time offshore dollar supply sags, the Fed rescues counterparties who never pay taxes in the rescue jurisdiction. Swap lines open. Balance sheets expand. And ordinary families wonder why grocery bills jump while wages stagnate. Critics shout conspiracy. In truth, the autopilot of the system steers policy more than any cigar-smoking cabal ever could. Global demand for the unit forces its custodians to choose between exporting inflation or exporting recessions. Either way, somebody at home wakes up poorer. The arrangement distorts more than macro statistics. It warps culture. When a nation can fund expenditure by issuing claims the world cannot afford to refuse, fiscal restraints atrophies. Politicians win votes by sprinkling borrowed money across favored districts. Lobbyists design programs financed in tomorrow's dollars. Military planners commission bases on every continent, confident that treasury auctions will clear. Citizens sense the easy flow, yet misdiagnose it. Some cheer the apparent abundance. Look, our supermarkets are never empty. Our credit cards pre-approve six-figure limits. Others rage at outsiders who steal jobs, unaware the design funnels industry outward by necessity. Both camps stare at shadows. Step back and recognize the repeating pattern discovered in earlier pages. Wherever the unit of account drifts from anchor, the printing press becomes a siren. Repeatedly, the siren gift-wraps short-term comfort, long-term chaos. In modern guise, the siren sings not only in domestic capitals, but in Bohemian office parks, Luxembourg trust companies, and Canary Wharf trading floors, where leveraged swap books multiply nominal supply faster than even Washington can monitor. No committee controls the proliferation. It is the emergent property of banks chasing fees and corporations seeking hedges. The network lacks brakes. During crises, the home central bank must ride shotgun, refilling reservoirs lest pipes will burst. A private architecture, public backstop. Profits stay inside. Losses socialize outward. We have reinvented the alchemy of medieval goldsmiths at a planetary scale. Now you, dear listener, on a quest for life-changing wealth, might wonder what any of this has to do with daily budgeting or side hustle ambitions. Well, quite a lot, actually, because you reside inside this inverted pyramid. The risk set you manage includes liabilities spawned thousands of kilometers away by actors you will never meet. A Taiwanese tech supplier rolls short-term dollar debt. If markets seize, it dumps treasury bills, raising yields. Mortgage rates in Ohio jump, and your adjustable rate loan payment surges. Butterfly wings beat in Hong Kong, and your kitchen window shivers. When a game links players so tightly, holding chips that cannot be duplicated on demand becomes more than prudent. Bitcoin becomes essential. And here lies the quiet genius of Bitcoin's digital scarcity. It divorces personal savings from the outcomes of a credit system you cannot influence. A supply schedule etched in open source acts as immunity to your store of value from offshore leverage dynamics. Volatility in fiat terms will persist, of course, because price is a language translating between two monies with opposite issuance ethics. Yet beneath the noise beats a fixed pulse no shadow bank can spam. With Bitcoin, every 4 years the new coin faucet halves. Nobody calls a meeting to reconsider. That pre-commitment shatters the historical feedback loop in which crises breed printing, which breeds larger crises. Observe how the simple act of stacking scarce digital units rewires your perspective of global news. A headline proclaiming another multi-billion-dollar liquidity facility once sent adrenaline through your veins. Now it registers as a background hum, accelerating the very denominator you chose to escape into. You feel the emotional distance astronauts describe when viewing Earth from orbit. Momentary sadness for the bickering nations. Gratitude for the oxygenated autonomy. Perspective can itself be a source of wealth, because calm minds notice opportunity, while panicked ones chase exits. Let us translate this macro conversation into a micro playbook. First, internalize that dollars, euros, and yen are not merely different colored notes. They are claims embedded in overlapping but distinct liability networks. Some nodes stretch offshore beyond the legal jurisdiction that prints the base layer. When leverage unwinds, conversion pipelines jam. If 95% of your liquid savings live solely as a bank promise, you, in effect, own a slice of that liability tower. Consider balancing with an asset that settles final, globally, without counterparty. Second, understand energy. Offshore dollar creation feeds on short-term instruments. It fears sustained high interest or credit stress. When those clouds gather, small equity positions often crater faster than real goods prices rise. A basket heavy on digital scarcity plus selective commodity exposure offers ballast. Third, refuse the zero-sum mentality that scarcity means selfishness. Sound money, like Bitcoin, liberates generosity by allowing you to gift value without fretting about tomorrow's debasement. Imagine endowing a local coding club with a fund denominated in satoshis and instructing the trustees never to touch the principal. Year 1 interest might feel tiny. Decade 2, it could finance scholarships. In inflated units, the same principle rots like salted fish forgotten in the sun. A culture that ties charity to honest money outlasts one that mails worthless checks after each disaster. Fourth, cultivate patience. Markets will dangle temptations, 10,000% yield farms, celebrity meme coins, macro forecasters predicting doom unless you buy their newsletter. Remind yourself that the world already suffers from hyperactive capital. Your edge is stillness married to study. When Eurodollar dealers scramble for basis swaps at 2 a.m., you will be soundly asleep. Hardware wallet tucked in a fireproof bag, dreaming about orchards you might plant next spring. Some listeners fear governments will outlaw alternatives to their currency privilege. History shows clumsy bans accelerate adoption by highlighting utility. When India tried overnight demonetization, queues formed around local Bitcoin kiosks. When Turkey throttled exchange access, VPN downloads spiked. Bureaucratic fists can squeeze passports, but code routed through satellite beams behaves like water. Besides the global dollar network's own contradictions, subtly lobby policymakers to tolerate escape valves. Offering citizens assets that hedge systematic risk reduces the political backlash of earlier errors. Laws adjust when enough voters self-insure. A friend once asked whether embracing digital scarcity and Bitcoin equates to betting against civilization. I would say no, not at all. It is betting for a civilization where value rises from voluntary exchange rather than from privilege issuance. We cheer when monarchs lose the divine right of kings. We should equally cheer when currency issuers lose the divine right of dilution. True abundance mindset does not rely on external permission. It harnesses universal law. Gravity pulls you down whether or not a parliament votes. Scarcity reveals price whether or not a press release spins narrative. Now, at this stage, some may protest that impeccable scarcity feels sterile, almost inhuman. Where is the romance in algorithmic issuance? Recall, though, that money's job is not to entertain. It is to measure and transport value so humans can devote imagination to poetry, cuisine, and sailing ships. You rarely wax lyrical about the voltage of wall sockets. Yet consistent electricity powers guitar amplifiers and neonatal incubators alike. Let money's romance reside in what it enables. Multi-generational visions unclouded by the constant dread of hidden taxation by dilution. We have travelled from barter to cowrie shells, from bullion caravans to offshore dollar pumping, and you have witnessed each upgrade fix one constraint while breeding the next. Bitcoin and digital scarcity is not the last chapter. Nothing in human enterprise ever is. But it closes a centuries-long loop by reinstating the discipline early societies discovered and then lost in precious metals, while preserving the instant borderless communication our age demands. It offers individuals like you and me a lever to pry ourselves out of a system that incentivizes relentless credit expansion without requiring marches, petitions, or perfect politicians, which, let's be honest, is never going to happen. Your task is simple, though not always easy. Move intent from concept to calendar. Automate a weekly buy. Read one protocol proposal per month. Read the Bitcoin white paper. Test a tiny self-custody transfer. Teach one curious friend over coffee. Each action tightens the weave between knowledge and practice. When the next liquidity stall rattles headlines, you will stand on a bedrock rather than driftwood. From that vantage, abundance is no longer motivational fluff. It is the logical outcome of aligning personal incentives with mathematical certainty. The supermarket gadget I mocked at the beginning of this chapter. Well, buy it if you must, but pay from the weaker currency column of your budget, not from the vault of scarce units. Let frivolities burn in the very inflation that fertilizes your long-term store. Meanwhile, your stronger column compounds quietly, like a young oak measuring seasons, not seconds. Chapter 3. Money gets an upgrade. Kinda. Picture a dusty market square somewhere on the Mediterranean coast 3,000 years ago. The sun glares, goats argue with potholes, and merchants haggle so loudly you would swear they're auditioning for opera. Under one striped awning, a fisherman tries to swap a basket of sardines for a length of purple cloth. But the weaver shakes his head, because he already has enough fish, and his wife complains about the smell. The two men part grumbling, each still holding his wares, and the crowd flows around them like a river around stubborn boulders. That tiny scene, replayed in 1 million villages over 1,000 generations, explains why humanity marched away from barter and towards something radically better. Sardines rot, cloth fades. Desire mismatches. Trade stalls. Prosperity retreats. Enter metal, that glinting upgrade that took us from local chatter to global civilization. Copper arrived first, modest yet transformative. It shaped sharp blades, strong hinges, and brazen ornaments. People valued it beyond pure ornamentation, so it naturally slid into the role of medium. Yet copper tarnishes green, weighs more than gilt, and exists in crusts of earth near almost every settlement. Easy supply undermines trust. When everyone can mine money behind the chicken coop, the word money loses all gravitas. Still, the stage was set. Humans now knew they could freeze value inside shiny rocks instead of perishable goods. And that insight was revolutionary. In fact, as revolutionary as realizing fire cooks meat instead of limbs. Tin wandered onto the scene next, usually holding hands with copper to make bronze. Bronze beats stone in every duel, and kingdoms that mastered the alloy put neighbors to flight without breaking a sweat. Tools last longer, armies swing harder, trade routes widen. Money and metallurgy dance cheek to cheek, each improving the other in spirals of feedback. But bronze shares copper's flaw: relative abundance. Kings could sponsor huge foundries and flood their provinces with tokens overnight. Inflation, though nobody had coined the word, flexed its nasty muscles early. Silver improved matters. It shines brighter than a child's dream and resists corrosion unless you soak it in zealotry. Better still, silver's crustial scarcity discourages backyard minting. When Phoenician merchants carried bullion beads along their sea lanes, people in Iberia and India recognized that flicker instantly. No translation needed. A jeweler in Tyre trusted the metal because he could test its density with a balance scale. Universal recognizability joined scarcity to birth the first truly international money. Yet silver's supply still grew quickly enough to dilute fortunes during mining booms. Spanish conquests in the New World later proved the point by unleashing rivers of plata that soaked prices from Seville to Shanghai. Gold emerged from its cave with the swagger of royalty and never surrendered the crown. It is inert to the point of arrogance. Acids sulk, fire shrugs. A nugget dropped into a pharaoh's tomb 20 centuries before Christ glitters like it was forged this morning. Durability across time, sorted. Density scores off the chart. You can hide a king's ransom inside a small leather pouch, then tie it round the ankle and stroll through customs, whistling. Portability across space, sorted. Divisibility, tap with a chisel, weigh again. Problem solved. Most important of all, geology blessed gold with a stock-to-flow ratio that reads like a cosmic joke. Miners extract only a sprinkling each year compared with the gleaming pile already above ground. Expansion drifts around 2%, sometimes lower, which means no emperor, banker, or YouTube influencer can triple supply by decree. That slow trickle led entire societies to discover an uncomfortable truth. Honest money calms the heartbeat, yet challenges the ego. When you cannot game the unit, you must improve the product. Invent a better loom. Irrigate a larger field. Compose music that sells tickets. Low inflation shifts focus from speculation to productivity. Medieval masons carved cathedrals that took lifetimes precisely because their wages stored value across generations. They laid stones in the knowledge that grandchildren would exchange those wages for bread, beer, and perhaps a flute lesson. Gold whispered build, and so they did. The Lydians formalized matters around 600 years before Christ, when King Alyattes ordered standardized gold and electrum coins stamped with a roaring lion. For the first time, supply, weight, and purity traveled together beneath an official seal. A sheep farmer in Sardis could sell fleece, then pay taxes, without the scales and file pantomime that plagued raw bullion. The upgrade multiplied trade routes like rabbits in spring. Coins traversed mountains, financed theatres, bribed oracles, and ignited wars. Each transaction lubricated by shared trust in shiny discs. Yet power never met a lever it did not pull. Rulers shaved edges, mixed base metals, and recast legends of stability. The Roman denarius entered circulation at 98% silver, then limped out the back door centuries later, clad in worthless bronze beneath a silver wash, so thin it flaked off if Nero blinked. Citizens responded in predictable fashion. They raised prices, hoarded grain, and demanded wages daily because tomorrow's coin might jangle lighter. The empire cracked not from barbarian swords alone, but from monetary termite damage. You can patch a wall, but if the foundation turns to mush, the roof still collapses, normally at 3 a.m. during a thunderstorm. Jump to China, where emperors invented paper money long before Marco Polo's travel journals made Europeans gasp. The early notes represented silk or bronze reserves and work brilliantly until wars, floods, and renovation projects encouraged overprinting. Century after century, mandarins promised strict quotas, then quietly doubled them when treasuries bled. A dynasty collapsed. A new one took power. Vows renewed. Ink flowed. Paper shredded faith again. The story felt astonishingly fresh when Weimar politicians followed the same recipe with Marx barrels later. And it feels fresher still when modern central banks conjure billions before lunchtime. Now pause and ask yourself why populations tolerate repeat offences like this. The answer hides inside convenience. Gold is heavy, difficult to subdivide for market stalls, and maddeningly hard to transport across oceans filled with pirates who find cannonballs persuasive. Merchants in Renaissance Florence preferred to leave florins in vaults, then carry letters of credit. Those paper slips rode under jackets and settled international accounts at the stroke of a quill. Trust migrated from shimmering metal to medieval silicon, meaning the ledger inside a banker's cramped office. While gold anchored ultimate value, paper accelerated velocity. The two formed a fragile partnership. Metal for safety, paper for speed. At first, the marriage seemed heavenly. Venetian financiers funded voyages to Cathay. English joint stock companies sold shares that pooled risk across hundreds of investors. Coffee houses in London evolved into stock exchanges, fueled by gossip and caffeine, rather than muscle and the risk of drowning. All because clerks could update ledgers instead of dragging chests through swamps. Yet each layer of abstraction tempted fraud. If a receipt for 1 florin could circulate like the coin itself, why not print 5 receipts and pray not everyone redeems on the same afternoon? The line between prudent reserve and reckless amplification blurred faster than you can say, "I promise to pay the bearer." Gold solved the scarcity problem, yet its physics imposed high settlement costs. Paper solved the settlement cost, yet invented dilution. For centuries, societies have bounced between those two poles like drunk sailors, sometimes pegging their currency to fixed metal weights, sometimes untethering it during war, and occasionally repegging under pressure from savers who still believed in the sparkle. The British gold standard of the 19th century stands as the shining example. In that era, a note from the Bank of England meant what it said. Sail on over to Threadneedle Street, slide the paper under a grill, and a clerk would swap it for coin with the boredom of routine. Global trade exploded because invoices quoted in sterling held steady year after year. Argentine ranchers, Canadian miners, and Indian textile magnates adopted the pound for contracts, precisely because Britain's Parliament, to its credit and by accident, resisted inflation for almost a century. Notice the psychological ripple. Investors trusted long-horizon projects. Railways tunneled mountains. Telegraph lines stitched continents. All demanded capital that would not melt midway through construction. Time preference sank into depths not seen since the cathedrals. When money retains muscle, you lift your eyes from next Friday to next century. This is not mysticism, though mystics would nod in recognition. It is the law of attraction wearing accountant spectacles. Think long range, commit to value, and value rewards commitment. Alas, even that golden calm cracked in 1914, when Europe decided the best use of capital was bomb craters. Governments suspended redemption to fund artillery and trenches. The citizens accepted this because nationalist fervour trumps arithmetic in the short run. By the time the armistice arrived, economic landscapes resembled lunar surfaces. Attempts to restore the gold link in the 1920s failed because central bankers wanted both perks, unlimited printing and the reputation of restraint. You cannot eat cake and claim the plate is still full. In 1931, Britain abandoned convertibility. America followed 2 years later for domestic savers and finally severed international ties in 1971. Paper achieved full autonomy, floated free like a balloon, and has been drifting ever since, tethered only by fragile credibility. At this point, you might wonder whether the story of metal money ends in nostalgic museums next to spinning jennies and steam turbines. In physical terms, well, yes, maybe. In conceptual terms, gold-handed civilization has two imperatives that any successor must respect or perish. 1, supply must resist political tampering. 2, verification must be trivial to honest users, yet nightmarish to counterfeiters. Until recently, that package seemed impossible in the digital domain. Copying files is easier than stealing biscuits from Grandad's jar. Then a programmer, with a suspiciously Greek pseudonym, wrote an open-source code that forced scarcity into mathematics. 21 million units. Halve the subsidy every 210,000 blocks, broadcast proofs to anyone with ears to hear, and let economic self-interest secure the fortress. Humanity met the first monetary network where participants could audit total supply from a cheap laptop in a bus shelter. Verification dropped to 0 marginal cost. Counterfeiting climbed to astrophysical expenditure. Pause again here, and observe that the breakthrough did not discard history. It compressed it. Bitcoin's digital scarcity inherits gold's stock-to-flow strength, paper's transmission speed, and flips their weaknesses. You can beam $1 billion through space in minutes without permission from admirals or customs desks. You can hold sovereign custody without clanking metal or trusting a vault. Yet nobody, not even the anonymous author, can mint the 21 million and first coin. The protocol defends itself with the stubbornness of quantum law. Why does this matter to you, standing ankle-deep in credit card bills and existential dread? Because money that respects itself will encourage you to respect yourself. When your savings account promises honest growth, rather than silent extraction, you will notice cravings for hollow status symbols lose shine. The itch to finance a larger television on 0% interest evaporates when that same monthly payment can acquire digital fragments whose supply cannot be diluted by a politician promising free puppies. Low-time preference sneaks into breakfast conversations. And before long, you are building pensions instead of Pinterest boards. Now, skeptics protest the volatility. Fair enough. Gold was volatile during the California rush too. Each adoption curve looks manic when graphed weekly, and magnificent when graphed over lifetimes. Metal took centuries to saturate. The ledger of 21 million coins lives inside an internet that never sleeps. The curve compresses. Wiggles amplify. Equilibrium arrives sooner than pessimists predict, and later than gamblers hope. The responsible path feels almost boring. Purchase gradually, or dollar-cost average, as they say. Secure privately. Take your coins off exchanges. Think in decades. Ignore headlines. When it comes to Bitcoin, boring is underrated in a world addicted to dopamine pings. Let us step back for one last comparison to appreciate how supreme this upgrade truly is. Cattle possessed intrinsic consumable value, but failed on portability. Shells excelled at decoration, but crumbled under mass extraction. Bronze added durability, yet invited smelter inflation. Silver nearly balanced the scales, but never escaped industrial demand. Gold nailed the economist's checklist, yet bumped into Newtonian logistics. Paper greased the wheels and simultaneously greased the slope to ruin. Bitcoin. Digital scarcity, by contrast, satisfies sellability across every axis, and does so while running on open-source code that invites scrutiny from teenagers in Mumbai or grandmothers in Madrid, without non-disclosure agreements. We have traveled from barter to bullion to bytes, each step chasing the same dream. Store yesterday's effort so tomorrow's creativity can bloom untethered by mold or meddling. Remember the fisherman and the weaver. In their day, an upgrade meant heavier purse and sore shoulders. Your upgrade fits on a silicon chip smaller than a fingernail. Do not squander the privilege. When you stash a portion of your sweat inside the 21 million revolution, you vote for integrity over convenience. You also reclaim psychic energy previously wasted on scanning supermarket receipts for stealth price hikes. The law of attraction loves clarity. Clear intentions plus incorruptible accounting equal a reality that bends towards abundance, almost gratefully. Now, some cheeky voice in your head might mutter that money is only an idea. And it's correct. And so is algebra. Yet aircraft stay airborne because numbers behave reliably, regardless of pilot emotion. Good ideas anchor good outcomes. Bad ideas leak havoc. A currency whose supply graph looks like a ski jump is a bad idea. One whose supply graph is flat after 2140 is at the very least an honest proposal. You choose daily with every swipe which idea nourishes your future self. Let me address FOMO and greed at this point. If you are interested in cryptocurrencies, you will probably buy Bitcoin first. Then you will notice that altcoins seem to go up much quicker. And you may be tempted to switch out your money to the faster horse. I would warn you against this. Bitcoin is the only alpha predator. It is the only immaculate conception. It is the only one that can't be tampered with or isn't controlled by a corporate entity. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If you believe that XRP is better than Bitcoin, you are a fool. The final insight is deliciously simple. Metal taught humanity patience. Paper taught haste. Bitcoin can teach balance. You can send value faster than a sneeze, yet save it longer than a sabbatical. Speed and endurance finally shake hands. That handshake changes everything from retirement planning to international aid. Think of a Kenyan farmer receiving payment that cannot be reversed and does not require a smartphone signal stronger than hope. Think of an Argentine grandmother who locks purchasing power inside a 12-word seed sentence that dictators cannot inflate. Each story starts with the decision to adopt upgraded money, just as ancient traders once decided to accept stamped gold over random copper lumps. You stand where they stood, though your sandals might be sneakers. Well, I hope. You witness an innovation as profound as coinage and as daunting as seafaring. The horizon beckons, the ship rocks gently. All you need is the courage to drop anchor in the past, hoist sail towards the future, and let the wind of mathematics propel you away from the debt storms. When the journey ends, your descendants will view metal coins the way we view stone axes, beautiful relics. Instructive, yet utterly obsolete for the challenges ahead. A new kind of money is already humming in the wires that cross your ceiling. Most people don't notice because it travels as silently as Wi-Fi waves and looks, at a glance, like the same plastic card magic they already use. The difference hides under the hood, where settlement now happens at computer clock speed instead of banking calendar speed. Banks and fintech startups route value through instant messaging systems, firing payloads measured in microseconds instead of business days. Swipe a debit card in Paris at noon, and by 12:00:02, the Merchants Bank in Madrid holds a irreversible credit. The update feels trivial until you compare it with the old regime, where returns, chargebacks, and clearing threaten to boomerang every transaction for weeks. Speed is only the first taste of the upgrade. Programmability follows close behind. Picture money that obeys conditional sentences. Release this payment when a truck's GPS coordinates cross the warehouse gate. Split 5% to the insurance pool automatically. Send late fees to a charity if the supplier misses the quota. Supply chain managers dream of those conditions the way kids dream of cake for breakfast. Once code handles contingencies, middle office armies shrink. Invoices shed pages. Lawyers lose billable hours, and commerce looks less like paperwork and more like frictionless motion. Well, you might think, fine, clever scripts are useful, but they do not change my rent or retirement. Okay, keep listening. Programmable money rewrites the risk profile of every contract you sign. A mortgage that reduces your rate each month you hit savings milestones suddenly nudges you towards thrift. Health insurers that refund a slice of premiums if your smartwatch logs 10,000 steps daily gamify wellness. The network becomes an invisible life coach, rewarding diligence faster than your own willpower usually does. However, every bright coin casts a shadow. The more programmable the currency becomes, the more tempting it is for central planners to script your life. If a government can tag each unit with an expiration date, savings turn into a hot potato game. If they flag suspicious merchants, your card might decline at the bookshop before you realize the title is on the naughty list. Surveillance that used to require warrants becomes a database query. This is what is known as a central bank digital currency, and you do not want that at any cost. The pattern is familiar. Convenience beckons, oversight piggybacks, autonomy erodes by one helpful feature at a time, what a comedian once called the tyranny with free Wi-Fi. This fork in the road stands right in front of you. Down one path walk central bank digital currencies, state-issued tokens that settle on permissioned ledgers controlled by a handful of nodes in glass towers. They promise instant tax withholding, automatic stimulus, perfect anti-money laundering compliance, and patriotic jingles at every login. I will say it again. You do not want this to happen. Down the other path march the open protocols, where validation sits with thousands of anonymous nodes, scattered from Reykjavik to Rotorua, each acting as incorruptible referees. The first path offers ease of use at the price of continuous monitoring. The second offers self-sovereignty at the price of personal responsibility. Choose your inconvenience, paperwork or passphrases. Critically, both paths will coexist for a while. Like horses and Model Ts share dirt roads. Early adopters will toggle between apps, using state tokens to receive payments and hard-capped networks to store excess. Merchants will display logos for multiple rails, just as cafes now boast Visa and MasterCard decals. If history is a fair guide, the rail that bleeds the least purchasing power will accumulate balances, while the rail that bleeds more will dominate quick spending. Inflationary money spends, deflationary money saves. The nickel lesson of 3,000 years. Yet the upgrade revolution is bigger than simply swapping cash for QR codes. It re-architects global settlement into layers, mirroring the way the internet itself splits duties. At the base, you need a rock-solid ledger, slow, stoic, and almost boring. It resembles the internet's TCP/IP layer. Not flashy, but utterly reliable. Built on top sit faster channels, comparable to HTTP or WebSockets. Tiny packets moving at light speed and dropping the occasional transfer without endangering the entire edifice. In the monetary stack, that top layer already exists. Lightning networks, state channel matrices, sidechains pegged one-to-one with base assets, stablecoins. They batch thousands of small trades, then anchor net results back to the granite ledger every few minutes or hours. Think of a farmer's market using gold bars for settlement. Stalls would clink and chisel all morning just to make change. Instead, vendors could tabulate sales on notepads and at the day's end settle the net difference in one bar. That's exactly what payment channels do, minus the aching biceps. For the consumer, the experience feels like tapping a phone. For the merchant, final clearance lands swift and cheap. For society overall, integrity remains protected by physics instead of institutional promises. Now wrap another insight around that scaffold. Modularity means innovation without systemic risk. If a sidechain suffers a bug, the blast radius stops at its bridge. The base layer remains unscathed. Unlike our current banking architecture, where bad mortgages in Miami metastasize into frozen money markets in Malmo. Software engineers call this fault isolation. Accountants might call it salvation. Of course, no sermon is complete without addressing energy, the favorite cudgel of critics. Your bitcoins boil oceans, they huff. Let us translate the charge into clear terms. Securing a permissionless ledger requires expending real-world resources because otherwise a teenager with server credits could rewrite history and buy a yacht. That resource cost can be electricity, proof of work, staked capital, proof of stake, or something else still on the drawing board. What matters is that attackers must burn value proportionate to the value they wish to steal. We already pay similar insurance premiums in every other domain. A lock is merely a metal tax on burglary. A firewall is a silicon tax on hacking. A military is a human tax on invasion. The difference with proof of work is transparency. You see the bill daily on a public dashboard instead of being buried in a ministry spreadsheet. Even so, the total wattage is a rounding error compared to the energy consumed by idle devices or tumble dryers. More interesting is where the wattage comes from. Because miners chase the cheapest electrons, they colonize stranded hydro dams, flare gas fields, and midnight wind surges that grid operators once curtailed as waste. In effect, they monetize energy that previously evaporated. Early data shows mining herd immunity nudges renewable projects from marginal to viable. That is not an environmental tragedy. It is a strange form of arbitrage that aligns profit with carbon sobriety better than most government subsidies manage. Yet focusing only on hardware misses the upward spiritual upgrade. When you shift personal reserves into an asset immune to central fiddling, you intuitively feel lighter, as though a background process in your brain, call it inflation anxiety, finally quits hogging all the RAM. That reclaimed bandwidth seeks purpose. Humans are built for creation once survival mode lifts. Thousands of side hustles bloom. Artisans selling digital prints to buyers in Peru. Programmers collecting micropayments instead of toxic ad revenue. Podcasters receiving value per minute in real time. By stripping micro fees to fractions of a cent, programmable rails rescue entire business models that fiat rails priced out decades ago. Micro payment leads to micro donations. Imagine listening to a street violinist via a live stream and tipping a penny a second while she nails Vivaldi. No bank minimums, no 50-cent swipe fee, no border. Generosity compounds when frictions disappear. The psychological flywheel cannot be overstated. People who give feel richer, which reinforces abundance mindsets, which magnetizes further opportunities. You end up with a civilization that celebrates value instead of sharing doom scrolling. But what, asks the curious and cautious listener, if governments outlaw self-custody? Picture an edict demanding citizens surrender all private keys at local banks. Enforcing it would require scanning every hard drive, raiding cloud backups, and banning memory itself because a seed phrase can hide behind nursery rhymes. Prohibition failed to cork gin. Trust me, it will not cork mathematics. A more likely approach is taxation plus narrative war. Central bank money will be painted as patriotic and stable, open networks as rogue and risky. That framing already appears in policy papers. Stand ready to counter it with results. Networks that lower remittance fees from 10% to 1% inspire grassroots loyalty faster than white papers printed on recycled cardstock. So, how do you, as an individual carving a path towards generational wealth, ride this tectonic shuffle rather than be buried by it? Start by allocating time, not just capital, to understand the rails. You must understand Bitcoin. Download a non-custodial wallet or buy a hardware wallet. Send a few Satoshis to yourself. Open a Lightning channel. Buy a coffee from someone across an ocean. Nothing replaces the muscle memory of clicking confirm and seeing finality in milliseconds. The experience rewires assumptions formed in childhood when checks took 5 days to clear. That shock of empowerment unlocks creative neurons. Suddenly you contemplate services you could launch without asking venture capitalists for permission. Next, adopt a portfolio split that respects survival and ambition. Keep your rainy day fund in local currency because tax bills and car repairs still price in it. Park long-term savings in the scarce digital asset of Bitcoin because dilution risk there rounds to zero. Venture bets. Your friend's organic chocolate business, green hydrogen shares, a yet-to-launch play-to-earn game, can live in the volatile middle slice. The scarce base stabilizes emotions when the moonshots nosedive. Ironically, having a rock-solid core encourages you to take bolder, calculated risks elsewhere. Safety breeds bravery. Then build income streams natively on new protocols. Freelancers can charge by the minute. Teachers can sell course chapters unlocked sequentially as students pay. Musicians can attach split revenue codes so every band member receives automatic micropayments when a song streams. Each line of code that replaces legal overhead widens margins. If your employer refuses to dabble, collect side income in small, regular pulses until one morning the passive flow outpaces your salary. Many quietly reach that inflection point by accident. It feels more like a tipping point than a finish line, though. All the while, remain with humility in your heart. Technology gifts winners and then humbles them without warning. Diversify your skills, relationships, and gratitude rituals. Money can vanish, but competence seldom does. The universe loves a moving target, not a hoarder. Stack sats, yes, but also stack wisdom, empathy, and muscle fibers. A ledger upgrade cannot deadlift kettlebells for you. Finally, evangelize softly. Nobody enjoys a zealot, yet everyone respects sound answers. When relatives ask about the latest price crash, show them the long-term adoption chart. When colleagues fret about energy use, show them flare glass mines turning pollution into something useful. When friends dismiss the network as nerd money, send them a lightning tip during the conversation. Let their face tell the story. Quiet confidence persuades better than memes, or at least better than most memes. One morning in the not-too-distant future, you will walk into a cafe, order an espresso, and the teenager behind the bar will say, "Cash discount if you pay on Chain X, surcharge if you tap the state wallet." Customers in a hurry will tap. You will raise an eyebrow, scan a QR code, and pay the lower price. Savings compounded over 1,000 small acts produce either a college fund or an extra decade of retirement freedom. The choice starts with such trivial gestures it feels ludicrous to attribute destiny to them. Yet destiny keeps tallies in invisible decibels. Remember the fisherman and the weaver whose barter stalled. Money version 3 solved their problem. Today you face the inverse hurdle. Too many claims on money circulate meaning, and the fresh fish looks cheaper until you realize the unit smells. An upgrade restores honesty. When units tell the truth, prices signal reality, and reality is a friend of creators. You, my friend, were born to create, not just consume. So I invite you to step aboard the upgrade. It is the same journey traders took when they swapped bronze shards for stamped silver, when sailors trusted paper bills of exchange over chests of gold, when telegraph clerks clicked Morse to settle overseas invoices. Only the scenery has changed. The principle hasn't. Better money always finds a willing caravan. Welcome to Bitcoin. Chapter 4. Oh shit, it's the government. The moment a government discovers it can print tickets to your labour, it loses interest in improving its own. History documents the stunt with depressing regularity. Julius Caesar mixed cheap copper into silver denarius. Kublai Khan plastered imperial seals on mulberry bark banknotes. Henry VIII shaved coin edges, then blamed bakers for the rising bread prices. The monarchs change wardrobe and accent, yet the plot never rewrites itself. You bring sweat to market, and they bring a magic press that turns promises into purchasing power. At first glance, it feels like a minor dishonest convenience, the way a teenager might copy homework 10 minutes before class. Then, before anyone quite notices, that convenience snowballs into wars, bubbles, crashes, and the creeping poverty you witness today when pensioners choose between heating and heating beans. Let us rewind to the brief window when money almost behaved itself. In the late 19th century, most major economies anchored their currencies to gold at a fixed weight. A British pound meant 7.322 grams of shiny metal tucked somewhere deep beneath the Bank of England's nervous custodians. An American could stride into any treasury office, slap 20 greenbacks on the counter, and walk out jangling nearly an ounce. Nobody needed to perform that ceremony often. The mere ability kept civil servants polite. They spent within tax receipts because they feared a stampede on the vaults. Prices drifted downwards thanks to steam engines and chemical breakthroughs that made goods cheaper every decade. Ordinary factory workers saw real wages rise, while their savings earned nothing in the bank, yet still bought more ham each Christmas. Hard money sounded boring, but boredom is underrated. Boring lets you plan. Boring persuades you to marry, stock cellars with wine, and fund ambitious infrastructures such as the Great Northern Railway, which took 10 tedious years to cross a continent, yet still finished under budget because investors trusted the pound would weigh the same on opening day. The Archduke Franz Ferdinand bled in a Sarajevo street, and every cabinet in Europe panicked. Mobilizing an army cost gold the treasuries did not possess. Politicians could have raised taxes honestly, but honesty wins fewer elections than jingoism, so they closed the gold window temporarily. Temporarily in government dialect translates as until the sun engulfs the earth. Paper notes kept the old colours and portraits, yet they no longer represented vault contents. They represented the future productivity of citizens who had not been asked whether they wished to mortgage grandchildren for trenches in Flanders. Inflation roared. Savers shrugged at first. Inflation always woos with soft whispers. 2% here, 3% there, yet compound a piranha's nibble and you still lose a limb. After the artillery quietened, the belligerents met in smoky rooms to design a peace. They signed treaties nobody read and drafted monetary arrangements nobody respected. Reparations rolled across borders like toxic fog, guaranteeing more printing on both sides of each indemnity. The gold standard tried a brief comeback in the 1920s, but central bankers treated it as though it was an inconvenient diet, let's say. They vowed discipline while secretly raiding the fridge at midnight. When the crash of 1929 hit, governments blamed gold's rigidity instead of their own counterfeit binge. One by one, they suspended convertibility. The United States iced the cake in 1933 when President Roosevelt forced citizens to surrender gold at a fixed price, then promptly devalued the dollar 12 months later. Imagine a garage demanding you trade your Porsche for a rusty bicycle, then doubling the service invoice the next day. Well, that's how trust dies. If you study the Consumer Price Index from Roosevelt onward, you observe a line that once meandered like an alpine stream turns into an escalator. The numbers rise every year regardless of recessions, revolutions, or boy band comebacks. Politicians call that price stability. You and I call it daylight robbery. An item that cost $1 in 1933 costs around $20 today, and that is official arithmetic, which politely excludes steak, housing, or anything else you might crave. The calmly ascending graph masks real stories. A widow who outlived her savings, a farmer forced to borrow against the next harvest, a middle manager who jumps speculative hoops just to break even. When money melts, people gamble because standing still equals sliding backwards. Enter central banks, the heroic firefighters forever settling their own blazes. Each crisis birthed by prior cheap credit receives treatment with cheaper credit still. This serial rescue operation earned the jaunty name Keynesianism, though Keynes himself might have muttered good grief had he glimpsed its modern caricature. The doctrine claims that when private demand falters, government should step in with borrowed stimulus. A sensible idea, provided you repay during booms. Yet politics punishes restraint. Voters love handouts during recessions and hate haircuts during expansions. So deficits persist year after year until the debt mountain laughs at algebra. Servicing charges alone now swallow double-digit slices of national budgets. To keep the circus whirling, central banks purchase government bonds with money manufactured by keystrokes. The left pocket sells IOUs to the right pocket. Accounting entries sparkle, and newspapers cheer. Recovery! Meanwhile, your grocery bill learns new adjectives like shrinkflation, when the chocolate bar loses 20 grams but the wrapper trumpets the same great price. Nothing of consequence changes until ordinary people notice the trick and demand an exit. Historically, that meant hoarding gold, which creeps through metal detectors, only if you fancy starring in airport security dramas. Modern technology, however, just threw a grenade at that obstacle. An individual can now convert local salary into digital tokens whose supply nobody on Capitol Hill or Downing Street can inflate by even 1 Satoshi. The network settles worldwide in 10 minutes. You can memorize 12 English words, then cross hostile borders with your entire life savings invisible to snarling guard dogs and suspicious customs forms that ask whether you are transporting more than $10,000 in cash. The technology also confers a vote. Each coin holder basically says, "I no longer consent to melt." Governments hear that statement clearly, which explains their sudden appetite for phrases like illicit finance and environmental concern, despite caring little for either when campaign donors ask for loopholes. At this stage, a skeptic usually harumphs that taxation built hospitals. True enough, but taxation collected in transparent fashion encourages debate about spending priorities. Inflation tax operates in shadows, where no budget committee convenes. It targets the poorest with surgical cruelty because they hold proportionately more currency and fewer inflation-hedged assets. Picture an invisible levy that drains the wallet of a single mother each time she buys cereal. The president can declare no new taxes, while her weekly receipt says otherwise in fluorescent ink. Another defense claims that elastic money accommodates population growth. Observe the counterexample of smartphones. Their fixed 24-hour-a-day faces expanding customer bases yearly, yet processing power and app variety still leap ahead because engineers embrace scarcity of minutes by improving efficiency. Money that retains value nudges entrepreneurs to hunt for actual betterment rather than financial engineering. When interest rates reflect time preference, not central committees' whims, capital deserts zombie enterprises and fertilizes innovations that raise living standards. The Soviet Union taught us what happens when price signals vanish. Shelves empty, lines snake, jokes multiply because humor remains tax-free. For now. Let us bring this grand economic theatre down to the kitchen table where your anxiety lurks. Suppose you earn 50,000 units, save 10, and aim to retire in 20 years. At official 2% inflation, your stash loses almost 1/3 before you even add investment risk. At real 5%, the damage passes 50. You must sprint just to stand still. That marathon steals evenings that could nourish relationships or hobbies. It sucks energy that could build communities. Society degenerates into a tribe of price chasers. No wonder a Broadway ticket now rivals a weekend in Greece. Everyone grabs what they can today because tomorrow's menu looks even more pricey. Governments do not conspiringly hate you. I know it feels like they do. They simply respond to incentives. They are human beings. A printing press promises pain-free popularity. Rejecting it resembles a dieter locking the fridge, then leaving cheesecake on the counter. Human willpower crumbles under such temptation. The only solution is to remove the cheesecake entirely. Hard digital money, Bitcoin, performs that kitchen intervention. It strips the policy toolkit down to real taxation, which requires explanation, negotiation, and truthful accounting, God forbid. Politicians who still wish to fund expensive wars or vote-buying incentives must persuade citizens who now understand the explicit cost. That shift alone could slash the misallocation of capital more surely than 1,000 parliamentary speeches. Critics claim states will outlaw the ledger once it threatens their reign. Some may try, yet prohibition rarely succeeds against products that deliver superior utility. The alcohol ban birthed speakeasies. Media bans birthed VPN sales. Code spreads faster than contraband gin because it travels at the speed of light and replicates perfectly. Besides, countries that embrace open monetary architecture attract talent and foreign investment, the way gardens attract bees. Jurisdictions that suffocate innovation suffer brain drain. In a hyper-connected world, capital moves at the tap of a finger. Politicians actually know this. I know they look stupid, but they do know this. Fear competes with greed inside every cabinet meeting. Greed for growth tends to win eventually. Let me share a brief vignette for you here. A Venezuelan friend once told me inflation in Caracas taught him arithmetic. Prices on menus changed 3 times a day. His mother, an accountant, carried a handbag full of cash large enough to smuggle poppies. When her salary arrived, she spent instantly on rice, powdered milk, and anything with a shelf life. The family measured wealth in tins, not in money. One rainy afternoon, she swapped half a year's savings for a single tire because the car's tread looked thin, and she couldn't imagine affording new rubber next month. Today, that family stores value in cryptographic keys, and the mother laughs at her latest handbag that weighs less than a paperback. Governments created her nightmare. Technology wrote her escape code. You might never face hyperinflation, yet you still endure stealth confiscation. When central banks discuss tolerating slightly higher price growth for the health of the economy, translate the sentence. It means you will donate extra purchasing power so indebted firms and ministries can service obligations with diluted money. You are a shareholder in everyone's debt, whether you own a bond or not. The privilege of dilution belongs solely to the issuer. Holders absorb the bill. Some call that civilized. I call it the world's greatest pyramid scheme, except the early entrants did not know they were at the top. Bitcoin flips pyramids into pillars. Instead of wealth trickling down from central printers, it builds up from households who create more than they consume. This bottom-up capital fosters local resilience. Neighbors fund broadband in rural towns. Artists crowdsource albums from fans, not record labels. Engineers in Lagos invoice clients in real time worldwide without FX pain. Corrupt gatekeepers vanish like telephone switchboard operators circa 1950. Government still plays a role, roads, courts, maybe defense, but it funds these explicitly and competes for citizen approval. Imagine paying for services you actually requested instead of bailouts you protested brashly about on social media while still footing the silent invoice through devalued cash. Spiritual traditions long claimed that intention shapes reality. Inflation distorts intention because it muddies the measuring cup we use to bake civilization, so to speak. If the cup shrinks unpredictably, recipes for prosperity falter, trust erodes, and society feeds on diversiveness. Replace the rubber cup with a steel one, and cooperation regains flavor. That is why this conversation matters beyond net worth. Hard money nurtures harmony by aligning individual incentives with collective stability. You save, invest, invent, donate, and celebrate without fearing midnight decrees that amputate your ledger. I can already hear Uncle Bob reminding you that governments also set rules that protect consumers. True, they do write rules, but remember which scandals erupted under their watch. Enron, subprime mortgages, Wirecard. Regulators often arrive late, like referees sipping tea while players brawl. A transparent monetary layer lowers the need for trust precisely because you can verify. Fraudsters still exist, yet their balances cannot vanish behind sneaky double-entry accounting. when every outflow sits on a public chain inspected by citizen auditors wielding free block explorers on smartphones. Sunshine disinfects deeper than legislation. None of this implies you must despise the state or move to a bunker. The goal is symbiosis, not anarchy. Governments excel at coordinating large projects that markets ignore, such as asteroid telescopes and sewage systems. They stumble when controlling prices because prices are information, not policy dials. Hard money leaves information flows unhindered, while letting governments raise funds the honest way. Convince, tax, justify, repeat. Citizens who witness transparent stewardship might even pay gladly. I know that sounds utopian, yet consider Nordic countries where high taxes coexist with trust because bills arrive through laws, not hidden printing. You are not powerless while waiting for legislative enlightenment. You can opt out individually, quietly, today. Convert a slice of savings, learn cold storage for your Bitcoin, cultivate patience, and continue living your normal life, except with fewer night sweats about central bank press conferences. As adoption widens, the opt-out becomes parallel opt-in to a sounder economy that eventually dwarfs the withering fiat arena. Politicians are pragmatic creatures who will follow the votes and revenues. They always do. A closing tale. During the Second World War, the French forced Indo-Chinese villagers to hand over metal coins for the empire's war chest and replace them with tiny ceramic tokens. The tokens snapped easily, and villagers soon rejected them, returning to bartering rice, opium, and silver jewelry. The colonial administration printed leaflets insisting the clay pesos were legal tender, punishable by fines to refuse. Peasants ignored the leaflets, so the government resorted to jail. Jails overflowed. Ultimately, the state relented because feeding prisoners cost more than the stolen metal was worth. Lesson: coercion has limits when the populace recognizes worthless money. Technology now exceeds that resistance globally. You will not need pitchforks, only maths and Wi-Fi. Governments may curse, threaten, and regulate, yet every tantrum merely advertises the alternative. Money divorced from political discretion is an evolutionary step, like language divorced from tribal dialects. Once people taste neutrality, they refuse tribal tongues. The sooner you adjust, the sooner compound interest resumes smiling rather than scowling. You might still choose to fund public projects, but you will do so consciously, check in hand, eyes wide open. And that, dear listener, is what liberation looks like in our century. Not banners, not barricades, but a ledger that refuses to lie. Think for a moment about the hierarchy of rights. Most people rank free speech near the top, then place freedom of movement, worship, and assembly somewhere close behind. Property rights normally sneak onto that list last, filed away under boring economic classes you skipped at college. Yet history shows property rights prop up the entire stack. If an authority can freeze your resources, every other liberty becomes conditional. Try booking a hall for a political debate when the account to pay the deposit just vanished. Try crossing a border to escape persecution when officials cancel your train ticket at the swipe of a badge. Money, it turns out, is oxygen for every other right, and nobody notices the air until the room grows thin. Traditional banking suffocates quietly. You open an account, hand over a signature sample, a photo ID, a utility bill, and sometimes even a DNA swab disguised as a cheeky cotton swab for sanitization. Then one day, the compliance department sends a cheery email. Please explain these transfers. You answer. They request more documents. During the exchange, your business payroll fails. Employees panic. Even if the bank eventually apologizes, you will never forget that gasp of air. They held your breath in a spreadsheet, and you had no backup lungs. Digital scarcity flips the posture. The right to transact becomes default, not privilege. An address on a permissionless ledger does not care if you were born in Damascus or Dundee, whether you pray towards Mecca or Peloton, or whom you kissed at prom. It only asks inputs equal outputs plus fees. Censorship resistance is not some libertarian slogan. It's a mundane technical guarantee baked deeper than politics. The same maths that protects your coins also shields a dissident journalist paying for a proxy server, or a single mother in Tehran saving for school books away from predatory relatives. A true story helps. In Nigeria, a non-profit raised donations after police shot protesters demanding an end to corruption. Banks blocked the account within hours. Volunteers pivoted to mobile wallets that settle in minutes on an open network. Money flowed despite official outrage. Medical supplies reached injured students, while elderly clerks at central bank headquarters still drafted the freeze order. When the dust cleared, the charity published a transparent ledger of every incoming transaction and every outgoing receipt. A degree of accountability no ministry budget can match. Citizens witnessed what unfiltered finance looks like. And once you taste raw honey, you never again buy sugar syrup in plastic bears. Another scene unfolds on the Belarus-Poland border, where refugees huddle around barrel fires. Cash in local currency is useless beyond the checkpoint. Cards fail without roaming data. Western Union offices close at dusk, yet a smartphone battery still has 1 bar. A cousin in Chicago beams $20 worth of digital value through a whisper-thin network before bedtime. By dawn, the family buys bus tickets deeper into Europe. No papers asked, no patriotic slogans recited, no service fees nibbled by 5 middlemen in pinstripe suits. That is human rights in action, delivered not through slogans, but through cryptography. Now, critics will protest that criminals can benefit from this too, and they certainly do. Criminals also use shoes, roads, and Intel chips, and nobody proposes banning feet, asphalt, or laptops. The morality of a tool rests on its ratio of empowerment. In the ledger's case, the empowerment of the powerless dwarfs the convenience it grants crooks, who already launder through fine art and real estate shells. If you really want to get picky about it, criminals much prefer cash. A borderless protocol like Bitcoin simply levels the playing field by removing the insider advantage of those who could already bribe the gatekeepers. Notice how the right to transact mirrors the right to speak. Speech does not guarantee the audience will applaud, only that the words will leave your lips. Likewise, the Bitcoin ledger does not promise your offer will find buyers, only that no clerk can veto the attempt. Free markets and free minds thrive on identical oxygen. Opportunity without pre-approval. When regulators threaten to impose licenses on every wallet, they are effectively proposing a license to think, because commerce, especially in the information era, is thought to be crystallized into code and products. Let me break from the script here and freestyle a little bit, because I want to tell you a story about something that happened to me in Cyprus a few years ago. And this will explain to you very clearly why I hate banks and I love Bitcoin. I wired a large dividend into my Cyprus bank account. Well, large by some people's standards. It was about €50,000. The bank immediately froze my account, without explanation, without notice. When I finally did get to speak to someone, they explained that when I opened the account 15 years earlier, I told them I would be paying in around €10,000 a year. 15 years later, they want to know why I deposited €50,000. Despite the fact it came from a Cyprus limited company with an audited set of accounts, with a dividend certificate, the bank insisted that the transaction was suspicious, and they kept hold of my money for one entire month, before giving it back without explanation or apology. Apparently, under TradFi, it's not your money unless the bank agrees that it's your money. And to that I say, no thank you, but in a slightly ruder way. Okay, like I said, this book is not just about understanding Bitcoin, it's about understanding the mentality of wealthy people. So let's weave the law of attraction into this moral fabric, whether you like it or not. Abundance begins with agency. If you believe a faceless bureaucracy can confiscate your savings by clerical error or just because they feel like it, your subconscious adopts a defensive crouch. You hoard, you distrust, you see competitors instead of collaborators. Invite certainty, however, and your stance shifts outward. You lend tools to neighbors, invest in far-off ventures, and wake up excited instead of anxious. Multiply that personal shift across millions and witness an economy humming on positive anticipation rather than paranoid speculation. Confidence is compound interest for the soul. A Lebanese entrepreneur recently told me his manufacturing firm survived hyperinflation only because he moved working capital into stateless coins early. When the local pound collapsed, he still imported raw materials, paid staff in dollars, and kept assembly lines rolling. Competitors who trusted bank deposits fired teams and emigrated. The difference? A 3-month learning curve with private keys. Knowledge turned into resilience. Resilience turned into market share, and today he employs twice as many people as before the crisis. The universe responded to his proactive vibration by expanding opportunities in the wreckage. Of course, self-custody introduces personal duty. Lose your seed phrase, and the heavens will not dispatch a help desk angel. That discomfort is a feature, not a flaw. Responsibility is the fee we pay for sovereignty, and once paid, it transforms self-image. People who secure their own wealth often report standing taller, speaking firmer, setting healthier boundaries. The wallet becomes a mirror that reflects inner worth. Remember the first time you drove solo after passing your license test. The road felt wider, the horizon clearer. Taking charge of keys, car or cryptographic, triggers the same neurochemical cocktail of fear and thrill, and the journey that follows sculpts character. Governments understand this psychology, which is why they frame independence as being dangerous. Headlines warn of hackers stealing grandma's grocery money, never of banks levying hidden fees that dwarf such heists early. They demand backdoors for national security. Though every engineer knows a door left ajar invites burglars of all flags. They tout CBDCs with wallet recovery features that sound comforting. Until you translate, we can reverse any payment at our discretion. A nanny state soon morphs into a warden state. The safest playground might indeed forbid sticks, stones, running and shouting, yet call it childhood only if you're equally content with cages for adults. A quick reflection on speech again. Society once believed only credentialed journalists deserved a broadcast license. YouTube exploded that myth. Millions discovered voices. Conversations flourished, and some harmful content appeared. Yet overall, knowledge was democratized. The same dynamic now arrives for finance. You need no banker's blessing to bootstrap an online classroom, pay open-source contributions, or crowdfund a village well. Yes, of course, scams will sprout as well, but scams already fester in regulated arenas too. Ask anyone who bought worthless bond tranches rated AAA. Freedom is not the absence of risk, it is the presence of choice. Some ask whether hard-capped money like Bitcoin disadvantages the poorest who have none to save. The inverse is true. Inflation impacts zero asset holders first because their entire net worth lives in cash wages. Shift the baseline to non-inflatable units, and then purchasing power of entry-level labor stabilizes. Over time, even tiny balances grow, nudged by technology's natural deflation instead of smothered by policy's artificial inflation. In effect, the floor on the economic ladder stops sinking, making the climb less difficult. Compare two waiters. Anna earns pesos in Buenos Aires and saves 10% monthly in fiat. Carlos earns the same but converts half his tips into Bitcoin at the week's end. After 5 years, Anna's stash buys fewer groceries, while Carlos's, well, now he can afford part-time coding courses that triple his income. The divergence arises not from privilege, but from information. Carlos understood the silent tax and stepped aside. Knowledge, again, breeds abundance. When authorities paint that decision as speculation, remind them the bigger gamble is trusting a debt-addicted system to sober up voluntarily. Even historic precedent suggests it will not. The ledger simply offers seatbelts before the collision. And seatbelts do not cause accidents. They merely look unnecessary until the windscreen rushes forward. Consider the case of Hong Kong activists who received donations in the open network during protests. Banks threatened to flag transfers. Card companies cited terms of service, yet digital addresses kept working. In gratitude, one group published a manifesto declaring monetary autonomy, the 12th human right. The text argued that freedom to transact underpins the right to assemble, speak, and defend oneself legally. Take the wallet, and you take the megaphone. That concept resonates even in peaceful suburbs. Imagine a divorced parent fighting for custody, facing legal fees, while an angry ex manipulates shared accounts. Or an artist blacklisted inadvertently by an algorithm that mistakes her surname for a terrorist code word. These are not dystopian hypotheticals. They hit inboxes weekly. Bitcoin is not only for war zones, it is for anyone who prefers not to beg a help desk to unlock their life. The final synergy between human rights and hard money hides in philanthropy. Traditional charities bleed up to 30% in overhead, partly due to payment friction. Streaming donations in real time at zero cost means more wells drilled, more textbooks printed, more mosquito nets delivered. A coder in Manila can code a micro-donation plugin tonight, deploy it tomorrow, and reach donors in Melbourne before lunch. The permission to build equals the permission to heal. Let us tie all threads into one principle: decentralized value. And the networks of them transform every gate into a filter. A gate blocks everyone until the keeper nods. A filter lets everyone through except obvious toxins. Open protocols perform filtering with mathematics rather than faces. They stop double spends, yet never judge political viewpoints or passport color. That shift mirrors nature, where membranes protect cells by physics, not prejudice. When you internalize this model, the law of attraction feels almost visible. Filters maintain flow, gates accumulate pressure, then burst. Civilizations that embrace flow flourish. Think Renaissance city-states trading freely, post-war Japan exporting electronics, modern internet startups shipping code worldwide. Civilizations that worship gates stagnate under bureaucracy. Which environment is more likely to manifest your dream life? The answer writes itself between the lines. You now stand like a climber at a cliff edge. Behind lies a familiar plateau of centralized comfort. Ahead, the steep scramble towards self-custodial freedom. The ascent demands gear, education, discipline, community. But the view promises sunrises unhindered by the smog of arbitrary control. Pack light, breathe deep, and take the first step. The only true permission ever needed was your decision. Chapter 5. Cyprus got a free haircut. The night the subprime dam burst, no alarm sounded on Wall Street. Traders simply stared at screens that blinked red, then crimson, then a color I can only describe as bankruptcy purple. Mortgage-backed securities, once marketed as fortune cookies filled with endless Chinese takeaway money, disintegrated into confetti. Wealth that existed on spreadsheets at breakfast had vanished by supper. Politicians assembled emergency news conferences, paraded slogans about too big to fail, and authorized central banks to conjure trillions from thin air because, apparently, the best way to cure a debt overdose was another syringe. You and I know how that prescription turned out. Inflation sprinted, productivity limped, and savers watched the purchasing power of pensions melt like mint ice cream on a July pavement. 5 years later on, a Mediterranean island, usually known for sunburned tourists and halloumi, well, the shockwave resurfaced. Cyprus woke to discover its banks had agreed to shave depositors without the courtesy of lather. Any account above €100,000 faced an instant haircut of up to 60%. Politicians called it a levy. Technocrats called it a bail-in. Ordinary Cypriots called it daylight robbery. Picture spending decades running a small taverna, scrimping every winter, and storing your future in a bank only to find taxmen with scissors rummaging through your life savings one spring morning. That is the precise moment when hard-working optimists turn to monetary revolutions. The 2008 crash and the 2013 bail-in share a villain: trust abused. Governments swore deposits were safe. Regulators swore risk models were robust. Ratings agencies swore AAA meant invincible. Yet each oath dissolved under stress because every institution relied on the same elastic money printer. When cracks appeared, they printed more credit, diluting virtue to preserve vice. It is the moral equivalent of watering Bordeaux with tap water, then charging for a premium vintage. The taste fools only the first sip. Enter Bitcoin, the stubborn misfit that appeared during the aftershocks of 2008, like a seed sprouting through asphalt. Its creator wrote 9 pages of code and a manifesto disguised as a white paper, and then vanished. Those 9 pages promised an outrageous concept: sound money without middlemen, settlement finality without permission, supply schedule immune to bailouts, bail-ins, or bail-anythings. A digital asset that could not be shaved, inflated, or nationalized, because no single entity held the razor, the pump, or the flag. Skeptics often argue that crises responses such as the Cyprus haircut were one-off anomalies crafted in panic. Yet anomalies tell us more about a system than calm days ever can. Under pressure, we discover the true colors. The EU's decision to raid deposits revealed a simple truth: fiat balances exist at the mercy of political calculation. Customer signatures on account agreements promised ownership. Footnotes empowered confiscation. In contrast, private keys embedded in cold wallets deliver absolute control because they obey only mathematics and not politicians. Cyprus converted that academic distinction into lived experience overnight. Imagine 2 neighbors on the island. Andreas keeps €200,000 in the Bank of Cyprus. Maria stores half her capital in Bitcoin and the rest in cash. When branches close, Andreas queues at an ATM that dispenses only small notes until it runs dry. Maria opens her laptop, types 12 seed words, and beams value to an overseas exchange in minutes. Andreas fumes at the politicians on television. Maria books a flight to Portugal. That divergence is not luck, it is architecture. The 2008 meltdown already hinted at this architecture's necessity. Wall Street packaged mortgages into complex derivatives, bet against their own products, and leveraged 30-1 because they knew central banks would flood markets with liquidity rather than let the dominoes topple. Heads, they kept bonuses. Tails, taxpayers swallowed losses. It's a win-win. But only if you're a banker. Bitcoin flips that asymmetry. Miners earn rewards only by securing the network. Holders gain only through prudent custody. Borrowers pay transparent interest in an open market. No central authority can socialize individual folly. Personal responsibility may sting, yet it raises civilization's collective IQ. Critics contend that Bitcoin relies on belief just as much as fiat does. Well, that's true, kind of. Everything of value floats on shared storylines. But the Bitcoin story contains verifiable chapters. You can audit total supply, inspect every block, and calculate issuance decades ahead. Try auditing the balance sheet of a bank holding synthetic derivatives routed through offshore vehicles, and you will encounter redacted footnotes and creative acronyms. Transparency is not a marketing claim for Bitcoin. It is an attribute inseparable from the protocol, like wetness in water. When Cypriot account holders begged regulators for mercy, they discovered another brutal lesson. Speed matters. Authorities froze transfers, capped withdrawals, and converted deposits into equity in failing banks. The chain of command moved faster than citizens could react. Bitcoin reverses the velocity advantage. Transactions clear globally within minutes, sometimes seconds on lightning rails, and no clerk can pause the clock. Owning a private key is like keeping a teleporter in your pocket while everyone else drives border checkpoints. I remember being in Cyprus when this all happened. I remember they froze the entire country's bank accounts on a Thursday afternoon and then closed the banks for a week. Can you see why Bitcoin is not a nice-to-have but a must-have? Speed alone, however, is insufficient if the highway collapses under congestion. During the 2008 crisis, payment systems survived only because central banks patched liquidity holes. Bitcoin scales differently. Layered architectures separate settlement from retail flows. The base chain remains conservative and slow by design. Upper layers experiment with turbocharged micropayments. If Lightning fails tomorrow, the base chain shrugs. Compare that modular resilience with 2008's tightly coupled derivatives, where subprime tremors toppled the entire financial skyscraper. Skeptics then pivot to volatility. They note that Bitcoin wobbles more in a week than the euro did in a decade before the haircut. And it's true, and volatility is undeniable. It is also the tuition fee for participating early in a finite asset that is still digesting adoption curves. Volatility hurts a lot less in Cyprus than confiscation. A 60% haircut trumps any chart swings for savers who suddenly cannot pay tuition fees. Over a multi-year horizon, Bitcoin's upward drift has more than compensated early believers for weathering storms. Besides, volatility decreases as liquidity deepens. Confiscation risk in fiat has no downward slope until structural incentives change. The 2008 bailouts taught complacent savers that banks operated like public utilities backed by taxpayer insurance. The 2013 bail-in shattered that illusion. Banks could now seize deposits to recapitalize, and regulators could label the seizure financial prudence. Bitcoin requires no deposit insurance because it abolishes the custody paradox. You are the bank. You do not need to be protected from the bank. Not your keys, not your coins. Once a meme, now a survival axiom. Some observers claim the International Monetary Fund will never allow another Cyprus. That faith ignores leverage math. Global debt has ballooned since 2008. Sovereign liabilities eclipse growth. When the next recession bites, officials will again face the choice between printing and confiscating. Printing dilutes stealthily. Haircuts bruise suddenly. Both punish discipline. Bitcoin offers the third path, preservation through scarcity. The millionaire mindset that I've talked about previously frames this choice in spiritual tones. Hold abundant expectations, and reality molds itself to fit. Hard money amplifies that principle by rewarding disciplined intention with compound purchasing power. A Cypriot who stacked sats monthly since 2013, even modestly, now owns a buffer against future policy experiments. That buffer fosters calm, and calm fertilizes creativity. The taverna owner reinvents his menu, upgrades his solar panels, or sponsors a local art festival because he trusts in his reserves. Prosperity begets generosity. Let's zoom out beyond Europe. Lebanese banks repeated Cyprus's drama in 2019, freezing withdrawals while currency imploded. Argentine savers toggled between peso devaluation and capital controls. Nigerian protesters saw accounts suspended overnight. Each incident underscores that 2008 and 2013 were not outliers. There were previews. Bitcoin is not a luxury hedge for Silicon Valley. It's an oxygen tank for anyone living on a monetary mismanagement, which sooner or later includes you, includes me, includes everyone. Energy critics protest the network's power usage without really acknowledging fiat's invisible diesel, skyscraper lights, armored trucks, court bailiffs, endless reconciliation paperwork. Bitcoin externalizes none of those. It hardens security at the source, then removes duplication. Cyprus's emergency meeting burnt jet fuel and nerves, while ATMs spat nothing out. A single satellite dish plus a solar rig could have kept citizens transacting on-chain. Efficiency sometimes wears improbable disguises. And what about the claim that central bank digital currencies will eclipse Bitcoin? A CBDC replicates the bail-in switch at digital speed. Negative interest rates, programmable expiry dates, location-based spending bans. Each feature will nudge users towards neutral territory, just as Berlin checkpoints once nudged East Germans towards tunnels. Bitcoin is that tunnel. Before the wall falls, engineers are already digging. Underneath the politics sits human behavior. Children whose piggy banks lose value develop either frantic consumerism or sullen apathy. Children who see savings grow craft big ideas. The lost decade after 2008 bred cynics. The bail-in bred cynics who hid cash under mattresses. Both cohorts felt poorer and voted for extremes. Bitcoin cannot guarantee harmony, yet it removes one giant source of resentment. The sense that invisible hands steal daylight. Transparency heals. Perhaps the most convincing case for Bitcoin after Cyprus is psychological. When the haircut slashed deposits, people felt shame as well as anger, as if foolishness invited the blow. Self-custody flips shame into agency. If you mismanage keys, you bear the cost. It's your fault. Yet you also own the remedy. Agency invigorates. A society of agents will outperform a society of victims, just as gyms full of lifters outbench an auditorium of lecture listeners. Let us craft a thought experiment. Cyprus 2025 faces another shock. Two populations coexist. Group fiat holds euros in insured accounts. Group Bitcoin holds self-custody wallets plus an emergency alias in cold storage. Banks shutter again for restructuring. Group Fiat queues, curses, seeks charity. Group Bitcoin lends temporary liquidity to merchants against future SATs repayments, keeping commerce alive. An observer would witness not just different bank balances, but different demeanors. One group hunched, one upright. Which trajectory sparks renewal? All revolutions need stories. Bitcoin's story fuses the cautionary tale of 2008 with the moral outrage of 2013. It declares, never again shall prudence subsidize recklessness. Cyprus engraved the lesson in marble. Each time a saver somewhere loses funds to political expediency, the marble shines a little brighter. The path forward does not require violent overthrow, only peaceful opt-out. Opt-out in ones and twos, aggregated into systemic change. Will Bitcoin eradicate crises? No, of course not. It will simply ensure the bill lands on the desks where the risk is taken, not on the innocent bystanders. Banks could still fail, but their coins would be just another account holder, no favours. Governments could still overspend, but they would no longer tax via printing. Citizens would see the digits leave treasury wallets in real time. Sunlight is disinfectant. Transparency deters folly at scale. This chapter is titled, Cyprus Got a Free Haircut. Yet in truth, the haircut was not free. It cost trust. Trust, once shaved, regrows recalcitrant. Bitcoin thrives in that bald spot, offering follicles of integrity where fiat razors sliced. The 2008 crash sheared the top layer of global finance. 2013 finished the sides. The next cut might aim for the scalp. But some heads now wear orange helmets, immutable, invisible, mathematically molded, and I suggest that yours should too. Chapter 6. But Bitcoin is just too risky. Many people will pace the floor in front of the trading screen like a cat that has scented a stranger in the house, their pupils growing wide every time a green candle turns crimson. The primal alarm bell screams that the nest is in danger, and the hand twitches towards the sell button. You know that feeling because it's hardwired. The lizard brain evolved long before spreadsheets and hardware wallets. It cannot distinguish between a hungry bear in the forest and a red percentage on a phone app. It merely insists that anything unfamiliar must be deadly. So if the screen claims that your net worth has fallen while you fetched a coffee, your pulse leaps and your common sense sneaks out the back door. Bitcoin is the art of carrying value through time without watching it leak away like water through a cracked bucket. For thousands of years, people tested shells, stones, cattle, silver, and finally gold for this job. Each contender stumbled on the same hurdle. Kings clipped coins. Miners found new veins. Bankers issued more receipts than metal. Every cheat enlarged the money supply and bruised the savings of anyone too polite to complain, which is practically everyone. When the buckets leaked faster, citizens rushed to spend before the next devaluation. Nobody built for the future if the future would be robbed before it arrived. Walk through any supermarket and you will see the scars of a society trained to ignore tomorrow. Chocolate bars bulge bigger, while their wrappers boast half price today. The house music whispers, treat yourself, you deserve it, because the marketing wizards know that inflation has already stolen the consumer's prudence. When money rots quietly, compounding no longer means earned interest. It means compounding anxiety. You cannot plan a 30-year career if the currency will lose half its power in the meantime. The bridge from present to future becomes a rickety rope. The planks have been eaten by termites. Yet billions still walk it daily. Bitcoin slices through that rope bridge and offers a steel beam instead. The protocol limits the supply to 21 million units and enforces that limit with mathematics rather than parliamentary whim. No bureaucrat can create new coins with a wand wave. No central banker could dilute the stock to paper over the last week's budget fiasco. For the first time since the gold standard faded into sepia photographs, an ordinary person can park effort in an asset that refuses to expand. Scarcity is knitted into the fabric of the code and guarded by every participant who chooses to run a node. Nobody needs permission to verify the rules. Total supply is not a promise. It is a public arithmetic. Critics brandish volatility charts like pitchforks. They point at the jagged line and howl, "See? Danger." Volatility is price discovery in a brand new commodity that trades worldwide around the clock. It is not a sign of structural weakness. In fact, the nerve-jangling swings train the holder in stoicism. You learn quickly to separate signal from noise and to measure wealth in sats rather than dollars. You stop lending emotional authority to the pundits who proclaim the bubble has popped each time the price sneezes. Instead of watching the chart, you watch your character. And that is where real profit hides. I once coached a builder from Leeds who bought his first Bitcoin stack during a bull run and watched it shred 60% before Christmas. He rang me on Boxing Day, certain that the grand experiment had indeed failed. Such erratic behavior unsettles even the seasoned trader. I asked one question. Have the coins vanished? Or have they just walked into someone else's wallet for a while? He laughed. A short, brittle laugh, but held. 2 years later, he used a slice of those same coins to clear his mortgage. His wife calls that episode the silent lesson. The children, aged 7 and 9, now divide pocket money between sweets, charity, and sats. Fear of missing out is an extrovert. It shouts. Fear of looking stupid, the evil twin, whispers from the bleachers. That second fear keeps people anchored to the Titanic bar, even though the deck tilts and the water licks their ankles. They accept the median outcome because the median offers company. Your neighbor who scoffs at Bitcoin is bonding with his peers, not analyzing facts. Admitting that you were wrong about money feels like divorcing your own brain. Pride would rather sink. Arriving at a low time preference mindset can feel like spiritual exfoliation. You scrub away the dead skin of instant wants and rediscover needs, the good old-fashioned kind that fit on a post-it note. You cancel 3 streaming services that you forgot you had, to be honest. You cook dinner instead of ordering another tepid pizza. Then you realize you quite enjoy the calm that comes from owning your schedule rather than renting it to advertisers. Money that does not melt makes that calm possible, although you will notice that advertisers hate it when calm people stop impulse spending. Imagine a carpenter in Victorian London. He saves a sovereign a week and stashes a coin in a tin under the floorboard. 40 years pass. The coins still buy about the same basket of groceries because nobody could conjure gold out of thin air. His great-grandson repeats the exercise in 1971 with banknotes instead of sovereigns, only to discover that the notes buy 9 times less bread by the time he retires. That is not poor luck. It is policy dressed as progress. Inflation is the invisible tax that dares you to complain, but never sends a bill. Risk, then, changes shape. The binary choice is not between a steady bank account and a wild cryptocurrency. It is between an engine that bleeds power by design and a battery that holds charge. The greatest danger is the danger you do not measure, the danger hidden in plain sight. Have you ever sat on a bench and felt the currents drag sand from under your heels? That is fiat erosion. You notice it only after your footing shifts. In contrast, Bitcoin risk is visible, plotted in neon, tweeted every hour. The light feels harsh at first and then becomes reassuring because nothing hides in it. I once spoke to a retired schoolteacher in Boston who apologized because she held only $20 in Bitcoin. She felt ashamed that her stake was so small. We pulled out a sheet of paper and did a back-of-the-napkin projection. If Bitcoin's market cap equals gold in a decade, her $20 becomes $600. That is a 30 times gain, unattainable in bonds or savings accounts that pay less than inflation. She left the cafe with a grin and a new habit of stacking $10 a month. She does not care if the price dips tomorrow. She cares that her purchasing power climbs the staircase, 2 steps up, 1 step down, but ever upward. My millionaire mindset concept that you might have read about whispers a cheeky secret here. You draw into your life what you respect. If you honor scarcity, opportunities that reward patience appear like buses after the rain. Money is energy. Focus is energy. Align the two and momentum gathers. Bitcoin magnifies that effect because it records every transaction on a public ledger that never sleeps. The network itself holds you accountable. It is as if your future self is watching through a keyhole, cheering every time you resist the urge to cash out for a new gadget you do not need. Skeptics fret about government bans as though they have not noticed that bureaucracies move slower than honey in January. A ban in one jurisdiction reroutes miners and capital to friendlier shores. The protocol adapts by adjusting difficulty. Trying to kill Bitcoin is like trying to nail jelly to a tree. The hammer passes straight through, and the jelly laughs as it slips round the back. You might wake up to new regulations that complicate on-ramp procedures. You will not wake up to a chain that no longer exists. Volatility also slashes the price of admission. Imagine discovering the internet in 1994 and being paid to use email because early networks sometimes went offline. Bitcoin overcompensates new adopters for the trouble of watching price swings. The reward is asymmetric. Downside capped at 100% of your stake, upside unlimited. Once you recognize that skew, fear morphs into curiosity. Curiosity beats fear one encounter at a time. Remember how you felt the first time you rode a bicycle down a hill. That thrill returns when you watch your first block confirmation. A soft currency nudges citizens towards debt with the gentle perseverance of water erosion. Why hoard a token that buys fewer eggs next year? Better trade it now for stuff, or borrow more of it to buy larger stuff. That cycle increases consumption, reduces capital formation, and corrupts the subtle moral codes that rely on delayed gratification. Cheap money begets cheap culture. Museums fill with splattered paint called art. Architects erect concrete monoliths that already look tired, and attention spans shrink to a tick-tock. Bitcoin reverses that tide by rewarding people who think like cathedral builders. People fret about the environmental cost of Bitcoin mining while ignoring the pollution created by war machines funded through unchecked money printing. Proof of work, the consensus that secures the chain, converts surplus energy that would otherwise be wasted into incorruptible ledger space. Flaring gas in North Dakota becomes digital property for a farmer in Nigeria. That is not consumption, that is alchemy. The grid will eventually treat miners as customers of last resort, absorbing excess supply and stabilizing prices for everyone else. Let us revisit the builder from Leeds. His story gained an epilogue last month. He installed a small mining rig in the garage, powered by a wind turbine he built from scrap. The device hums at night, heating the space and mining a handful of sats. His teenage son runs the numbers and realizes that the family rig pays more per kilowatt hour than the National Energy Company offers. The boy is now obsessed with physics homework because he can see a direct line from algebra to cash flow. That is a low time preference education, and nobody can confiscate it. Our relationship with risk is rarely rational. The same diner who refuses Bitcoin because it might go to zero will cross a busy street while scrolling social media. Risk calculus bends under the weight of familiarity. Fiat is familiar, therefore safe. So we overlook the chart that shows our salary buying less meat every spring. Bitcoin is unfamiliar, therefore it is unsafe. So we exaggerate its weakness and ignore its strengths. The antidote is honesty. Ask yourself which asset has surprised you more in the last decade. Then trust your own data instead of someone else's narrative. Fear often borrows authority from complicated jargon. Watch any television debate. A polished commentator drops words like cryptographic hash and probabilistic finality in a tone that implies only PhD holders may participate. The subtext says, "Run along, you're not supposed to be here." Actually, you do not need a computer science degree to understand fixed supply. You need fingers to count. Bank reserves expand because nobody counts them. Bitcoin supply does not expand because Everyone counts at the same time. Complexity is a mirage built to intimidate the layman. In the late 90s, a friend of mine bought a chunky mobile phone for the price of a small car. At the pub, we laughed. We called him Gordon Gekko, predicted bankruptcy. 3 years later, every table in that same pub buzzed with Nokia melodies. Adoption curves love irony. The early adopter ensures mockery, then envy, then the silence that rolls in once the majority forgets their own former opinions. The timeline for Bitcoin will rhyme. Today, your colleague shakes his head and warns you about the speculative madness of Bitcoin. Tomorrow, she asks you how to buy it. A wise man once joked that inflation is taxation without legislation. When the expansion of money supply outpaces productivity, each unit of currency claims a smaller slice of real goods. That shrinkage shows up not only in prices but also in lifestyles. Couples delay having children because housing has become unaffordable. Entrepreneurs shelve projects because interest rates make returns too thin. Universities inflate degrees like party balloons until the credentials float away from substance. All of those trends stem from a fearful obsession with the present at the expense of the future. You might worry that governments will roll out their own digital currencies and starve the orange coin of oxygen. That scenario misunderstands incentives. A central bank digital currency inherits every flaw of the existing system plus a surveillance layer. It multiplies the reasons to exit. A closed garden with armed guards at the gate pushes more visitors towards the open meadow next door. Fear of official clones is fear misplaced. Let's talk practical mechanics. Allocate only what you can hold through a 50% drawdown without losing sleep. Sleep is underrated. Set up an automatic buy that triggers each payday. Move coins to cold storage once a month. Write the seed words on a sheet of stainless steel that will outlive both you and your insurance agent. Tell one trusted person where to find it, but only after they show you their own plan. The process feels overkill at first, then quickly becomes second nature. If you misplace the seed, treat that as tuition. Experience is a strict but fair teacher. I will tell you my own way of securing my Bitcoin. My seed phrase is split into 3 different parts. I couldn't access it in an emergency, even if I needed to. 2 of the parts are 2,000 miles apart in secure locations. So, this protects me from anyone demanding my seed phrase from me because I honestly can't access it. And secondly, it protects me from myself. On those days when panic fills the market and I feel that knot of worry, should I sell my Bitcoin before it goes lower? Despite what I know, despite what I believe, it's not an option for me anyway, so I might as well just forget about it and have a coffee. A friend from Johannesburg texted last week. Power cuts and capital controls had worn him down. He sold the family heirloom, a Krugerrand, and used the proceeds to buy Bitcoin on a peer-to-peer platform. He now pays his daughter's university fees in Europe without pleading with bureaucrats for permission. The chain ignored the border that had stalked his every move. The lion did not notice the fence because the fence exists only for those who believe in it. Fear of capital flight lives in the ministry office. Capital itself has wings. Some investors dismiss Bitcoin because they see no dividend. They miss the point. Bitcoin is not a company. It is property that you can teleport. The dividend is option value on a future where money obeys the laws of mathematics instead of politics. Think of it as buying a plot of land on the internet that nobody can annex, no matter the election result. The rental yield arrives indirectly when the world prices goods in a unit that refuses inflation. That yield may sound abstract. Abstraction often precedes revolution. Fear remains sticky because mainstream media recycles horror stories. Exchanges hacked, fortunes lost, criminals paid. The hacks teach custody discipline. The lost fortunes teach redundancy. As for criminals, they follow liquidity. Blaming Bitcoin for ransom payments is like blaming the ocean for piracy. Civilization deals with crime through courts, not through outlawing saltwater or code. A measured view notes that the chain is public and forensic companies now track illicit flows with dazzling accuracy. Every boastful criminal leaves a breadcrumb trail. Perhaps you worry that quantum computers will crack private keys and scatter the illusion of security. Rest easy. Post-quantum cryptography already simmers in research labs, and the network can upgrade long before quantum hardware threatens it. You have a bigger chance of spilling coffee on your laptop than witnessing the quantum endgame. All change invites ridicule, then resistance, then adoption. Bitcoin plows through those stages on schedule. Your job is to hold them through, not because holding guarantees riches, but because it trains your character. Wealth built on conviction sticks. Wealth built on luck drifts. Building conviction requires wrestling with fear until it taps out. Every red candle on the chart is the shriek of your frightened tenant yelling that the sky is falling. Thank him for his concern, pat him on the head, and carry on. Picture yourself in 20 years surrounded by grandchildren who ask how you spotted the opportunity. You will smile and say that you were not smarter than others, just a little braver. You listened to fear, but did not obey it. You measured risk in decades, not days. You saved in money that could not be printed, borrowed, or voted away. Then you taught them the trick, and the family tree branched outward. Take a moment, maybe pause this paragraph, and write down one purchase you postponed because you wanted to stack a few more sats. Feel the small surge of pride that comes from restraint. That feeling compounds. Your future self will nod appreciatively. The game does not end. Time marches on. Choose the tool that lets you march with it rather than chase after it. Your neighbor might huff and say he prefers the color of gold, yet even he feels the pinch whenever the grocery bill creeps higher. You have probably walked through a cathedral and felt the hush that seems to rise from the stone itself, a hush that reminds you that someone began this project knowing he would never see the roof completed. That mason lived on bread and ale, chisel in hand, secure in the knowledge that his grandchildren would watch sunlight pour through stained-glass windows he could only imagine. This is what low time preference looks like in architecture. Fiat currencies make that vision almost impossible today. Stadiums open on credit, then crumble under maintenance bills before the debt retires. Nobody volunteers to carve gargoyles if the money might evaporate before the scaffolding comes down. Consider also the way parents now plan university funding. In 1965, a summer job covered tuition. By 2005, the same degree required loans that shadow graduates for decades. Inflation hides inside the interest statements, wearing a polite grin. Families that embrace Bitcoin start saving when the child is still crawling, because the growth curve rewards early action. The decision requires courage, because nobody at the barbecue will clap you on the back for converting diapers budget into volatile digital tokens. People just don't get it yet. Society applauds conformity, but your future self prefers solvency. Some listeners still cling to the notion that gold offers the same shield without the tech risk. Gold did serve humanity well, but it failed the portability test in a world where value moves at the speed of light. Try shipping a bar across borders during a banking freeze. You will watch gold and wealth turn into dead weight. The risk in gold is not volatility. It is the risk of it being seized by governments and the friction that comes with moving it. Bitcoin removes those by reducing the mass of money to pure information. 10 words unlock a fortune anywhere on earth. Risk collapse to the size of your own discipline. When you adopt a savings technology that refuses dilution, you begin to notice other areas where dilution sneaks in. Relationships, diet, exercise, even conversation. A friend once told me that stacking sats taught him to stack push-ups, because he finally grasped that compound returns apply to muscles too. Each rep is a Satoshi for the body. Fear of starting, that old gremlin, melted once he saw progress charted on a spreadsheet. Bitcoin served as a gateway discipline. I often challenge skeptics with a simple bet. Place 2 jars on a shelf. In the first jar, deposit dollars. In the second, deposit Satoshis of equal value. Seal both for 7 years. If the dollar jar buys more bread at the end, I will cover the difference and treat you to dinner as well. Not one taker so far. If you want to take me on, you can email me via the website, craigbeck.com. But I know you won't. People may doubt the protocol, but they understand debasement all too well. Their silence is eloquent. Let us address the elephant, or rather mammoth, in the room. What if another coin supersedes Bitcoin with shinier features? Technology iterates quickly, yet monetary networks do not behave like consumer gadgets. They operate on the Lindy effect. The longer they survive, the longer they are expected to survive. Security accrues with time and with the energy sunk into proof of work. Competing coins can fork code, but they cannot fork history. In money, history is half the product. The chain is antique and it grows sturdier with every block added. By now you may wonder whether this chapter subtly endorses a monkish existence, where every latte represents a mortal sin. No, relax. Life is to be lived. Enjoy the occasional flat white or salted caramel latte. Just know what you trade away to get it. Each frivolous purchase is a shrug to your future self. Make the exchange consciously, and guilt evaporates. That is the real gift of low time preference. You regain agency. Fear thrives in the fog of vague budgets and drifting goals. Clarity flips the light switch and fear scuttles for the skirting board. A curious feedback loop emerges. As more individuals save in Bitcoin, the collective volatility dampens because the float reduces. Savings invite stability. Stability invites more savings. It's like a snowball packed with arithmetic, rolling downhill towards a valley full of astonished economists. Those economists will eventually claim they predicted it all along. That's fine. Let them have the footnote. You will have the sats. The wider culture has begun to sense the shift, even if it mislabels the cause. Minimalism, homesteading, slow travel all gained popularity the same decade Bitcoin left the garage. People taste the joy of ownership free from debt, a joy that echoes the certainty they feel when they scan a cold storage balance. They may not join the chain at first. They will eat sourdough bread, grow tomatoes, and exchange handcrafted goods. Sooner or later, they will notice that their barter economy still needs a unit of account and that their savings still leak through fiat seams. When the orange coin nods politely and opens the gate. Fear stands no chance against that sort of grassroots momentum. It can slow the story, but it cannot erase it. Picture 100 streams converging into a river. A bureaucrat armed with regulations is like a child with a toy shovel trying to divert the flow. The water simply laughs and seeps around the obstacle, etching new paths in the soil. You are still listening, which means a part of you already decided. And that's good. That's very good. Perhaps the coins sit in an exchange account awaiting transfer, or perhaps you only allow yourself to imagine the click. Take a breath. Recall the exercise earlier about listing desires blocked by fear. Add this step to the list. Buy, withdraw, hold. Then close the screen and go for a walk. Touch a tree, feel the breeze. Remember why you want freedom in the first place. Money is not the final prize. It is the ticket that lets you write your own itinerary. Exposure therapy works wonders. Allocate a trivial sum of money, perhaps the cost of a concert ticket, and send it to a fresh address. Watch the block time. Note the confirmation. Feel how the world did not end. Repeat. Each small transaction inoculates you against dread. Soon the process becomes as mundane as checking email. Mastery slides fear off the stage like a bouncer escorting a rowdy patron into the alley. We've talked about personal stakes, yet the macro picture looms large. Countries with runaway inflation have already switched, well, unofficially. Argentina, Turkey, Lebanon. Citizens there move paychecks into stablecoins or Bitcoin within minutes to dodge the weekly devaluation. Their governments print banknotes with more zeros and blame foreign conspiracies. The pattern is older than radio. Eventually, trust decays to fumes, and a new base layer emerges. This time, you can front-run the process while sitting at your kitchen table. During a radio interview, a caller claimed that Bitcoin ownership is gambling because nobody can value an asset with no cash flow. I asked her to value the Mona Lisa. She paused. Value is not always a discounted cash flow. Sometimes it's the collective agreement that an object embodies something precious. In the case of Bitcoin, the object is the consensus that scarcity, censorship resistance, and portability combine into a public good. The market evaluates that pact each second. Call it speculation if you wish. I call it price discovery. In short, I fell in love with Bitcoin because I don't trust bankers, politicians, or governments. But I do trust maths. I want incorruptible mathematics to govern my financial freedom, not a corruptible human being. Governance sounds like a grim word best left to grey committees, yet your life already runs on a stack of unwritten constitutions. Family meals begin when mom says so, right? The football game at the park ends when the ball lands in the canal. These decisions emerge from shared expectations rather than a parliamentary vote. Decentralized money works the same way. Nobody sits in a mahogany chamber wearing half-moon glasses and declares version 17 of the protocol is official. Changes happen only when the vast mishmash of miners, node runners, wallet developers, exchanges, and ordinary users implicitly agree that the change makes sense, then upgrade their own machines. Every actor possesses an off switch. Therefore, every actor holds veto power. Consensus is not majority rule. It is unanimity, minus the sleepers. That subtle reality reduces systemic risk because it removes a single point of capture. Picture a medieval kingdom. The monarch controls the mint. Rebels can storm one castle and seize the dies that stamp the coin. Now zoom to a modern republic. A handful of central bank governors can control monetary policy, hack their emails or blackmail their teenagers, and you tug at the steering wheel of global finance. Compare that with borderless networks, where the rules live on tens of thousands of computers, sneering as subpoenas. To change the issuance schedule, an attacker must rewrite every hard drive at once, as practical as convincing every cat on earth to meow Beethoven's Fifth in harmony. This architecture frightens newcomers because they cannot point to a responsible adult. There is no support number to call. Fear mistakes decentralization for chaos. Actually, the opposite proves true. Centralized systems collapse in brittle snaps. Decentralized ones bend, fork, recombine, and continue. Think of the internet. A truck smashes a data center in Ohio, yet Netflix still streams because packets find alternative routes faster than reporters reach the scene. The monetary network inherits that same anti-fragile spine. The next time a columnist cries about a mining ban in some province, remember that hash power relocates like migrating geese. It complains loudly on Twitter or X for a fortnight, then settles in colder climates and hammers out blocks, as usual. Crypto forks scare people too. They imagine a fork as a messy divorce, where the house is sold and the dog ends up traumatized. A fork in code is more like branching a family recipe. Aunt May adds extra chili, Uncle Bob sticks with basil, and the neighborhood eventually declares a winner by taste buds, not fistfights. When the network splits, and it did a few years back over block size, Markets weighed both chains inside 90 days and priced one at a rounding error of the other. Holders who slept through the drama awoke with coins on both chains and cashed in the weaker fork for the more stronger. Risk turned into bonus. A failure mode that printed dividends instead of lawsuits. Contrast that with the Eurozone's governance during the sovereign debt crisis. Emergency meetings stretched into dawn, bond spreads yawned wider, and entire populations waited for smoke from glass towers. Centralization means you risk weekend surprises. Decentralization means all proposals fight in daylight under consensus rules you can audit yourself. The pace looks slow only to those hypnotized by press conference theatrics. Under the hood, change travels at the speed of voluntary adoption, which preserves the very scarcity every holder values. Let us zoom closer and see who actually wields the levers. Miners assemble transactions into blocks, but nodes decide which blocks obey the rulebook. Wallet developers release software, yet users download it voluntarily. Exchanges list assets, but cannot create them. This triangle of incentives pulls in different directions like tent ropes, keeping the canvas taut. If miners conspire to inflate the supply, nodes will reject their blocks, and exchanges will delist them. If developers grow arrogant and push unpopular edits, users simply ignore the update, and the edit dies in the wild. Each faction holds a lose-lose weapon that never gets used because its brandishing it would set their own hair on fire. Balanced stalemate equals stability. A common objection arises here. Miners own huge, expensive machines. They have more clout than some teenager running a Raspberry Pi node. True on the surface, wrong in practice. Miners chase profit denominated in the very coins whose scarcity the teenager defends. Attacking the chain would nuke the asset that underpins their balance sheet. It would be like a gardener burning his own greenhouse for warmth. Game theory ensures that the cheapest path to long-term revenue remains honest hashing. Occasionally, a pool operator tests the boundaries, perhaps by mining empty blocks to squeeze fees. Within hours, backlash hits. Social media roars. Users reroute payouts. And the pool bleeds share until it returns to productive work. Self-regulation with public shaming beats 1,000-page legislation, and it's free. Decentralized governance also dissolves the personal reputation risk, based into hierarchical systems. A crafty politician may bribe, blackmail, or honey-trap a central bank committee member and steer billions of purchasing power. How do you bribe a protocol that treats every public key as a faceless string? Well, the short answer is you can't. You could try bribing thousands of volunteers worldwide to run malicious code, yet you would need the same bribe for every version and every future update. Corruption becomes uneconomic. When wrongdoing costs more than right doing, virtuous behavior simply emerges like weeds through pavement cracks. Still, people worry about accidental bugs. What if a developer mistypes a condition and the next release crashes wallets? Remember the tent rope model? New releases arrive as opt-in. Operators test on separate networks. Auditors comb through commits. Reviewers open pull requests. Entire YouTube channels nitpick syntax for sport. By the time the average user clicks upgrade, the code has endured more peer review than most commercial software receives in a decade. And if a catastrophe somehow slips through, nodes who delayed upgrading keep a functioning ledger until patches land. Redundancy baked into culture, not just code. A nice illustration occurred when a bug produced inflation on a smaller chain years ago. Within hours, developers patched the hole, nodes downgraded to the previous good block, and the network amputated the tumor. Holders barely noticed. Try rolling back a fraudulent transaction in the banking system and see how many months of paperwork you collect. You may receive a complimentary pen, but you will not receive justice. Let us turn towards risk management for individual holders. The network solves systemic fragility, yet you still shoulder personal risks, including custody, key loss, phishing, and social engineering attacks. Decentralized governance assumes self-responsibility. If that thought makes you gulp, well, good. Vigilance hones character. Start small. Use a hardware wallet. Verify addresses audibly or through NFC. Practice restoring from seed on spare devices. Teach your spouse the steps. Drill like a pilot rehearses engine-out landings. The exercise converts fear into muscle memory. One reader emailed saying he rehearsed a seed restore during a camping trip with no signal. He succeeded, then roasted marshmallows. Confidence tastes like toasted sugar. Families can mirror corporate governance structures, split keys between trustees, hide shards in separate jurisdictions, anchor a checksum hash in cold storage to detect tampering. These measures sound extreme, only until you recall how families once stored deeds, jewelry, and manuscripts in bank vaults. Indeed, as I told you earlier, my own personal private keys and seed phrase are in 3 different countries, split into thirds. The difference is, in this digital world, compared to TradFi, is that you control the vault blueprint. Sovereignty always carries mental load, yet the load shrinks as tools improve. Tap-signing hardware, air-gapped phones, multi-signature coordinators, inheritance protocols, each year convenience inches upwards without sacrificing security. Let us weave a short parable. A merchant in Renaissance Venice locked jewels in a chest and hired armed escorts to sail for Alexandria. Pirates stalked the route. Storms smashed hulls. Rats nibbled maps. Today, a freelancer in Manila clicks send and value materializes in Montreal before the kettle boils. Both merchants face risk, but modern risk lives behind a screen where cryptography shields 99% of potential damage. The last 1% is you ignoring updates or falling for fake customer support links on social media. Governance decentralizes responsibility, personalizes it. Embrace that trade and risk looks less like a cliff and more like a staircase. Another myth claims that without leaders, the protocol cannot adapt. Yet improvement proposals progress continuously. A simple idea percolates through mailing lists, then GitHub, then base layer clients. Some proposals simmer for years before activation, and that deliberate slowness is a feature. You would not swap the engine of an aeroplane during takeoff. You schedule maintenance when the weather is clear. Monetary policy belongs to the base layer. User-facing bells and whistles can blossom on secondary layers where experimentation poses no existential threat. Lightning, sidechains, and batch processing develop at Silicon Valley pace, while the core trudges like a glacier, majestic and unstoppable. That layered design decouples risk zones, granting innovation without sacrificing reliability. Remember, risk equals uncertainty multiplied by exposure. You control exposure. Dollar cost average instead of aping in at all-time highs. Use time locks so impulsive fingers cannot sabotage long-range plans. Write down an investment thesis and sign it like a contract with your future self. Mind states: hold at least one full halving cycle, never spend principal, only peel the cream if annual life expenses exceed 10% of gains. Yours will differ. Yet any written plans beat none. The wider culture will throw confetti at distractions. New flashy tokens promise governance tokens that govern other governance tokens. Very impressive yield farms appear and then rot. Each scheme resets the risk dial to opaque. The base protocol keeps the dial transparent. When friends boast of triple-digit returns, smile, nod, and recall that risk does not vanish, it migrates, usually into the blind spots of those hypnotized by novelty. Decentralized governance does not mean every experiment is equal. It means anyone may experiment while nobody drags the base into their carnival. Regulators circle this circus with measuring tapes. Some propose soft forks to embed compliance rules. They misunderstand again. The protocol accepts new rules only when the rule protects the entire set of users, not a subset. A change that benefits 10% while harming the rest will stall forever because frontline nodes refuse to bake poison into their bread. The ledger is Switzerland multiplied by infinity, neutral, stubborn, and high up in the mountains. We cannot close this chapter without addressing the ultimate fear: failure through apathy. Could users simply wander away to the next shiny fad, leaving the network to rust? Unlikely. Each halving deepens scarcity. Each adoption wave broadens entrenchment. Each economic shock nudges another cohort to self-custody. Lindy lengthens. The genie will not crawl back into the lamp because debt illusions cannot conjure a cap. Even if the price entered a decade-long winter, the protocol would tick calmly along, rewarded by those who still value its principles. When trust in politicians surges to record highs, maybe then demand might evaporate. You can decide the odds of that sunrise. Take stock now. You began listening, worried that decentralized governance multiplied danger. We toured castles, committees, and cat memes, then uncovered the truth. A ruler with no throne spreads risk so thin it becomes a mist. Your job reduces to guarding your own pocket, which is where power ought to reside anyway. That pocket can be steel, glass, or 12 words 2,000 miles apart. Once you grasp that, the label risky flips from scarlet letters to a badge of honor. You accept calculated volatility as tuition for an education in sovereignty. Place the final pebble on the scale. The network does not demand trust. It rewards curiosity. Nothing stops you from installing a node on an old laptop, verifying the entire money supply, and reading the source line by line. Doing so will feel like peering behind a curtain and finding not a wizard but a mirror. Governance here is you, multiplied by millions, nodding in loose unison that scarcity matters and censorship stinks. That agreement creates value out of electric whispers. The only real risk left is failing to listen. Chapter 7. The Great Rug Pull of 2022. Sam Bankman-Fried strutted across magazine covers in scruffy shorts, promising a kinder capitalism from the Bahamas, while hedging billion-dollar bets behind the curtain. Alex Mashinsky toured retirement expos in a "Banks Are Not Your Friends" t-shirt, collecting grandma's nest egg so he could punt it on leverage and merch. Do Kwon live-streamed in an ivory hoodie, smirking that regulators were donkeys as he boasted about a magic algorithm that would keep a dollar stable without holding a single real dollar. For a brief, caffeinated moment in 2022, these three men became the holy trinity of crypto cool. CNBC anchors swooned, venture funds piled in, and X threads stretched into the horizon explaining how yield grows on trees if you just believe hard enough. Then the lights came on, and the audience saw cardboard scenery. Terra Luna went first, a theatrical set built on a circular promise. You could always swap one UST stablecoin for $1 worth of Luna, so the peg could never break. That logic resembled believing that you can lift yourself up by your shoelaces if you tug hard enough. When macro jitters nudged the peg to 99 cents, arbitrage bots rushed in like bargain hunters at a closing sale. Minted Luna flooded exchanges. Its price collapsed. The peg snapped. And $40 billion evaporated in 72 hours. Do Kwon tweeted, "Steady, lads," while his algorithmic parachute tore to ribbons. Anyone who had parked life savings in Anchor Protocol's 22% fantasy yield learned that an interest rate can be too good to be true. And to be honest, it usually is. Celsius, toppled next, the company pitched itself as a crypto bank with the soul of a social movement. Unbank yourself, Mashinsky urged, while paying juicy interest on deposited coins and funding it by rehypothecating customer assets into increasingly exotic derivatives. Celsius marketed safety but practiced Russian roulette, literally, with large positions sitting in offshore desks. When crypto prices slumped in early summer, collateral value plummeted and margin calls knocked on Celsius's door. To plug holes, the firm froze withdrawals. Mashinsky justified the decision by claiming he had to protect users from themselves. Translation: you trusted me, I gambled, I lost, now you wait. Within weeks, the yield evangelist filed for bankruptcy, revealing a 10-figure deficit and an internal balance sheet that classified customer deposits as corporate property. FTX played the encore, and the scale dwarfed Broadway. Sam's empire was built on 3 pillars: an offshore exchange with opaque books, a market-making firm cozy with inside data, and an insatiable appetite for political donations. The facade rested on a native token, FTT, which was conjured from thin air, pledged as collateral, and recorded as equity. It worked until Binance's czar announced he would dump his FTT stash. Liquidity vanished, the token spiraled, and an $8 billion hole gaped open in one of the world's busiest trading venues. Overnight, a CEO lauded as the J.P. Morgan of crypto became the Elizabeth Holmes of crypto, complete with delusional press tour. 3 dominoes, 1 lesson. Trust, once outsourced, invites betrayal. Terra's code invited blind faith in an untested balancing act. Celsius asked customers to hand over keys for safekeeping. FTX centralized everything: order books, custody, clearing, and required nothing more than an email and a prayer. Each collapse echoed the oldest Ponzi blueprint: create artificial yield, gloss over risk, socialize the losses, and each collapse left Bitcoin's core thesis gleaming brighter than a lighthouse after rain. Bitcoin does not promise yield. It promises scarcity, neutrality, and self-custody in exchange for a bit of personal responsibility. That bargain repels thrill-seekers, yet rewards grown-ups. Hold your keys, run your node, verify every incoming transaction, and no CEO haircut, algorithmic death spiral, or smug wonder kid can confiscate a nickel of your wealth. The network offers no VIP lanes, no convertible notes, no pre-mine for insiders. Blocks arrive roughly every 10 minutes, fees are transparent, and 99% uptime record speaks louder than any influencer fled. Why then did so many self-proclaimed Bitcoiners stray into alt-yield wonderland? The answer lies in an age-old human weakness: the desire to harvest before sowing. Fiat finance trains us to chase yield because savings accounts wither under stealth inflation. When central banks dilute money, everyone scrambles for risk just to stay even. Crypto charlatans repackaged that desperation into shiny mobile apps. 20% on a stable coin felt like justice in a world where real wages lagged supermarket bills. The tragedy is that genuine justice already existed in the form of a scarce, censorship-resistant asset, but it demanded patience rather than promises. Self-custody looks boring beside a scrolling APR, yet boredom is merely stability in disguise. A hardware wallet does not text you with panic, does not gatekeep withdrawals, does not confiscate deposits because a balance sheet imploded in the Caymans. It simply signs transactions on demand and remains inert otherwise. That inertness offended borrowers hunting cheap collateral, so they mocked Bitcoin maxi culture as provincial. After the dust settled, they scrambled for cold storage tutorials, while maxis kept stacking through the fire sale. The year 2022 also torched the false dichotomy that says climate concern and proof of work are enemies. FTX boasted of environmental charities while spewing carbon by flying staff from conference to conference. Terra championed green finance while paying out emissions with no backing. Celsius idolized renewable energy branding on corporate slides. All collapsed because virtue is cheap when minted from thin air. Bitcoin miners, by contrast, quietly tapped stranded methane flares, hydro overflow, and wind curtailment. They monetized waste that previously burned for nothing, turning pollution into hashed security. Critics still pound the table, but the scoreboard shows more CO2 reduction from flare mitigation mines than from any tokenized offset scheme. A common refrain after each scandal was that regulators will save us. Yet FTX donated heavily to craft friendly rules, Celsius lobbied state legislators, Terra exploited opaque offshore havens. Bad actors thrive on regulatory theatre. They fear mathematics. Bitcoin's consensus rules are enforcement baked into software. Thieves can bribe politicians. They cannot bribe the next difficulty adjustment. You may ask whether keeping coins at a reputable exchange truly endangers you. Consider that reputable is a mood, not a metric. Lehman Brothers was reputable until a September Monday, and confident depositors collected 10% on the dollar years later. Every third-party custodian stacks two kinds of leverage: financial leverage and reputational leverage. Both can vanish overnight, leaving you to queue for redemption. Self-custody eliminates the queue. Skeptics retort that personal wallets invite human error, lost seeds, fat finger transactions. All true, but nobody leaves the house because roads carry accident risk. We learn to drive, insure, maintain brakes. Similarly, you write the seed phrase twice, stamp it on steel, practice small test sends, use multisig if it's a big sum, keep it in different locations across the world. Competence replaces luck, and competence nourishes sovereignty. FTX, Celsius, and Terra also offer a mirror of our own psychology. Each collapse began with an individual temptation to outsource due diligence. People ceded agency for convenience. One-click yield, one-click stablecoin, one-click margin trade. Bitcoin, the stubborn tutor, refuses to coddle. It asks you to install a wallet, read a block explorer, memorize fundamental truths about private keys. In return, it gifts money unspoiled by moral hazard. After Terra detonated, Bitcoin's price halved, and pundits crowed that decentralization had failed. They missed the plot twist. Miners kept mining, nodes kept validating, and within a month, hash rate hit new highs. An economy that refuses bailouts heals faster than one that waits for them. Bitcoin shrugged off $1 trillion wipeout in broader crypto markets because its value proposition is the antidote to speculative leverage. It is a digital granite, not digital confetti. We therefore arrive at the only mindset that holds under scrutiny: Bitcoin only for savings, self-custody for security, humility for growth. Bitcoin only means you store surplus energy in the hardest asset known, tolerating volatility because volatility is the tuition fee for purchasing future power. Self-custody means you wield the signing authority rather than delegate it to a hoodie-clad messiah. Humility means you recognize how any little person can predict, so you avoid leverage that punishes wrong forecasts. Someone will insist that Ethereum avoided meltdown, that Solana is still fast, that some new protocol will fix what Bitcoin lacks. Understand the hierarchy. Money must be maximally conservative. Base layers must change slowly. Experimental features belong atop rock-solid primitives. You do not replace granite foundation with quick-dry foam because it looks modern. Run your smart contracts, your metaverse avatars, your tokenized coffee points. Just settle profits into sats you hold offline. As 2022 drew to a close, conversation at every crypto bar converged on the same rueful confession: I didn't think it could all go bust. Survivors now mutter a new mantra: not your keys, not your coins. The phrase sounds trite until you realize it is the final checksum against financial ruin. Keys equal optionality. Keys equal sleep. Keys equal the privilege of ignoring headlines that scream about exchange insolvency while you sip tea. What of the law-abiding citizen who still fears government hostility? Recall Cyprus 2013, India 2016, and Canada 2022, the trucker protests, bank accounts frozen without due process. Bitcoin in cold storage cares little for border crossings or political moods. Worry instead about your own ignorance, because that, unlike legislation, is entirely within your control. Bad actors will return, as predictable as winter follows summer. And they will brand their schemes with AI razzle-dazzle or ESG halos or quantum pixie dust. A mindset hardened by 2022's furnace will spot the recycled playbook instantly. Opaque yield, custodial honeypot, personality cult. You will thank the bear market for installing an internal firewall. So we end this chapter with a simple allegory. 3 travelers approach a cliff at dusk. One sprints across a rope bridge because crowds chant that the other side offers free treasure. The second pays a guide who promises a secret tunnel shortcut. The third kneels, tests the timber, ties a harness, and plants safety clips every meter. When the rope snaps and the tunnel floods, headlines wail about disaster. The third traveler is busy enjoying sunrises on a far ridge, pack intact, journal dry. Bitcoin custody is that harness, those safety clips, that deliberate pace. It will not thrill CNBC or Twitter, but it will ferry you, family and future, across valleys no central planner can level. Chapter 8. Bitcoin as a tool for wealth creation. When you first hear the phrase digital cash, you may picture the plastic card in your wallet or the numbers that glow on a bank app. Those numbers are not cash at all. They are IOUs issued by a bank that can claw them back, freeze them, or inflate them into oblivion. Real cash is final the moment it changes hands. It needs no referee, and it cannot be reversed by a clerk in a grey suit. Until recently, only notes and coins met that test. Now you can move the same finality through a cable under the Atlantic at the speed of light. That trick changes everything, because wealth that travels instantly and settles absolutely lets you expand the radius of your ambition. Bitcoin became possible only when computer science solved the double spend problem. Before that breakthrough, every online payment required a trusted intermediary to make sure Alice did not send the same coin to Bob and to Carol. The fix arrived in the form of proof of work, a competitive leaderboard of energy expenditure that stamped each batch of transactions into a public ledger. Miners burn electricity, assemble the next block and broadcast it. The longest valid chain wins, so the honest record always outruns a fraudulent fork, unless the attacker controls most of the global hashing power. That detail matters less than the result. You can now own a chunk of digital scarcity without trusting any company, court, or politician. The owner is the one who knows the private key, and the network treats that fact as sacred. Scarcity is the beating heart of value. Seashells failed as savings once strangers found new beaches. Silver stumbled when New World mines flooded Europe. Paper money failed the moment kings discovered that one more signature could buy one more war. The new digital coin flips the script. Its supply curve is not merely slow, it is mathematically capped at 21 million units. Inflation drops on a schedule visible to every schoolchild. Every few years, the minting reward halves, so freshly minted coins become rarer even as adoption grows. Scarcity is no longer a gentleman's agreement. It is a law of nature inside the code, and the code does not care who is in office next autumn. That hard cap creates an incentive structure most people have never experienced. If your money grows more powerful over time, You do not rush to spend it on trinkets. You wait for opportunities that satisfy long-term goals. The time preference of an entire society drifts lower. Suddenly it makes sense to plant orchards instead of annual crops, because the reward is not eaten by creeping inflation. Your savings keep their flavor, so patience feels pleasurable, not punitive. Builders consider cathedrals again. Parents consider legacy rather than survival. An economy that values tomorrow always outpaces one trapped in the today. Volatility is the price of admission to that club. Your balance may jump like a heart monitor, yet the long-term trend has pointed up because supply is fixed while demand keeps discovering new use cases. Early users bear the roller coaster and in return receive a larger slice of the finite pie. Later adopters face calmer seas, though the slice on offer shrinks. You choose which discomfort you prefer, the thrill of swings or the dull ache of missed chances. Either way, you pay. Pick the ticket that leads to growth, rather than regret. Every 10 minutes, the ledger adjusts itself against attackers through the difficulty reset. If miners flood the market with new machines, the puzzle grows tougher. If miners disappear, it grows easier. Think of a treadmill that speeds up when you sprint and slows down when you stroll. The net effect is predictable, no matter who shows up to mine. That feedback loop removes the political drama that surrounds central bank rate meetings. A thermostat replaced by a committee, and the thermostat cannot be bribed. Divisibility makes Bitcoin flexible enough to price a newspaper or a skyscraper. You can slice a single coin into 100 million satoshis. Anyone in Lagos or Lisbon can buy a coffee with 3,000 sats, while a freight company can settle oil shipments with 45,000 coins in the same protocol. Unit bias evaporates once people think in sats instead of coins. That mental jump mirrors the switch from counting cattle to weighing grams of gold. Smaller units democratize ownership. Nobody feels priced out. To create wealth with this tool, you must treat it as a savings technology first and a payment rail second. The savings step is boring, which is why it works. Automate a small weekly purchase, move the coins into cold storage, and forget about them. Boredom is your friend because excitement tempts you to trade, and trading transfers coins from the impatient to the disciplined. The protocol rewards the tortoise. Hard assets like Bitcoin invite leverage, yet leverage courts ruin. Resist the siren song of zero collateral loans that promise quick riches. Those schemes turn volatility into liquidation. When the price dips 20% in an afternoon, the lender seizes your stake, and you watch the market rebound without you. Wealth creation resembles bricklaying, not roulette. Each sat deposited is a brick. Each year you hold is mortar. Builders who skip mortar end up with rubble. Entrepreneurs find new territory in the borderless nature of Bitcoin. A teenager in Manila can redesign a game skin, sell it to a customer in Toronto, and receive instant final payment without queuing at a remittance kiosk. The fee might be a few sats. That same teenager might spin up a Lightning node, provide liquidity to the network, and earn routing fees, all while finishing algebra homework. Income streams like those were science fiction 5 years ago. They arise because the settlement layer is public and permissionless. Anyone can build on top, just as anyone can build a web page. The opportunity is limited only by curiosity. Do not confuse permissionless with lawless. Every transaction is recorded for eternity in a public time chain. Breaking the law under that spotlight is like shoplifting while filming yourself. Honest actors gain the upper hand because they can audit partners in real time. Smart contracts automatically handle escrow, releasing funds when specific conditions are met. Traditional courts remain useful for meat space disputes, yet The bulk of small claims will vanish into code where compliance is baked in. Energy critics wave dramatic headlines about electricity usage. They, of course, miss the context. Proof of work consumes wasted or stranded energy at the edge of the grid, where nobody else can use it. Flaring gas in North Dakota transforms into digital property for a farmer in Kenya, who powers a light bulb after sunset. The network is an energy buyer of last resort that subsidizes renewable build-out and stabilizes demand by turning excess capacity into value storage. Contrast that with the opaque footprints of legacy finance, from marble lobbies to fleets of armored trucks. Bitcoin shines brightest under oppressive regimes where capital controls strangle opportunity. A software developer in Buenos Aires once told me that she invoices American clients in dollar stablecoins, converts a slice to Bitcoin each payday, and hedges the rest through peer-to-peer markets for pesos only when rent is due. Hyperinflation no longer dictates her life. The drain in her wallet is plugged. She now mentors neighbors who watch their retirement evaporate and want a lifeboat too. Grassroots education spreads faster than any decree. Building wealth also means guarding it. Store keys offline, preferably on steel that survives flood and fire. Distribute backups in multiple geographies. Teach at least one trusted family member the recovery process, because private keys in a drawer are no use if fate intervenes. Think of it as writing a will for the information age. You should secure not only money but also the opportunity that money affords, including time, creative freedom, and the ability to help others without waiting for permission. The old cat and dog parable applies here as well. Chase price targets like a desperate suitor and the market darts away. Focus on solving problems for real people and value approaches quietly, curls around your ankles, and refuses to leave. Bitcoin rewarded early coders who wanted censorship-resistant transactions, not speculators who wanted yachts. Keep shipping solutions. Wealth will perch on your shoulder when you forget to demand it. Digital scarcity has a side effect that feels almost mystical. Your relationship with stuff changes. When every gadget purchase requires parting with units that might buy a small forest in 20 years, you ask yourself whether the gadget is worth the trade. And often, it is not. The saved sats remain, and your cupboard stays clear. Minimalism emerges not from forced austerity, but from informed choice. A tidy room mirrors a tidy ledger. Some worry that central banks will roll out competing digital currencies and crowd out the rebel coin. Those projects offer programmable money with negative rates and forced spending windows. In other words, they perfect the tools of control that already debase savings. Such currencies will encourage the thoughtful citizen to consider the alternative that respects property rights. Competition sharpens contrast, and contrast favors the scarcer good. Others claim another cryptocurrency could replicate the code and steal the crown. The code is copyable. Social consensus is not. The oldest chain boasts over 13 years of unbroken uptime, the largest collection of miners, the deepest liquidity pools. Competitors can fork the software, but they cannot replicate the history of the network effects. Lindy says the longer something lives, the longer it is expected to live. Copycats face the opposite curve. Age amplifies strength. Wealth is compound behavior, not compound interest. Put behavior first. Refuse to sell when your neighbors brag about doubling his stack in a meme token. Refuse to panic when a headline claims the coin has died for the 4th time this year. Refuse to take shortcuts that depend on fragile institutions. The protocol honors stubborn optimism. So, let us zoom out at this point. Humanity always chased 3 monetary ideals: salability across space, across scales, and across time. Gold mastered time, fiat mastered space via telegraphs and banking networks. Nothing mastered scale until now. Digital cash transacts as a thousandth of a cent or $1 billion with equal ease. It plugs the last hole in the triad. When a technology reaches a certain level, it unleashes new layers, just as broadband-enabled cloud computing. The future of finance grows on this bedrock. A carpenter once told me he now saves in Bitcoin because timber rots and machines rust, but an idea protected by mathematics does not rust. He stacks for each grandchild. If any child sells early, he shrugs. The act of selling teaches a lesson better than lectures. That carpenter understands something professors miss. Money is a story we tell about who owns what, to whom, across time. The strongest story is the one no individual can rewrite unilaterally. Translating that into daily practice, you should pay yourself first in Satoshis, then live on what remains. Ignore friends who joke that you are eating beans to fund a digital habit. Beans plus sovereignty taste better than foie gras plus servitude. After a while, the beans morph into steak anyway, because a percentage of a growing pie surprises even the disciplined saver. Avoid the mirage of wealth that rests on debt, leasing cars and spreading furniture payments over 84 months mimics wealth the way a cardboard set mimics a city. The reign of recession collapses it overnight. Owning scarce digital units outright means no margin calls. Sleep quality is the ultimate luxury, and you cannot place a price tag on pillow piece. An engineer I coach once feared the learning curve. Seed phrases looked arcane. She printed the 12 words, laminated them, slid them under the mattress, then tossed and turned, worrying about burglary. We walked through a scattering method. She stamped 4 words on 3 pieces of steel, distributed them in separate locations, and memorized the checksum trick. 2 days later, she reported sleeping like a log. Complexity dissolved because she leaned in rather than bulked. Generosity completes the circuit. Remember the rule about flowing water. Hoarded capital turns stagnant. Allocate a slice of gains to cause that expansion of human potential. Send a micro-grant to a developer in Ghana who writes free education software. Sponsor a research node for climate data. Pay an artist in sats for a digital mural. Every outward flow indicates to the network that you are a good steward, and the network has a peculiar habit of rewarding good stewards in the long run. One final story. A violinist in Prague busked outside the old town. Tourists dropped coins into her case until COVID locked the streets. She pivoted to live streaming concerts, set up a lightning tip jar, and discovered that fans in Tokyo valued a midnight serenade. The first month she earned more than any summer on the cobblestones. She now teaches pupils across 6 time zones, settles fees instantly, and jokes that her landlord accepts Bitcoin even though he does not know it, because she flips coins to fiat only on rent day. Bitcoin turned her talent into borderless income. We've talked about individual asymmetry, yet the larger prize gleams at civilization's scale. Imagine every person with a phone holding a miniature Swiss bank account that levitates above politics. Today, more people own smartphones than flushing toilets. Add a data connection, and they step straight onto the same monetary rail used by hedge fund quants in glass towers. No queue for paperwork, no bribes at the municipality, no need for a surname recognized by an algorithm written in Delaware. A bootstrap farmer in rural Uganda sells coffee beans on WhatsApp, receives Satoshis before sunset, skips the middleman who once took 2/3 of his margin, and reinvests in better irrigation hoses for next season. That incremental yield compounds just like your savings do. Micro-efficiencies stitched across billions of pockets raise the global floor of prosperity faster than any aid program draped in red tape. Remittances alone show what happens when friction evaporates. A nurse in Toronto used to hand 15% of her wage to a transfer office so her mother in Manila could queue for pesos that lost value while she waited. Now she sends money peer-to-peer, for a fee smaller than a bus fare, and her mum receives it before the kettle whistles. The difference buys medicine or school shoes instantly, rather than corporate stock buybacks. Multiply that across the diaspora from Mexico to Ghana, and you see economic stimulus larger than many national budgets, triggered not by stimulus checks, but by engineers solving latency. Now, critics snort that most of these use cases could run on fintech apps. They ignore the hidden weak spot. Apps rely on banking backends that can pivot with one phone call from an irritated minister. Ask Nigerians, who woke up to a policy bulletin capping cash withdrawals and demonizing crypto exchanges. Volumes moved underground overnight, then burst back online through virtual private networks. The lessons spread like wildfire. If you need permission to innovate, the permission will eventually be rescinded. Only a neutral base layer secures ingenuity for the long haul. Consider the plight of journalists in authoritarian states. Printing presses can be firebombed, bank accounts frozen, salaries blocked. One investigative team recently migrated its entire payroll to Lightning invoices denominated in local currency equivalents. The regime reads each article with clenched teeth, yet remains powerless to starve the writers. You may never chase dictators, but you indirectly benefit because a world where the whistleblowers stay solvent deters corruption before it calcifies into a monopoly. Decentralized money also underwrites the grey areas of free speech in liberal democracies. A content creator discussing controversial science can lose payment processors overnight. Broader audiences still dislike some opinions, but they no longer get to bankrupt the speaker by flipping a switch. Economic sovereignty fosters intellectual plurality, and intellectual plurality in turn guards against cultural stagnation. That loop is subtle until you witness a society where dissent equals hunger. Travel if you can, to shake off complacency. Global potential includes the unglamorous realm of small business banking. A craftsman in Recife cannot obtain a credit card terminal without jumping through impossible hoops, especially during a pandemic. With open payment channels, he accepts micropayments for live guitar lessons streamed to patrons in Dublin. The traditional lender never understood his model. The open ledger needs no explanation. A valid signature suffice. From there, the craftsman might pool liquidity with peers, forming a community treasury that lends Satoshi-denominated microloans to neighbors. Interest flows inside the district instead of leaking to a remote conglomerate. Capitalism turns local again, though turbocharged by borderless rails. These grassroots stories converge on one macro trend. Productive capital no longer asks for diplomatic papers. When capital walks, its rental income follows. That forces nation-states to compete on governance rather than coercion. Lower corruption, clearer property rights, safer streets, cleaner air. The carrots that attract mobile entrepreneurs are all there. If a government chooses repression, talent decamps without lugging cash through airports. The suitcase becomes a seed phrase, invisible to scanners. It's hard to tax what you cannot find until you offer value in return. The West Indian scholar Eric Williams once quipped that capitalism was addicted to sugar, which financed Caribbean plantations. Then those profits financed abolition. History might rhyme once more. The speculative fever financing Bitcoin today funds the tools that will later dismantle financial tyranny. To capture upside, you need not to emigrate physically. You can outsource yourself digitally. A software tester in Dhaka invoices an Argentinian startup, converts parts of each payment to Bitcoin, and hedges the peso exposure for his client at the same time. He becomes both an employee and a liquidity provider, using volatility as a feature, not a bug. Job roles will increasingly bundle productive skills with personal treasury management. Schools, reluctant to teach such literacy, will watch graduates learn independently on YouTube, guided by pseudonym mentors with anime avatars. The credential gatekeepers can sneer, yet employers care more about audibility output than fancy parchment. The open ledger doubles as a resume because anyone can prove that wallet X delivered work Y on date Z, paid in sats. Reputation ossifies on-chain harder than wax seals ever did. Detractors argue that a money-boasting global reach should behave like a stable measurement stick, yet this one lurches 15% when a billionaire sneezes on X. True, but view volatility through the lens of network growth. Early telephone lines crackled and dropped calls, but still, people tolerated glitches for the miracle of real-time voice. As liquidity deepens and derivative markets mature, swings narrow. Even now, what looks violent in percentage terms is ordinary in absolute terms once the unit scale shrinks to satoshis. Traders living on Lightning already quote everyday items with decimal ease. Wait until point-of-sale terminals default to sats, and volatility will feel as distant as dial-up modems. Another stone thrown is energy cost. Financial journalists, those tireless sentinels against waste, warn that miners guzzle electricity equal to small countries. They rarely mention that aluminium smelting does likewise, yet nobody suggests banning beverage cans. What matters is not gross consumption, but marginal value. If a miner converts stranded hydro in the Andes into censorship-resistant savings for 1 million Venezuelans, the social return dwarfs the kilowatt tally. Moreover, miners chase the cheapest electrons like bees chase nectar, which usually means surplus that the grid operators otherwise curtail. Proof of work is an economic bounty program that pays entrepreneurs to scoop up energy that will rot unused. That bounty fosters innovation in renewables and grid stabilization faster than government subsidies wrapped in red tape. A common fear persists that whales concentrate supply and will dump on plebs once the hook is set. On-chain analytics tells a more nuanced tale. Many early mega-wallets fragment into thousands of small accounts by distributed custody, inheritance planning, or foundational treasuries. Meanwhile, micro-wallets with balances under $100 are on the rise, indicating grassroots onboarding. Even if an ancient miner decided to market sell 1 million coins tomorrow, the market depth today is a different beast. What crashed price in 2013 would be absorbed before lunch in 2025. Network effect ensures that every whale sale decentralizes holdings further. Speaking of inheritance, view Bitcoin as a time capsule. You seal knowledge and energy inside code that your grandchildren will access after you exit stage left. Unlike vintage property or share certificates, sats never need to be renovated or have custodial risk. They float untouched by rust or termites. Just maintain the private key and ensure your successors can decrypt your intentions. One client of mine embeds a multi-sig quorum that requires signatures from 2 nieces plus his solicitor. None alone can misbehave. Yet tragedy triggers redundancy. Try replicating that elegance with a safety deposit box and a stack of bearer bonds. Paper molds, signatories die, banks merge and lose records. Code remembers. Wealth creation usually conjures images of compound interest tables. The stronger play here is compound optionality. Convert a slice of savings to an asset recognized in any zip code, then possibilities multiply. You can relocate for a contract without battling capital controls. You can gap year teach in Bhutan and still pay your mortgage back home via Lightning AutoPay. You can sponsor a hackathon in Nairobi from a cafe in Reykjavik with 2 QR codes. Optionality acts like a hidden income. The more doors you can open, the less you overpay to squeeze through whichever door your government begrudgingly keeps unlocked. Entrepreneurs will pioneer new corporate architectures. Consider a micro multinational with 10 contributors across 5 continents. They spin up a multi-sig treasury, issue rev share tokens that pay automatically based on Git commits, settle vendor bills with zero FX overhead, and hold majority runway in cold wallets immune to domestic political upheaval. Such entities will outcompete incumbents burdened by HR departments drafting 60-page employment contracts. Code can replicate most governance functions at a fraction of cost. The saved overhead flows to research, customer support, or simply lower prices. Market share follows efficiency. Investors obsessed with ESG scores may soon pivot when they notice that hosting miners alongside solar farms smooths revenue streams and speeds payback schedules, thereby making green projects bankable without taxpayer handouts. The network evolves into a buyer of last resort for green electrons, cushioning developers against cloudy weeks or seasonal lulls. That virtuous loop flips the narrative. Energy companies once considered Bitcoin miners fringe clients. Soon they may see them as indispensable load balancers. Cleaner grids accelerate the electrification of transportation, which circles back into more surplus energy by night, which miners can then utilize. Wealth creation shifts from extraction to symbiotic. I will break from the script at this point to share another little story with you. Here in Cyprus, we get sunshine for 320 days of the year. So it's no surprise that many people are installing solar panels on their roof. You would think this is great news for the green targets for the Cyprus government. But there's a strange thing happening. The Cyprus Electricity Department, which is state-owned, keeps turning off the panels on people's roofs. It's happened 4 times in the last 5 months. You might think that that is strange, that they would turn off free electricity. The answer given by the electric company is that solar panels generate electricity whether it's needed or not. This destabilizes the electricity grid. And if there is too much electricity in the system with nowhere to go, because they don't have batteries to store the energy, it causes blackouts and big problems for the grid. So they've been turning off people's solar panels to prevent the grid being overloaded. Now, I'm sure you can see that if they had an array of Bitcoin miners that could be switched on to use this excess energy, they would not only protect the grid and make it more stable, but the state would generate a vast free income. But so far, it hasn't happened because Bitcoin's scary, right? Anyway, back to the script. You see, cultural wealth expands too in this environment. Open protocols spawn art markets where creators receive royalties automatically on every resale. A painter in Bogota tokenizes a series, embeds 5% perpetual commission, and retires decades later on income streams none of the old galleries would have paid. Students collaborate across borders, earning micro tips in real time as followers highlight insightful comments. Knowledge markets, priced in sats, replace the dopamine treadmill of advertisements. When attention earns honest money, quality crowds out clickbait. Society gets smarter because intelligence finally pays directly. Saving in Satoshis nudges households to audit other leakages. Diet improves, clutter shrinks, cars last longer. These lifestyle shifts free up additional capital, which returns to savings, grows, and inspires neighbors. Network effect again, but this time social. Communities start funding their own infrastructure. A village installs mesh Wi-Fi routers, stakes coins to cover maintenance, and a decade later sells bandwidth to nearby towns. Small pockets of sovereignty blossom, stitched together by global liquidity. To harness these avenues, aim for layered literacy. Base layer mastery means know your keys, verify firmware, test recovery. Second layer mastery means routing lightning channels, invoicing dynamically and hedging when necessary. Application layer mastery means using stablecoin bridges, protocol-based lending, and yield, but only with funds you can afford to lose. Climb one rung at a time. Each rung unlocks another revenue stream. Education never ends, which aligns with the growth mindset, as curiosity is free and returns compound beyond charts. Let us answer one last objection. What if governments co-opt mining and begin censoring transactions? In reality, any cartel that owns a majority of the hash still earns more by acting honestly. If they censor, displaced transactions will bribe honest hashers elsewhere, and fees will explode. Tempting defection. Economics trump ideology. Attacks incentivize miners outside the cartel to spin up rigs using cheaper stranded energy. Exactly the energy cartels lack because they burn subsidized grid power. Over time, censorship attempts subsidize the opposition. Failure is mathematically baked in. The bigger peril might be personal complacency. You nail cold storage, then stop learning. Resist that lull. Read the next BIP proposal. Attend a local meetup. Teach a newcomer. Go to the Bitcoin conference. Teaching cements knowledge and expands the network. Each fresh user raises liquidity, which raises price floor, which funds further development. Flywheel engaged. Wealth, in the broadest sense, is the power to shape your environment to match your vision. Bitcoin maximizes that power because it miniaturizes escape velocity. The threshold to say no to an unethical job or flee a corrupt jurisdiction falls with every sat stacked. Once enough people cross that threshold, institutions upgrade, not through petitions, but through market gravity. Politicians will claim credit. Academics will craft theories. Yet you will know the quiet daily stacking that tilted the world. Close your eyes for a second. Picture a globe dotted with orange lights. Each light a node humming on recycled energy. Each node a beacon of voluntary cooperation. The lights grow denser until darkness retreats to the poles. That is the macro vision behind your tiny weekly buy. Not hype, just mathematics meeting human aspiration. So keep tapping that auto buy, practicing that signature check, and gifting new wallets to nieces on birthdays. Take profit only to build assets that spit cash or joy. Smile when a colleague recycles the same tired headline about bans or bubbles. You have read this play already. You know the final act. When the curtain falls, you will stand comfortably in the balcony seats, your foresight purchased, holding a ledger that tells a story of patience rewarded and risk tamed through knowledge. Chapter 9. Don't F this up. There are a handful of people in the crypto world who deserve the spotlight of appreciation. Hal Finney, Adam Back, and Michael Saylor, just a few. We will discuss the absolute, unbreakable conviction of Michael Saylor later. Now, I want to shine the limelight on a traditional finance guy who has turned digital preacher. Raoul Pal did not stumble into macro finance. He sprinted. At 24, he was running European hedge fund sales for Goldman Sachs, orchestrating trades the size of small nations while subsisting on espresso and adrenaline. He earned the nickname Chart Whisperer because he could glance at a yield curve and predict which central banker would blink next. Yet in 2004, after a decade of cockpit pressure, Raoul abandoned the marble lobby for a rented beach house in Little Cayman. Friends assumed he had burnt out. In truth, he had burned away illusions. Wall Street's bonus culture looked glamorous until he calculated it in real yield in stolen mornings and hollow weekends. He launched Global Macro Investor, a subscription letter that swapped quarterly quotas for intellectual sovereignty. It paid just enough to keep batteries topped up and curiosity ferocious. 4 years later, the great financial crisis smashed the old order. Raoul had warned subscribers months in advance. mapping a contagion that would race from Bear Stearns to Iceland to lunch pail factories in Ohio. Watching the global liquidity machine seize convinced him modern money wears clown makeup. Too many moving parts, too many temporary bailouts extending into eternity, too many digits created at zero marginal cost. He began hunting an escape valve that obeyed maths rather than ministers. Bitcoin crossed his radar in 2013. Price hovered around $100. He skimmed the white paper and moved on. Engineers with libertarian slogans felt distant from the marble hallways he once prowled. 2 years later, Price touched 300, and his inbox teemed with evangelical emails. Global macro investor clients begged for an opinion. Raoul ran his usual toolkit: log-scale charts, regression channels, adoption curves, and his jaw slackened. The pattern mimicked the early internet, yet compressed into dog years. He published a 100-page report titled The World's Best Trade, outlining a scenario where one coin could eclipse $500,000. The reaction was polite amusement. Clients wanted Brazilian bonds, not magic internet beans. He bought anyway, stashed the keys, and went back to scanning bond spreads. Then 2020 arrived with a pandemic and monetary bazookas. Raoul's proprietary liquidity model flipped neon green. Every time the Federal Reserve printed $1 trillion, his confidence in Bitcoin's destiny ticked higher. During a Real Vision interview, he blurted the phrase that has since become X shorthand. "This is the single greatest risk-reward I have ever seen. Do not fuck this up." It was the closest a mild-mannered Brit had ever come to a mic drop moment. People fixated on the expletive, yet missed the framework. Raoul's "do not F this up" thesis has 3 pillars. Pillar 1, exponential assets masquerade as bubbles to linear minds. Ignore logarithmic growth and you will panic sell early. Pillar 2, network effects follow Metcalfe's law. Value equals users squared. So the only metric that matters long run is adoption. Pillar 3, time in the market beats timing the market, because exponential curves deliver winnings late in the game. Mess up any pillar and you gift future freedom to someone who sat still. He clarified the thesis with an anecdote. Imagine standing beside a lily pond where lily pads double daily. On day 29, the pond is half covered. On day 30, it chokes entirely. Most observers notice the trend too late, on day 28. Bitcoin, he argued, was day 27. You could waste hours squinting at rogue leaves, or you could buy a chunk of the future. Just don't drop it in a gust of wind. Yet people love gusts. In 2021, alt-season mania howled. New coins promised faster blocks, programmable yield, rainbow-colored unicorns. Raoul entertained the macro implications, even allocated a fraction of his treasury to Ethereum as a bet on digital property rights. But when friends proposed 30 leverage plays on pet rocks, he repeated the mantra, "Don't F this up." The essence was not Bitcoin maximalism born of a tribal pride, it was probabilistic prudence. In a power law world, the fat-tailed winner accrues most of the gains. Spray and pray portfolios look diverse, yet secretly pile risk into tails that snap. Skeptics noted that Paul's net worth still floated between volatile markers. He countered that volatility is the price of admission to asymmetric upside. You pay in cortisol, you withdraw in purchasing power years later. The mistake is assuming you must trade every swing. Traders scalp points. The asset scalps traders. So he built rules. Never own coins on exchanges. Never lend them for yield. Never tempt margin. Self-custody converts digital bits into property rights no judge can avoid. That posture saved his skin in 2022 when Terra, Celsius, and FTX imploded. Powell lost 0 coins. He lost some sleep explaining to the Real Vision viewers why the carnage validated, not negated, Bitcoin's narrative. Another reminder, he tweeted, that the risk is not in the protocol, it is in the humans who think they can improve on it. His journey offers a blueprint for listeners juggling conflicting voices. Step 1, study fractals. Bitcoin's chart looks manic until you zoom out. Then it resembles stair steps with periodic shakeouts that reset leverage. Recognizing fractal rhythm turns crashes into discount windows rather than existential threats. Step 2, track adoption data. Wallet addresses, lightning nodes, hash rates, institutional custody numbers. Rising curves matter more than celebrity endorsements. Step 3, respect optionality. A small allocation today may morph into generational wealth if the thesis prevails. Losing it will not derail your life if the thesis fails. Optimal bet size sits between indifference and insomnia. Raoul illustrates the optionality point with his own portfolio. He sold his Hamptons house before 2008, bought a Cayman plot with ocean views, and built slowly as liquidity returned. He could have chased emerging market bonds for quicker upside, but chose an asymmetric shot. Worst case, he surfs. Best case, he funds space tourism. A similar calculation guides his stance on Bitcoin. The asset might stall at current capitalization. Fine. He keeps the beach bungalow and writes more newsletters. Or it might absorb slices of gold, real estate, art, sovereign bonds. A plausible $10 trillion pie. In that scenario, early self-custody holders graduate from reactive living to sovereign living. Don't F this up is shorthand for protect the option. Critics argue that Powell hedges by promoting multiple narratives. Ethereum, Web3, AI tokens. They miss nuance here again. Diversification across thematics is compatible with a Bitcoin-first treasury, provided each tranche is stored in cold storage and sized to withstand a 90% drawdown. Raoul taught subscribers to picture two buckets, the reserve bucket and the venture bucket. Reserve equals Bitcoin, minimum 5-year time horizon, 0 counterparty risk. Venture equals everything else, size so that it's implosion dense but never sinks the ship. Most investors invert those buckets because dopamine whispers louder than prudence. Cue the yacht-to-yacht wealth transfer. To summarize this into one sentence, you may notice that Solana moves quicker than Bitcoin and therefore be tempted to put all of your funds into Solana. This is the very epitome of effing this up. Powell's macro lens also reframes Bitcoin's environmental debate. He points out that proof of work transforms stranded energy into monetary battery. Cheap baseload power reduces mining costs, which stabilizes grid economics and incentivizes renewable expansion. In an age of weaponized commodities, nations holding surplus energy can export hash instead of shipping pipelines. Bitcoin thus becomes the lingua franca of electrons. Missing that story because a headline scolded you about kilowatt hours is, in Powell's word, an Olympic-level F-up. What about regulation? Powell dealt with regulators during his Goldman days, so his view is unsentimental. Authorities will tax, monitor, and sometimes demonize crypto, but they cannot outlaw mathematics. He cites India's flip-flop bans and China's mining exodus. The hash rate dipped, then reached new highs. Laws move at committee speed. Protocol upgrades propagate at light speed. Again, the caution. Hold keys, run a node, maintain plausible deniability of location. Then politics morphs from existential threat into variable friction. The conversation eventually circles back to human psychology. Raoul tells Real Vision members to conduct a mental fire drill. Picture Bitcoin at $10 million. Imagine the media frenzy, the relatives pleading for tips, the 4-letter altcoins pumping. Could you still obey your cold storage covenant? If not, lower your allocation until yes. Discipline practiced in advance becomes reflex under pressure. Poker champions fold pocket kings pre-flop when table dynamics demand it. Hodlers must fold the impulse to trade when volatility demands stillness. In late 2022, Raoul flew to London for a family wedding. Pound sterling had just set record lows. At the reception, a cousin joked about printing funny money. Raoul laughed politely, then glanced at his watch. Laminated seed phrase hidden in the strap lining. Britain's oldest currency was evaporating in real time. His Satoshi stash ticked away silently, unruffled by bond market mayhem. He realized the ultimate meaning of "don't F this up." Safeguard the bridge between talent and time. Inflation, leverage, and platform risk are termites in that bridge. Cold-stored Bitcoin is termite-proofed timber. So where does that leave you? Perhaps you missed the first halving, the second, and even the third. Good. The later you arrive, the more data you can test, the more survivors you can interview, the more scams you can sidestep. Buy a hardware wallet, transfer a lunch money amount, verify receipt on your node, disconnect the cable and breathe. You have just performed an act of peaceful protest more powerful than 1,000 ballot papers. Repeat the ritual weekly. Increase size when confidence compounds. Bookmark hash rate charts. Ignore Kardashian NFTs. Read Paul's original World's Best Trade report once a year to realign perspective. In his island office, Raoul keeps an antique brass ship clock. It strikes the half hour with a sharp bell, echoing naval tradition. Each chime reminds him that macro tides turn slowly, then all at once. Bitcoin is a tidal bore. You cannot swim against it, but you can ride it if your board is waxed and your stance balanced. Every bell tolls the same silent warning. Don't F this up by overcomplicating the simple or oversimplifying the complex. Buy scarcity, secure it, keep learning, stay nimble, stay humble. When history writes the footnotes of this decade, Terra, Celsius, and FTX will appear as comic relief. Greed consumed parades proving that unearned yield is gravity-defying only until gravity yawns. The headline will describe ordinary savers who swapped anxiety for protocol guarantees and, in doing so, rewired economic incentives from top to bottom. Raoul Paul's legacy may be less about calling a price target and more about handing the public a four-word guardian spell. Whisper it before every click, every login, every cocktail pitch. Let the symbols tighten your grip on the keys and loosen your addiction to noise. Because the greatest macro trade of our era still stands open, block after block, 10 minutes at a time, waiting patiently for those who refuse to mess it up. Chapter 10. The Bitcoin Assassination Attempt. The hit was planned in broad daylight, and nobody bothered with a disguise. First came a White House report dripping with concern for household investors, hinting the nation might need to mitigate the systemic risk of unsound digital assets. The subtext read like a gangster's calling card. Nice little protocol you got there. Shame if anything happened to it. Gensler then strode across CNBC promising to corral every token under securities law. Cameras loved the professional frown. Markets felt the chill. When regulation is written after the verdict is always guilty. Senator Elizabeth Warren completed the triangle, campaigning on an anti-crypto army of consumer defenders who had never once met a hardware wallet. 3 rifles all pointed at one orange logo. Yet the logo kept flashing new all-time hash rate highs, as calm as a cat cleaning its whiskers while hunters stumble through the bushes. Their problem was physics. The dollar rests on debt and decree, Bitcoin on thermodynamics and open math. You can cajole bankers, you can scare brokers, but you cannot negotiate with SHA 256. So the plan shifted to indirect fire. The Department of Energy floated a 30% tax on miners' electricity usage, thinly veiled as climate policy. The logic was comedic. Punish an industry that already hoovers waste gas and stabilizes renewables. Yet newspapers dutifully pasted the press release. Hash packed its bags. Trucks rolled south to Mexico, east to Oman, north to Alberta. Within one halving cycle, the United States had swapped 20% of global hash power for headlines that impressed nobody but interns. That self-inflicted wound arrived just as inflation roared loud enough to rattle kitchen cupboards. Stimulus checks had morphed into grocery surcharges. The Fed's balance sheet, once a power tool, now looked like a petrol can next to a campfire. Ordinary savers saw maths their representatives pretended did not exist. If M2 money supply expands faster than productivity, your salary bleeds value even while your boss gives you a nominal raise. They opened price apps between shifts and noticed that one asset with an uneditable supply curve refused to play the dilution game. Some bought out of curiosity, some out of desperation, most out of quiet rage. Washington misdiagnosed the move as speculation. It wasn't. It was self-defense. Enter Donald J. Trump, maestro of political judo, no matter what you think about him. Having once dismissed Bitcoin as thin air, he sensed an opponent overextension. At a rally in New Hampshire, he declared that America would lead the future of money, not surrender to Beijing. It landed like a thunderclap. Polling showed 30-plus million voters own crypto, most under 40, most weary of being lectured for saving outside the bank lobby. Trump offered them a flag big enough for all their wallets. Cynical? Absolutely. But strategy ignores purity. It counts votes. And in game theory terms, co-opting the insurgent currency neutralizes its threat while capturing its energy. The former president wasn't alone. Senators Lummis, Cruz, Booker, and even the ever-calculating Kennedy lineage began sprinkling laser-eye phrases into stump speeches. The Overton window pivoted in a single news cycle from crime narratives to industrial policy. So why the sudden scramble? Because nation-states play iterated games, and the payoff matrix just changed. Picture a grid. Adopt Bitcoin reserves early and you gain first-mover advantage. Hesitate while rivals accumulate and you face both a weaker currency and thinner energy markets as miners settle near cheap power abroad. Game theory calls this an asymmetric snowdrift. Cooperation, here meaning open adoption, dominates defection once a threshold of adoption is secured. El Salvador nudged the curve, but a G7 player would shove it off the desk. Private emails at the US Treasury apparently modeled a 20-year scenario where 2% of reserves diverted into Bitcoin could fund Medicare interest costs by the 2030s. The memo leaked. Nobody denied it. Pro-Bitcoin governors spotted a different angle. Jobs. Containerize mining rigs, turn stranded gas into revenue, and grid balancing flexibility. Exactly the ticket for Rust Belt towns whose steel mills died under cheap imports. Offer a 10-year property tax holiday. Watch the substations revive. Brag at election time that you turned fumes into payroll. Meanwhile, the SEC's war on alt tokens inadvertently boosted the Bitcoin-only thesis. When staking platforms bled dry under enforcement, users learned that yield without transparency equals risk expressed in months rather than years. Self-custody YouTube tutorials outranked meme coin pronos by mid-2023. Even hardware wallet companies could not fill warehouses fast enough. Ledger and Trezor both reported back orders longer than the waiting list for a Cybertruck. Of course, the legacy system did not fold overnight. Bank lobbyists argued a Bitcoin reserve would undermine Treasury bond demand. Central bankers whispered about losing seigniorage. the polite term for clipping coins with spreadsheets. Yet an awkward truth sat on every Bloomberg terminal. Entitlements, plus interest, had already outpaced tax receipts. Print and pray worked when cheap imports hid inflation, but geopolitics had weaponized supply chains. Something had to bridge the credibility gap. Gold offered nostalgia, yet lacked portability, and worse, sat in vaults under London amid tungsten rumours. Bitcoin, disdainfully labelled speculative, ironically provided the only transparent, verifiable, confiscation-resistant hedge. When BlackRock sought an ETF, the masquerade ended. Wall Street does not file a 1,000-page S1 unless the back channels signal regime change. Biden's team tried one last ambush, Operation Chokepoint 2.0, nudging banks to shut crypto on-ramps. Emails leaked, lawsuits flew. Judges scolded agency for arbitrary and capricious overreach. Each court defeat fed the narrative that entrenched power feared accountability. By spring 2024, even Elizabeth Warren softened, tweeting that decentralized ledgers could, with proper safeguards, empower the underbanked. Translation: the votes are slipping, time to pivot or be primaried. Now, imagine the day a sitting president signs an executive order allocating 1% of strategic oil royalties to monthly Bitcoin purchases, executed via public auction. No backroom deals, just open bids. Winner deposits directly to Treasury-controlled multi-sig addresses viewable by any eighth grader. Cable pundits would shriek volatility, yet bond markets might sigh in relief. Finally, a plan not denominated in creative accounting. Foreign allies would follow to avoid purchasing in a rising unit. Adversaries would rage on press feeds while quietly mining faster. The dollar would not vanish. It would settle into a medium of exchange role, while Bitcoin anchored long-term savings. Dual-track money. Historical precedent suggests curbs political excess, because rulers cannot trash the store of value inside without tanking their own balance sheets. So what does this mean for you? First, exit from the coercive circuit, as simple as memorizing 12 English words. No law can unremember them. Second, your employer will eventually offer partial salary in sats because talent demands borderless payroll. Third, tax in Bitcoin might appear scary, yet paying in the unit that appreciates incentivizes governments to spend frugally. If they burn coins on vanity walls, they weaken future budgets measured in the same scarce asset. The governor's mansion suddenly hosts Austrian debates instead of Keynesian karaoke parties. Critics still brand the vision as utopian. They cite ransomware, price swings, the occasional Ponzi wearing a blockchain badge. All valid concerns, yes. None unique to Bitcoin, though. Dollars laundered cartels, bonds finance wars, equities crash on insider deals. Integrity flows not from flawless tools, but from transparent rules. Bitcoin's rule is brutally simple. Nobody gets a special printing privilege. Remove that privilege and much of the corruption evaporates for lack of fuel. The monetary system appears sinister precisely because it allows a sober-faced committee to dilute villages to bail out cronies. Take dilution off the table, and cronyism becomes too expensive to matter. Game theory ends with alignment or isolation. Alignment is messy yet profitable. The United States embraces open-source finance. Innovation floods in. Dollar settles day-to-day commerce. Bitcoin secures pensions. Isolation is tidy but suicidal. Lawmakers try to hard ban mining. Capital migrates. Engineers follow. Remaining citizens watch their purchasing power erode twice, once via inflation and again via brain drain. Politicians read these trees. Most are pivoting towards alignment. The assassination attempt served its purpose. It mapped the resistance of the target and taught the assailants that every blow fell upon their own footing. So here we stand, between a creaking flat scaffolding and a granite protocol, holding a hammer labeled self-custody. The blue and red show will continue. Congress will grandstand. Agencies will file notices. But beneath the noise, the migration has begun. Families now gift sats at birthdays instead of saving bonds. City councils float mining bonds to subsidize winter heating. The Pentagon even commissioned a quiet report on hash rate as national security infrastructure. They called it supply chain resilience to dodge headlines. Will the United States ultimately steward a strategic Bitcoin reserve? Well, the better question is, how soon will they admit the wallet already exists? Even if Washington dithers, individual Americans can front-run their own government by stacking, securing, and educating neighbors. The incentive symmetry is almost unfair. Either your holdings climb because adoption wins, or they buy you a lifeboat if policymakers choose the wrong branch of the game tree. Heads you prosper, tails you survive. There are lots of subplots in this assassination attempt that we're not going to go into. Yet the outline is clear. An attempted execution became a recruitment drive. The villains, armed with statutes, underestimated code. Their bullets ricocheted. Their rhetoric recruited. Their taxes decentralized. The hero, if you can call a hash function heroic, never drew a sword, merely kept time like a cosmic drumbeat. And now the largest economic engine on Earth edges towards harmony with that rhythm, nudged by ambition, fear, and the unyielding math of scarcity. Chapter 11: The Debt Avalanche. The national debt clock in Times Square no longer fits its own digits. Extra LED panels jut out like panicked afterthoughts, a neon confession that arithmetic beat policy months ago. Passers-by barely glance upward. The number spins too fast to matter, really. A casino wheel fused on maximum blur. Yet each pulse represents promises made in your name, promises underwritten by future labor no pulse to bother to ask about. When Woodrow Wilson introduced the first modern income tax, federal liabilities stood under $3 billion, a polite sum, evenly matched to gold bullion held in Kentucky vaults. Today, the IOU stack towers past $34 trillion. A figure so absurd that we resort to analogies. Stack dollar bills to the moon and back. Gold bars heavier than Everest. Anything to lend a tactile feel to this cosmic debt. The avalanche accelerates because compound interest treats neglect as fuel. Every second the slope steepens, every administration vows control next term. Control never arrives. Politicians trade 4-year horizons. Bond traders think in quarters, while compound growth spans generations. In that asymmetry lies disaster, and paradoxically the opportunity that Bitcoin embodies. Debt always begins as optimism. A farmer borrows seed, confident that next season's crop will repay the lender and leave surplus for festivals. At the national level, the story mutates. Bureaucrats promise growth. Then they earmark revenue before crops sprout. When wind or war spoils harvests, they double down, borrowing against unborn seasons. Wartime urgency once excused the trick, but after 1971 the gold anchor snapped and borrowing became painless keystrokes. America discovered it could fund highways, moon landings, and entitlement expansions with bonds eagerly devoured by foreign central banks, hungry for reserve assets. For a while, everybody won. Voters enjoyed benefits without visible taxes. Lenders earned coupons backed by a global empire. Congressmen cut ribbons beneath flags that hid the invoice. Yet compounding does not care for flags. Even at modest interest, exponential curves turn gentle slopes into cliffs overnight. In 1980, debt to GDP hovered near 35%. By Clinton's last budget, it breached 50%. Post-COVID stimulus shot it beyond 120, a level at which Rome debased coins and the Ottomans lost Europe. History offers no nation that climbed back from triple-digit leverage without devaluation or default. The United States cannot default outright. Its debt underpins pensions from Tokyo to Riyadh. So the preferred escape is invisible default, monetary debasement that erodes real value while preserving face. The Federal Reserve calls this average inflation targeting, a term as soothing as aromatherapy. 2% becomes 3. 3 becomes 5. Social media normalizes shrinkflation and rent inflation like quirky memes. Each new baseline invites more issuance because, strangely, a weakening currency makes yesterday's debts easier to service. The vicious loop locks in. Higher inflation prompts bond buyers to demand greater yields, in which turn widens deficits, encouraging further easing. Eventually, the Treasury issues bonds mainly to repay coupons on previous bonds. That is not a budget. It is a pyramid scheme conducted in slow motion under marble domes. Some analysts claim technological productivity offsets the danger. Smartphones cost less than 1990s camcorders. Therefore, money printing is harmless. They mistake local deflation for systemic solvency. Yes, innovation lowers unit cost, but debt obligations remain nominal. The Treasury must transfer fixed dollars, not discounted iPhones, to bondholders. When tax receipts lag under demographic decline, authorities historically print the gap. Productivity miracles simply mask the rot by improving lifestyles faster than paper decays. Until miracles plateau. And that, my friend, is where we are at now. Picture the debt avalanche as a mountain face lined with houses. The higher you build, the prettier the view, and the more lethal the collapse. Citizens occupy the mid-slope homes. Hedge fund managers lounge near the summit. When snowpack fractures, gravity pushes from the top down. Summiteers ski off to New Zealand, while mid-slope residents find their bank accounts frozen and grocery shelves thinning. Deposit insurance pretends to shield them, but the insurance fund itself holds treasuries, the same asset being devalued. Safety nets stitched from melting yarn make tragic theatre. Bitcoin enters this scene the way fire enters cold iron, a catalyst that changes structure without asking permission. Its supply schedule ignores congressional hearings. Halving events cut inflation by algorithm, not committee vote. In game theory terms, Bitcoin is the anti-debt asset, a balance sheet set permanently to equity. Hold 100 million sats, and no new Satoshi will ever steal their purchasing percentage. That property flips the risk calculus of savers. Instead of racing to spend before dollars lose bite, they delay consumption, accumulate capital, and ironically stabilize prices. Merchants welcome stable demand forecasts and reduce speculative inventory. The collective effort mirrors a sound money renaissance. But critics will crow that Bitcoin's volatility negates its usefulness. Volatility is undeniable, but instructive. In early adoption phases, price reflects a tug-of-war between legacy expectations and emergent comprehension. Each cycle writes new flaws. More salient is Bitcoin's zero credit risk. It cannot default because it owes nothing. Compare that with Treasury bills once marketed as risk-free. They carry no default risk in nominal terms, yet they embed guaranteed purchasing power risk. Investors either accept negative real yields or chase junk bonds, which finance zombie firms reliant on cheap credit. Bitcoin frees them from the Hobson's choice between slow bleed and credit roulette. The avalanche metaphor extends further. When a snowslide starts, one can sprint sideways to shelter or dig in and hope the mass stops. Bitcoin offers lateral escape. It is geographical arbitrage encoded into software. You shift wealth onto a rail outside fiat jurisdiction without boarding a plane. Self-custody eliminates intermediary failure. In 2023 alone, 3 regional US banks collapsed under unrealized losses on long-duration treasuries. Depositors were rescued by emergency facilities that expanded the Fed's balance sheet another column on the chart. Debt upon debt to paper over debt. Bitcoin holders needed no rescue. Full nodes recorded nothing unusual beyond higher block fees as nervous newcomers raced for cold storage. Now, imagine the United States embracing a dual standard: day-to-day transactions in dollars, sovereignty hedged in Bitcoin reserves. Is that far-fetched? Not after MicroStrategy showed corporate treasuries how to defend purchasing power, nor after BlackRock lobbied for ETF approval. A sovereign version scales the same incentive. Hoarding even 1% of monthly bond issuance in Bitcoin signals commitment to future financial discipline. Markets would reward lower borrowing costs, ironically easing debt service. Skeptics fear it undermines the dollar's hegemony. They misunderstand the concept of network effects. The dollar remains the lubricant, while Bitcoin becomes the lubricant stabilizer. Together they outcompete WAN experiments tethered to capital controls. Internationally, game theory sharpens claws. If America dithers, resource-rich rivals could preload treasury wallets and settle trade deficits in capped digital units. The scenario echoes the 1950s Sputnik shock. The technological prestige at stake motivates a swift reversal. Forward-thinking legislators already draft bills mandating public key proof-of-reserve audits for any agency holding Bitcoin. Transparency unimagined in gold accounting. How much gold is in Fort Knox? Nobody really knows. But with Bitcoin, citizens armed with block explorers will monitor sovereign balance sheets in real time, crowdsourcing what rating agencies failed to do ahead of the 2008 crisis. Politicians despise scrutiny, but adore re-election. They will pose with cold storage devices if polls approve. Some worry that quantum computing or cartel mining attacks could upend security. Those threats, while non-zero, face active mitigation from open-source cryptographers, whose incentives dwarf backroom committees. Remember, debt crises arise precisely because legacy money requires central alteration. Bitcoin's governance by consensus acts as a built-in immune system. Attempt a disorderly fork, and holders simply follow the chain, preserving scarcity. Bondholders cannot fork away from inflation. They beg for higher coupons and receive spreadsheets. The debt avalanche also distorts culture. Easy money shortens artistic horizons. Hollywood remakes franchises rather than fund original scripts. Publishers chase viral outrage instead of enduring prose. Sound money restores patience. When savings grow in real terms, patrons emerge from cathedrals and laboratories, not just venture flips. Consider how Renaissance banking families financed art using gold florins, which experienced near-zero inflation. Bitcoin can replicate that patronage at global scale without hereditary gatekeepers. A coder in Lagos might crowdfund medical AI by pledging SAT streams. Early supporters share residual revenue, directly bypassing rent seekers. Such models depend on micropayments too expensive on card networks, yet trivial over Lightning. Environmental critiques misfire in this light too. True, miners consume energy, yet compare that to the perpetual war spending justified to defend petrodollar dominance. Bitcoin converts stranded methane into ledger security and exposes fossil subsidies by competing for kilowatts at transparent prices. The debt system, in contrast, hides resource drain behind deficit charts few comprehend, until oceans rise and budgets implode. Personal finance feels the shift fastest. Families already divide portfolios into 3 buckets: liquidity in fiat, growth in equities, and hedge in property. Bitcoin simplifies buckets into a barbell: working capital plus incorruptible reserve. No management fee, no tenant calls at midnight. Cold storage backups in geographically diverse locations, such as steel plates, outperform offshore trusts that are subject to treaty whims. That freedom scales consciousness. Knowing your future cannot be inflation-seized liberates creative risk-taking in career, art, and community. Will the United States reach escape velocity before the snowfield overtakes the valley? Well, nobody knows. Debt ceiling debates resemble toddlers arguing over Lego walls while the glacier groans overhead. However, survival is not national but individual. A single worker converting 10% of wages into sats insulates retirement more than a decade of congressional budget hearings. Grassroots adoption creates political cover from the bottom up. As voting blocks accumulate keys, candidates will tout multi-sig literacy, the way past generations flaunted church attendance. The avalanche analogy ends with debris or new terrain. A collapse of trust in the treasuries would be brutal. Pension haircuts, austerity, geopolitical vacuum. Embedding Bitcoin beforehand offers a bridge, a unit that refuses debasement and thus restores planning horizons. It anchors contracts when CPI prints double digits, serving as a truth beacon amid statistical fog. That role could position America as the epicenter of monetary renaissance, rather than a footnote in empire obituaries. Failing to adopt, on the other hand, guarantees resilience on debt monetization until bond vigilantes revolt and foreign creditors require settlement in harder assets anyway. Better to choose the exit before being shown the door, right? Ultimately, the debt avalanche forces a philosophical reckoning. Do citizens own their labor, or is it collateral for perpetual bond issuance? Bitcoin answers with unconditional property rights. Once minted, a coin recognizes no senior line. That principle terrifies administrations, yet galvanizes individuals. When enough hands grasp it, policy follows. As always, the path of least electoral resistance. So breathe while the snow still clings. Tuck away what hours of toil you can in the only vault whose guard is prime number maths. The mountain will slide. Gravity is patient, but you need not be buried. Instead, you can ride the liberated rivers that follow, seeding orchards on fresh soil. That outcome is neither certain nor impossible. It is incentive-driven. The incentives have never been clearer. Debt compounds against you. Bitcoin compounds for you. The choice, like your private keys, remains yours alone. Chapter 12. Time, the Mischief Maker. If the universe issued wristwatches, they would all read, "Now," in bold type. The kind of blunt honesty that unsettles polite company. Everything you have ever done, planned to do, each regret that trespasses after midnight, everything only happens in the sliver that we call the present moment. Memory is a film clip projected on the cinema wall of your mind, and the future is the trailer for a sequel nobody is financed yet. Biological clocks and Apple alarms trick us into believing time behaves in tidy railway schedules, shunting hours from past to present to future, one after the other. In truth, the track bends, doubles back, and sometimes vanishes in the fog. You discover this the first time you fall in love, or wait for an ambulance. Seconds stretch, hours collapse, calendars become confetti. Money follows time's mischief. Hard cash stores a slice of your present effort so you can redeem it later. Yet if the money melts while it sits in your pocket, the future version of you receives a smaller slice than you paid for. That shrinkage raises what economists call time preference, though I prefer the simpler phrase, impatience tax. Fiat currencies dish out that tax daily. A central banker mumbles a new policy, and suddenly your Friday wage buys fewer eggs by Wednesday. The cogs of inflation hum so quietly, most people never question the background noise. They just shop faster, borrow bigger, and hope the maths adds up. Bitcoin flips the script. When the supply cannot be manipulated, the impatience tax vanishes, and with it the urgency to spend before prices climb. Low time preference blooms. Parents plant walnut trees for grandchildren they have not met yet. Engineers design bridges that outlast dynasties. And artists smear paint on ceilings high enough to give vertigo. History shows a direct line from hard money to soaring cathedrals. Nobody funds a century-long project if the treasury leaks value like a punctured hose. Yet even seasoned investors trip over time's illusions. A man logs into an exchange, sees red candles, and panics that his future comfort has been torched. He does not notice that the candle represents a single pixel on a multi-decade canvas trending northeast. He confuses the immediate with the important. Volatility is only a seasick ferry ride between two harbors of stability. The impatient leap overboard and blame the water for being wet. Imagine Cleopatra commissioning a vault to secure grain receipts. She is not protecting papyrus. She is safeguarding meals for tomorrow's children. The receipts matter solely because they redeem calories when famine stalks the Nile. Fast forward to your own wallet. Debit cards and banking apps masquerade as money. They are merely invitations to negotiate with a ledger that belongs to someone else. That someone can alter the terms, impose a fee, or decline entry altogether. True Bitcoin removes the gatekeeper and therefore collapses the delay between intent and settlement. Finality restores trust, and trust lowers time preference because you can plan without factoring in shenanigans. Consider the humble lighthouse. Britain built scores of them during the gold standard. Each tower required heroic funding, stone hauled across moody seas, and a design horizon that measured success in centuries. When pound notes detached from gold, the construction spree faded, replaced by short-term schemes financed on deficit spending. Beam strength dimmed, literal and metaphorical. The lesson hides in plain sight. Tamper with money and you tamper with civilization's ability to see beyond the next quarter's earnings. Modern employers pay monthly. Supermarkets raise prices weekly. Social media resets priorities hourly. This relentless compression persuades us the present is a burning building, and only a swipe or a loan will douse the flames. Bitcoin offers a fire exit. A coin with an unalterable supply schedule teaches patience by rewarding it. Plan 1 Satoshi today, harvest 10 tomorrow. Not because the universe owes you interest, but because millions of late adopters will compete for the same limited pool of units. Their demand is your dividend for arriving early and sitting still. The sitting still part frightens the ego. Watch any toddler refuse a biscuit, and you will recognize the adult trader pacing in front of a price chart. Time preference is revealed, not chosen. Most people who claim to be long-term hodlers typically fold at the first 15% dip. The river tests every raft. When you approach the rapids, remember The water always finds the sea. Your job is only to keep the vessel upright. Bitcoin also rewrites the script for debt. Under an inflationary regime, borrowing feels like a cheat mode because you repay in the softer currency. Politicians adore the trick. Households mimic them. The result is a credit binge that boasts asset bubbles and pulverizes savings until only speculation seems sensible. Hard money removes the perverse incentive. Borrowing at 6% when prices rise at 2% bites, so entrepreneurs reserve loans for projects that promise genuine productivity, not leveraged musical chairs. Lowering the time preference does not condemn you to monkish austerity. You still enjoy cappuccinos and city breaks. The difference is in intention. You spend from overflow, not desperation. The same principle guides farmers who set aside a share of each harvest for seed. They could feast on every grain, but that would starve them in the next season. Inflationary money punishes seed saving by rotting the granary. Hard money seals it tight. The past provides grim warnings. Rome clipped silver nadari until coins looked more like tin. Citizens noticed that confidence evaporated and roads cracked due to the lack of upkeep. The empire's time preference soared. Soldiers demanded payment in tangible goods. Scholars retreated to monasteries. Each debasement of money debased the culture a little further. Fast forward to Weimar Germany, where workers collected salaries in wheelbarrows, racing against the clock to exchange notes for bread. Time preference broke the dial. Parents burned banknotes in stoves because they produced more heat than the firewood they could buy. Contrast that with the Dutch Golden Age. The guilder held its silver content for 200 years. Merchants trusted tomorrow's guilder to mirror today's, so they invested in shipyards, optics, and art. Johannes Vermeer painted domestic serenity. Rembrandt draped merchants in velvet. Stability allowed introspection. A civilization that masters time can afford stillness on canvas. Digital scarcity drags that lesson into the 21st century. You no longer need a monarch to guarantee the weight of metal. Mathematics does the job with more integrity and zero armies. Anyone with an internet link can verify supply figures within seconds. Knowledge destroys doubt, and doubt is the breeding ground of impatience. Eliminate doubt and society rewires itself for foresight. If you doubt the practical effect, look at energy infrastructure. Oil rigs and nuclear plants demand investment horizons measured in decades. Financing them with debt that bleeds purchasing power is economic self-harm. A treasury that holds Bitcoin can ride out price volatility because future outflows are denominated in an asset that historically appreciates against machinery cost. Suddenly, long projects regain their appeal. The same mechanism revitalizes education planning. Parents in Lagos stack sats every payday, secure in the knowledge that university fees quoted in dollars will likely be cheaper in sat terms in a decade hence. Their children see discipline rewarded and inherit a mindset immune to treat yourself and that propaganda that comes with it. A generation raised on patient capital will not stampede for discount televisions during Black Friday sales. My millionaire mindset concept thrives in that psychological climate. Gratitude adds weight to intentions. Patience carries them across the river of time. When you give thanks for the satoshis already under your pillow, you tell your subconscious, we are safe. We can wait. Let's build. The universe enjoys acting on such confident scripts. Opportunities gravitate towards calm stewards of capital, the way cats curl up on the lap of the guest who pretends he hates felines. Chase the cat and it flees. Ignore it, and you soon need a lint roller. Gold once played that difficult-to-get role. Then aeroplanes, telephone wires, and carbon copy banking diluted its charm somewhat. Central stores issued certificates. Certificates morphed into digits, and those digits became political promises. Gold still sits in vaults, yet its leash is held by the caretakers who print coupons in its name. The coupons circulate instead of the bullion. The leash lengthens until man forgets that the dog is at the other end. A protocol with no vault, no leash, and no caretaker resurrects honesty but adds portability. You can teleport savings at the speed of thought. Try lugging a suitcase of Krugerrands through customs, and you will appreciate the upgrade. Teleportation expands the search radius for talent and trade, which in turn multiplies prosperity. And here is the delightful spiral, lowers time preference further. When job options span continents, you can afford to refuse the first mediocre offer. Leverage tilts back to the individual. Now zoom into the present moment. Picture a coffee shop that accepts lightning payments. A student buys espresso with 2,300 sats. The merchant routes those sats to a supplier in Guatemala before the crema settles. 3 countries settle value in less time than it takes milk to foam. The transaction cost is near zero, the settlement final. The incentive to hoard cash in idle bank accounts evaporates. Capital circulates at light speed, yet still honors scarcity. Keynesian textbooks promised that velocity would crash such an environment. They misscored the exam because they never imagined a medium that accommodates both speed and finality. Fiat proponents argue that elasticity of supply is essential for economic shocks. They liken it to a suspension bridge flexing in the wind. The analogy ignores the downside. A flexible bridge feels lovely until someone keeps lengthening it mid-crossing. Travelers stumble because the destination recedes. Hard money is the steel beam, unyielding under load, predictable in span. Engineers can design confidently when the beam does not stretch overnight. Critics brand Bitcoin as deflationary doom. They warn that falling prices halt spending and spark recession. But evidence disagrees with that. The 19th century United States enjoyed mild deflation, yet unleashed railways, telegraphs, and electrification. Consumers delayed buying a second pocket watch, yet happily paid for new marvels. Deflation punishes frivolous splurges, not genuine innovation. Entrepreneurs thrive when they offer clear improvement over existing options, not merely cosmetic refreshes that rely on marketing hype and easy credit. Time illusion also warps risk calculation. A saver who parks wealth in a bond, paying 2%, feels conservative because the graph looks flat. Factor inflation at 4%, and he's racing backward. Bitcoin volatility looks wild on the chart, yet a long-range view shows a slope steeper than any bond can dream. Both assets carry risk. One risk is obvious, the other hides in the fine print. Adults know which is more dangerous, the tiger you see or the tiger you don't. Our ancestors mastered delayed gratification through rituals. Harvest festivals thanked the field before the granary emptied. Lent invented abstinence to sharpen senses just before spring labor. Fiat time warped those cycles by making tomorrow's bread uncertain. People binged because they lacked faith in a future diet. Hard money like Bitcoin revives ritual by reinserting trust. When you know wheat will still buy tools next year, you bake enough loaves for the week, then store surplus as seed, not as donuts. I've watched this play out in my own circle. A friend once joked he liked fine watches more than food. Every weekend, a new chronometer appeared on his wrist, while his pantry remained bare. After, he began stacking sats. The habit flipped. Watches held no allure, because each one cost him thousands of future satoshis. He now shops for kitchen spices with the glee he once reserved for Swiss movements. His diet improved. Credit card balance shrank to zero. Sleep quality rose. Bitcoin did not change his character. It revealed the time preference he always wanted, but could not access under the old script. So, let us revisit the illusions of past and future. Economists tally growth with quarterly reports, as though prosperity obeys academic semesters. True growth unfolds like a forest. Seeds germinate unseen beneath last year's mulch. Hard money waters roots quietly. When the canopy bursts into view, the press declares a miracle called sudden progress. There's nothing sudden about it. Lone time preference simply gives seedlings the seasons they required. Now imagine humanity explores Mars. Supply ships lag months behind need, so colonists must budget materials precisely. They will use a currency immune to tampering. Printing extra tokens on Earth helps nobody on Olympus Mons. Scarcity stores trust across the void. In that sense, digital Bitcoin is a rehearsal for space travel. If we cannot coordinate across time zones without debasing each other's savings, how will we coordinate across planets? Your personal spaceship is smaller, but equally ambitious. Retirement, legacy, charity. Each goal orbits your present self on a gravity curve shaped by time preference. Die with nothing gurus preach that money loses meaning after you cross the pearly gates, and that is true. But the ripples of capital you release while alive influence strangers for generations. Hard money lets that ripple travel further because each Satoshi remains intact rather than eroding on its journey. Mahatma Gandhi quipped that the future depends on what you do today. He spoke of non-violent protest, but the sentence doubles as investment advice. When today's money remains potent tomorrow, small actions accumulate significance. One skipped impulse purchase funds a medical breakthrough 20 years hence. You will never meet the patient who lives because of your delayed coffee, yet physics assures the connection exists. Bitcoin compounds such butterfly effects rather than diluting them into statistical noise. 2010 was the dark year I nearly went bankrupt. Every ticking second felt like a mocking metronome, counting down to foreclosure. Only when I accepted the worst outcome did the hands on the clock loosen their grip. By surrendering insistence on immediate rescue, I unwittingly adopted low time preference. I wrote, refined, submitted again, and allowed destiny breathing room. The delay between manuscript and bestseller proved perfect incubation, even though my ego called it cruelty. The lesson crystallized later. Impatience narrows options. Patience multiplies them. Money that cannot be rushed trains the heart to wait, and thereby widens reality's menu. A caveat before I leave you to practice in a Zen-like state. Digital scarcity is a tool, not a genie. It will grant wishes only when wielded with consistent intention. Dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin works. Leveraged moonshots destroy. Cold storage projects, yield farming gambles, all nonsense. Respect the physics, master the craft, and time becomes a partner instead of a prankster. Take out a sheet of paper tonight, draw 3 columns. Label them now, soon, and distant. Under now, list expenditures that soothe ego. Under soon, jot projects that build skill or health. Under distant, write dreams that will bless people you may never meet. Next to each figure, write the cost in Satoshis. You will likely shift several items left or right once the new metric bites. That exercise bends your time preference dial without lecture or guilt. Numbers persuade where sermons fall. Do this monthly. Watch the distant column turn from mist to architecture. That is the time illusion cracking, replaced by crystal present awareness tethered to firm plans. You might still wear a mechanical watch, but mentally you join the universe's single-word model. Now. Now. Always now. Yet your now spans decades because your money no longer frays at the edge. Eternity stitched into every Satoshi. We started this chapter to learn how time and money dance together. We finish it by knowing that you choreograph the steps. Choose a rhythm of patience, gratitude, and steady accumulation. The music plays whether or not you tap your feet. May your timing be impeccable. When you study a musical score, you notice silences matter as much as the notes. The gaps give shape to melody. Time in the financial realm works the same way. A gap between earning and spending lets value accumulate. Resonance build. Harmony emerge. Fiat systems jam every bar with noise. They blast cheap credit, flash sale jingles, and end-of-month incentives that bully the listener into immediate consumption. A mind saturated by that racket cannot hear the faint overtone of compound growth. It twitches instead of composes. Enter the uncanny silence of a money that never begs you to spend it. At first, the hush feels eerie, almost accusatory. You open a wallet app and nothing shouts limited time offer. A row of digits simply sit there, indifferent, daring you to disturb them. After a month, you realize those digits keep buying a little more coffee or diesel. A year later, you laugh at discount coupons because the real bargain now dwells inside a seed phrase locked in your drawer. That experience, quiet confidence replacing perpetual urgency, reprograms behavior faster than any motivational seminar. People who once refreshed price feeds every 10 minutes begin to ignore them for days. Some delete trading apps altogether. They understand volatility but no longer worship it. Their wealth clock ticks in geological tempo. They watch rainfall patterns, not traffic lights. This shift is not the triumph of discipline, it is the absence of distortion. Remove a magnet from under a compass and the needle settles on true north, without any moral effort being required. Learning to live by that compass, however, demands an apprenticeship. The first lesson arrives when newcomers download a wallet, jot 12 English words, and feel the chill of absolute responsibility. There is no support hotline, no reset link. The realization lands like adulthood condensed into 60 seconds. No one is coming to rescue you if you lose your key. Strangely enough, that awareness sharpens your senses instead of paralyzing them. You double-check backup procedures, perhaps stamping steel in your shed at midnight. You read protocols, watch tutorials, teach siblings. Knowledge stacks because the stakes are unapologetically high. The second lesson concerns patience disguised as frustration. You send a transaction with too low a fee and it clings to the mempool for hours. You worry it's lost forever. A novice curses the wait. A veteran recognizes a cheap tutorial in network dynamics. You learn about block space as scarce real estate. You grasp that markets allocate everything, including priority, in real time. Next time you pick fees judiciously or route through a second-layer channel. Each inconvenience is a dojo for the master. The pain is upfront, the wisdom is permanent. Third comes humility. The chain does not care if you are a Nobel laureate, if you are super smart, or just literate enough to follow a prompt instruction. A fat-fingered mistake costs a whale the same cold sting it costs a shrimp. That flat hierarchy trains respect for detail, the same respect a carpenter shows for wood grain or a potter shows for clay temperature. Craft matters. In a culture obsessed with speed and spectacle, Bitcoin reintroduces artisanal values to finance. The person who crafts a meticulous backup plan is the same person who later crafts deliberate life goals. When enough individuals adopt that craft, the societal timeline stretches like dawn's first light sliding across a valley. Crowdfunding projects list 10-year roadmaps without being mocked. Cities issue bonds denominated in sats because citizens refuse debt financed by stealth tax. Charities publish proof of donation receipts on public inspection addresses so donors can audit impact in real time. Shared trust lengthens horizons because nobody must fudge numbers to survive the next quarter. Technology amplifies the effect. Watch how the Lightning Network smears near-zero fee gifts across continents. Opening a gratuity culture unimaginable with card rails that skim 30 cents a swipe. Artists streaming in VR concerts receive thousands of tiny beams of value, hugs in sat form, from fans who before could only post a clap emoji. Gratitude recorded on a mutable ledger is gratitude that compounds. One viewer turns patron, the patron turns collaborator, and the collaborator launches a spin-off project funded by the very tips he once tossed casually. Time weaves each microtransaction into a tapestry of opportunity. Education transforms too. University loans appear unappealing when compared to free lectures funded by voluntary micro-donations. A teenager in Jaipur listens to an astrophysics professor in Sao Paulo, answers quiz questions embedded in the stream, and earns sats for each correct answer drawn from a bounty supplied by an alumni. Knowledge pays in both directions. Teacher rewarded for clarity. The pupil is rewarded for mastery. Neither waits for bureaucrats to approve a syllabus. The velocity of learning accelerates even as time preference decreases. Skeptics, of course, raise an eyebrow. Fine philosophy. But where are the hard numbers? Well, they exist in plain sight. Hash rate climbs an order of magnitude every few halvings, even while measured energy cost per transaction falls, because each joule now secures exponentially more value. On-chain settlement volume dwarfs Western Union. Lightning throughput doubles quarterly. But statistics seldom convert doubters. Stories do. So here is one. A midwife in Sumatra bought $5 of Bitcoin on her cousin's phone just to test the wizardry. She forgot the experiment until torrential rains destroyed the local clinic's solar inverter. Desperate for a replacement part, she remembered the wallet, discovered it had swelled to $80 and paid the invoice within the hour. The transformer arrived by riverboat a week later. The entire village now uses her phone as communal bank. They treat the screen with a reverence normally reserved for heirloom spears. Time, once an enemy that rotted savings, became an ally that quietly multiplied them. Another. A retiree in Denmark lives on a fixed fiat pension but saves in sats. She volunteers as a pronunciation coach for English learners in Ethiopia via a video platform. Each corrected sentence earns her tiny payments that top up her savings account automatically. She calls it collecting fireflies. Small lights that gather nightly in her jar. When asked why she prizes digital fireflies over Danish kroner, she answers, because fireflies keep breeding while I sleep. The kroner wanders off. Such anecdotes pile up into demographic shifts. Millennials who weathered 2 recessions step off the hamster wheel of consumer dopamine and imprint on sat stacking instead. Gen Z bypasses banks altogether, entering adulthood by scanning QR codes and asking older siblings what routing fee means. The elderly catch up when grandkids configure hardware wallets as Christmas gifts. Adoption is not a wave, it's a tide creeping through family trees. None of this erases hardship. Blocks will still fill, governments will still demonize, scammers will still prey on greed. Yet hardship functions like time's whetstone, sharpening conviction. A chain split scare in 2017 trained hodlers to value consensus. An exchange implosion in 2022 trained them to value self-custody. Each stress event is a class in the school whose diploma is sovereignty. Tuition in this area hurts. Graduation liberates. Low time preference also detoxifies politics. When citizens hold assets immune to vote-buying inflation, campaigning by checkbook loses spell power. Candidates must pitch reforms funded by explicit taxes, not bonds blurred into affinity. The debate shifts from who can offer the most benefits to who can deliver public goods most efficiently. That pivot feels impossible until it happens. It's just as abolition felt impossible while slave plantations still denominated export ledgers. The learning curve, therefore, climbs on two axes, technical and psychological. You master private key hygiene, then you master patience. You learn to verify blocks, then you learn to ignore drama. Both tracks reinforce each other. Cold storage discourages impulse trades. Self-education fosters humility, which in turn prevents hubris that can lead to security lapses. Eventually, the curve plateaus into steady confidence. And congratulations, you are now time-rich. Being time-rich means weekends uncorrelated to wage cycles. It means hobbies chosen for joy rather than resumes. It means charitable giving that flows monthly instead of annually, because SAT income arrives streaming, not lumped. Most importantly, time-rich means conversations unhurried by scarcity. When friends meet without glancing at their watches, the opportunity for empathy expands. A calmer society breeds. Economists label Bitcoin's issuance model as controlled disinflation. Mystics might call it a mirror. It merely reflects humanity's willingness to delay gratification. The halving rhythm pulses like a metronome in the background, reminding everyone who listens that treasure prefers still hands. Your choice is simple. Dance to that beat or fight it. History suggests nature usually wins. We circle back to the universal watch that always says now. Now is where you place the next brick of discipline. It may be as small as opening a lightning channel, reading an op return message for fun, or explaining SAT divisibility to a niece. Each act tilts your internal time preference dial one click lower. Repeat until calm persists, even as candles flash crimson. On that day, you will glimpse at what the stonemasons of Chartres glimpsed. When money and time align truthfully, human potential stops pretending to be small. Chapter 13, The Bitcoin Dream. People treat the word blockchain like the secret spice Colonel Sanders kept in a vault. Sprinkle it on any half-baked idea, then staring wide-eyed while the valuation levitates. I've sat in conference rooms where middle-aged executives whispered the syllables blockchain with the same reverence druids reserved for mistletoe, certain that uttering the incantation would turn their crumbling business model into a unicorn before lunch. None of them paused long enough to ask the only question that matters. Why does the chain exist? And who pays for the privilege of keeping it honest? Bitcoin answers that question first, then etch the answer into stone. Every 10 minutes, miners burn real energy to solve a cryptographic puzzle. The first to crack it earns a newly minted coin plus transaction fees. That simple loop drapes the ledger in armor of thermodynamics. Attackers must outspend the honest network in electricity before they can fiddle even a single comma. The cost scales with the prize, so rational thieves look elsewhere. That bargain, security paid in energy, fused the blocks into a single unbroken timeline stretching back to block zero. All the buzzword chains that followed tried to dodge the bill, like diners who order lobster then sneak out the bathroom window. Some replaced proof of work with proof of stake, promising greener pastures. Stake sounds sensible until you unpack it. The richest token holders vote on the rules that govern the tokens that made them rich in the first place. Imagine letting the largest shareholders in a bank rewrite bankruptcy law whenever they take a notion. That is not decentralization. That is oligarchy wearing hemp sandals. Others claimed a little centralization did no harm because they would never abuse the power. Honest. History files such promises under comedy. Gatekeepers succumb to temptation as predictably as cats chase strings. Bitcoin's value proposition starts where human goodwill ends. A marketing friend once argued that any crypto could copy Bitcoin's scarcity. Just set the supply to 21 million and watch investors drool. But he missed the crucial component: credible commitment. Scarcity is worthless unless everyone believes it will survive under stress. Bitcoin built that credibility not with slogans, but with 13 years of immaculate uptime, public audits, and a culture allergic to change. Altering the monetary policy would require global consensus across miners, full node operators, exchanges, and holders. That cacophony of incentives ensures the bar to tampering sits higher than Everest. Copying the parameters without copying the history is like printing your own Mona Lisa and expecting the Louvre to make room. Unconvinced rookies still chase shiny clones, because clones sprint while Bitcoin jogs. Jogging is a feature. The base layer moves cautiously to preserve the settlement assurances that underpin every Satoshi. Upgrades undergo gladiatorial combat on mailing lists, testnets, and X threads before a single line reaches production. If you long for rapid iteration, you can build on secondary layers such as Lightning, sidechains, or custody solutions. The base chain remains the granite foundation nobody is permitted to dynamite. Altcoins reverse that hierarchy. They rip out the basement beams every quarter to install disco lights, then wonder why serious capital tiptoes away. Wealth flows towards certainty in the long run, and there is nothing patients crave more than dependable prognosis. Think of pension funds managing firefighters' retirements. They will not entrust billions to a protocol whose roadmap reads, "We move fast and break chains." They need constitutional money, not carnival rides. The dream of generational freedom only materializes when the ground under your future grandkids stays level. During the initial coin offering craze, I received email pitches daily. One proposed a blockchain for counting teriyaki chicken wings. Another wanted tokenized smiles. Each white paper dripped technical jargon designed to sedate the skeptical cortex. Energy-efficient Byzantine fault tolerance, zero-knowledge plasma, delegated dynamic proof of something nobody understands. Meanwhile, the term sheet reserved 15% of tokens for the founders up front and another 15% for community incentives, a polite euphemism for marketing budget that funded flashy Lamborghinis. Investors confused scarcity of common sense with scarcity of tokens and learned the oldest game in finance. Insiders print tickets, outsiders provide liquidity. Gravity does the rest. Bitcoin's launch contained no venture slice. Early miners earned rewards because they risked capital before anyone cared. The rules were public from day one. Anyone could join with a laptop and access to cheap electricity. That immaculate conception matters because it closed the window for insider grudges. Later projects that pre-mined even a modest sliver enter every debate wearing a flashing badge that reads conflict of interest. Decentralization is not a binary switch. It is a gradient defined by cost of attack. Picture an ancient city protected by concentric walls. Altcoins often boast impressive outer walls. Social media hype, celebrity endorsements, tokenomics. Yet their inner walls consist of plywood. A coalition of exchanges can rewrite history because few nodes verify independently. Bitcoin City keeps the onion approach. If an exchange misbehaves, users withdraw, spin up a node, and compare ledgers without asking permission. Full nodes are the citizen militia. They do not generate blocks, yet they decide which blocks count. Some critics complain that mining centralizes in regions with cheap power, that distribution shifts as incentive shift. When China outlawed industrial mining in 2021, the hash rate dipped, then recovered within months as machines migrated to Texas, Kazakhstan, and rural hydro plants in Scandinavia. Imagine forcibly relocating every factory in Detroit to new continents and having them reopen before next quarter's earning call. That resilience answered the centralization paranoia more convincingly than any conference panel could. Energy usage sparks dinner table quarrels. Detractors picture polar bears floating lonely on icebergs while miners twirl mustaches beside coal fires. Reality reads differently. Proof of work functions as an energy buyer of last resort. It hoovers up stranded power that cannot reach urban markets, monetizing excess hydro dams, meager flares at oil fields and off-peak wind that would otherwise be curtailed. By turning waste into value, Bitcoin incentives encourage the grid to operate at higher capacity and redundancy. The complaint resembles scolding freezers for using electricity to preserve food. Sure, we could stop, but we would have to throw away dinner. Remember our theme, the Bitcoin dream of personal sovereignty. Sovereignty demands two things: property that cannot be diluted and settlement that cannot be blocked. Any chain governed by a foundation, a charismatic founder, or a multisig held by 5 friends fails both tests regardless of clever fintech partnerships. You must beg them for policy mercy and hope they do not stretch supply when the champagne runs dry. You must trust they will not blacklist your address if your politics offends them. Bitcoin replaced trust with verification, and verification is as cheap as a Raspberry Pi. Try setting up a node on a rival network, and you will often discover hardware requirements that cost more than a family car, thinly veiling centralization behind the excuse of performance. A common question bubbles up at seminars. Couldn't government XYZ launch its own chain and force everyone to use it? Absolutely, just as they issue fiat today. They may even brand it as digital cash. Yet such a system would still rely on permission to transact and inflation to finance budgets. People would hold it only as a hot potato. Meanwhile, Bitcoin remains the escape valve. Capital flows through cracks no tyrant can fill, because cracking them would require dismantling the internet or commandeering the global electricity market. Most rulers settle for taxing at the choke points rather than waging unwinnable whack-a-mole. Take El Salvador's adoption as a national tender. Radio pundits predicted collapse. Instead, tourism soared, remittance fees plunged, and small cafes began flashing QR codes instead of battered cash trays. Some Salvadorians still prefer dollars. Fair enough. The key is they now have a choice. Choice forces incumbents to raise their game. Even Western Union quietly trims fees when faced with a competitor that settles for pennies. Observe how quickly hyped blockchains seek partnerships with Visa rather than challenge it. Bitcoin partners only with mathematics. Traders chasing quick percentage pops ask why they should hold a turtle when hares multiply weekly. The answer is hares multiply until foxes arrive. Altcoins shine during the expansion phases, then implode under the weight of their own complexity. Bugs surface, founders squabble. Governance tokens vote themselves more tokens. Bitcoin simply appears dull during the bull run, yet divine in the bear market, because it has no CEO to tweet something illegal, no foundation treasury to misallocate, and no marketing department to overpromise. At this juncture, let us weave in my millionaire mindset concept. You attract not what you chant, but what you continually do. Holding a scarce asset through storms tells the universe you value reliability over novelty. Reliability in return opens doors. Investors lend cheaply to disciplined savers. Employers trust them with longer projects and bigger roles. Lovers relax around them because they emanate calm. All these parallel benefits stem from one behavioral seed: low time preference. Bitcoin nurtures that seed every time you resist the urge to swap sats for a dubious clone pumping on TikTok. The dream extends beyond bank balances. Think of the deaf artist in Nairobi who sells digital illustrations online. Traditional payments dock him 12% plus conversion rates. Lightning delivers net settlement in seconds. He buys better equipment, hires an apprentice, and sponsors local workshops for kids who sign. The apprentice will not care which conference invented the buzzword chain of 2024. She will remember the day her mentor paid her in money she could verify herself. No paternal oversight required. The question arises about smart contracts. Surely the flashy networks dominate because they cram the base layer with a wide range of functionality, while Bitcoin insists on doing one job well. Here, the tortoise wins again. Complex scripts explode attack surfaces. When hacks drain 8-figure sums, the exploited protocol either prints new tokens to bail victims, which ruins scarcity, or shrugs, which ruins trust. Bitcoin offloads experimentation to secondary layers, such as rooted sidechains or discrete log contracts. If an experiment combusts, the blast radius never touches the main ledger. A lighthouse builder does not scaffold the tower with firecrackers just to impress donors. During the California gold rush, the surest fortunes accrued not to the panhandlers, but the sellers of pickaxes and Levi jeans. The crypto gold rush repeats the lesson. Exchanges earn fees on every token trade. Venture capital firms flip pre-mined bags to retail investors. The only participant assured to sleep soundly is the one accruing the base resource itself, digital gold. The picks and shovels make sense only as equity plays, not as retirement plans for the average reader. You are not Goldman Sachs. You want the asset that outlasts the hype cycle. Scarcity alone does not conjure paradise. It merely provides fertile soil. If you plant weeds, you will still harvest weeds. This chapter urges you to plant purpose. Wealth unmoored from meaning bleeds into addiction, vanity projects, and eventual boredom. Contemplate early whether the dream resembles philanthropic endowments, scientific patronage, or simply shielding your clan from the economic storms that history brings every few generations. A destination gives patience a compass. The subconscious believes whatever story you feed it, with repetition plus emotion. Telling yourself daily that altcoin roulette will score a mansion programs a neurotic loop of FOMO and regret. Telling yourself that stacking a little Bitcoin every day safeguards family freedom rewires neurons around consistency. Consistency begets competence. Competence unlocks creative flow. Flow feels suspiciously like luck to outside observers. They brand you an overnight success long after the nights you spent pairing socks instead of buying meme tokens. Energy is currency in the universe's broader ledger. Bitcoin directly links monetary value to energy expenditure, thereby closing the loop between physics and finance. Philosophers might call this poetic justice. Spend energy honestly, and you earn incorruptible receipts. Waste energy on scams, and the entropy bill arrives sooner or later. That elegant symmetry seduces engineers, artists, and ethicists alike. They see poetry where speculators see candles. Listen for a moment to the soft hum of tomorrow. You will not hear the clatter of coins or the shrill ring of tills. You will hear packets of information singing past each other like migrating geese, negotiating value at light speed, obeying rules older than any central bank and younger than your nephew's smartphone. When people ask me what Bitcoin will look like in 10 or 20 years, I usually shrug. Because the better question is what people will look like once they stop thinking of money as a consumable and start treating it as a protocol, a grammar of cooperation. Picture a village lying just beyond the reach of overhead wires. Today, the inhabitants haul sacks of maize to the nearest town, negotiate cash rates with a broker who smells opportunity in their desperation. Then they trudge home with a handful of crumpled banknotes that shrink 15% before next harvest. In the not-too-distant future, the same farmer tags each sack with a tiny sensor that pings an open marketplace the instant the truck crosses a cell tower's faint halo. Buyers from 3 cities bid in real time. Payment streams are transmitted over a satellite link before the maze is even unloaded. The broker is relegated to spectator status. But what powered that leap? Well, not an app, not a charity. A settlement layer that never sleeps, never discriminates, and never reneges. People sometimes counter that such visions require perfect connectivity, hardware subsidies, regulatory miracles. They forget that the internet spread to coffee farmers in Rwanda long before landlines reached every English cottage. Technology flows downhill, following gradients of unmet need. And nothing erodes obstacles faster than a tool that turns local surplus into global purchasing power. The farmer who sells maize at a fair world price can now afford solar panels, which in turn power routers, creating a local lightning liquidity hub that births a cottage industry, providing remittance swaps for cousins in the capital. Economic roots dive deep, wherever Bitcoin pools. That onward ripple is the true future of Bitcoin, and it traces back to one mundane detail. The block subsidy halves again in less than 3 years. And then again. And again, until minting fades to a whisper only transaction fees can hear. At each halving, headlines will scream about miner death spirals and system collapse. Meanwhile, miners will simply plug rigs into cheaper energy sources. Governments will chase the tax tail like puppies, and ordinary users will continue exporting patience and importing sovereignty. Suppose you measure your financial life in 4 phases: learning, earning, preserving, and giving. Bitcoin intersects each phase in a richer way than legacy money because it turns time from adversary into ally. Learning. Every sincere orange pill story begins with confusion. Why does the chain need energy? Who decides upgrades? Where do lost coins go? That confusion curdles into humility, which in turn catalyzes curiosity. And curiosity triggers reading lists, podcasts, node tinkering, and coding experiments. By the time someone has answered their own questions, they've acquired a self-directed master's degree in computer science, monetary history, and game theory. Even if the market price stayed frozen for a decade, that knowledge would compound into better career choices and sharper skepticism towards sales patter. One of my coaching clients, a marketing executive, set out to just buy a little coin for diversification. 6 months later, he could diagram Merkle trees on a napkin, dismantle an ICO pitch in 4 sentences, and help his teenager flash firmware on a hardware wallet. His LinkedIn profile still says marketing, but recruiters now approach him for positions in supply chain logistics because he can explain on-chain auditing as if he invented it. That is educational arbitrage. You study one asset and the insight spills everywhere. The second phase shows up when you invoice a client, send the address, and settlement arrives before you can finish a celebratory latte. The 0 to wait time disparity introduces a new ethic: deliver faster, iterate publicly, charge fairly, and let reputation follow in a permanent ledger. Freelancers who once padded timelines to account for bank slippage start quoting by the minute. Musicians who once surrendered royalties to opaque societies collect split payments at the moment a fan streams the chorus. Middlemen do not vanish completely. They pivot to curation, dispute resolution, key management. Value now gravitates to services that add clarity, not fog. I remember hosting a webinar where an indie game developer in Brazil unveiled a pay-what-you-want launch priced exclusively in sats. Within 48 hours, players from 40 countries had chipped in enough to cover 2 years of his rent. Not a single credit card reversal. No 2.9% plus 30 cents. No currency exchange gauntlet. Days later, He live-patched a bug and tipped volunteer testers with micropayments, digital high fives that cost less than writing thanks on a postcard. Phase 3 whispers rather than shouts. You wake up, check portfolio, notice nothing burnt down overnight. The balance in fiat may wobble, yet the stack in sats glides sideways and across halving cycles. Drifts upward, like a hot air balloon on a clear dawn. Preservation does not mean hiding coins under digital mattresses. It means integrating them into a life where credit cards are tools, not crutches. Where home ownership is funded with prudence, not manic fear of rent inflation. Where healthcare catastrophes are cushioned by liquidity that moves faster than hospital invoices. In practical terms, that preservation is reinforced by multi-sig vaults, inheritance planning via time-locked transactions, decoy passphrases, plausible deniability travel seeds. Again, the side quests upgrade your broader security posture. You start using encrypted messengers, dice roll passwords, Faraday pouches for car keys. Bitcoin teaches paranoid ergonomics, which translate neatly into safer browsing, calmer banking, and less chance of sobbing into the void after a phishing email catches you out. Finally, generosity returns as dividend. When you see your stack growing independent of labor, you experience a subtle cognitive surplus. You can part with small amounts without that familiar lurch that once accompanied each donation receipt. Lightning tips become a habit. Sponsorship of open source maintainers becomes a moral hygiene. And endowments for nieces and nephews become the family tradition you wish you had inherited. And because every transaction is optionally public, you can nudge friends towards transparency without a sermon. Here is the node address of the orphanage we are crowdfunding. Check the balance any time. The chain eliminates hero worship. Everyone gets to audit the saint. Critics attack from two fronts: environmental impact and technical ossification. We dealt with energy earlier, so let's tackle ossification. They claim that a protocol that rarely changes is doomed to irrelevance, citing examples such as MySpace, Yahoo, and Blockbuster. Okay, clever. But the analogy fails because those were companies fighting for market share, not open networks emitting their own immune system. Code that ossifies around a narrow, bulletproof purpose can last longer than a corporate empire. Consider TCP/IP, or the wheel. Nobody clamors for Wheel 2.0 with graphite spokes. They refine tires, suspensions, or road surfaces while leaving the core geometry intact. In Bitcoin, the base layer wheel is final settlement. Innovation blossoms above the hub via sidechains, coin joins, covenants, and tweaks. Blind merges as well. Those changes are opt-in, layered, and backward compatible. Exactly how the internet grew after its first RFCs. Look at Taproot as a case study. Years of debate, research, testnet deployment, minor signaling games, client adoption campaigns, and all that fuss just to make complex spending conditions look like regular single-sig spends. Spectators wondered why so much ceremony for such a minimal visual payoff. Insiders nodded. Subtle upgrades that boost privacy and efficiency without disrupting old transactions proved the culture prizes caution over headline features. That culture, not any single patch, secures the long arc. Equally misunderstood is the interaction between Bitcoin and emerging fields like AI. Picture server farms training language models. They require cheap, consistent power. Miners co-locate with renewables and will sell curtailed energy to both model trainers and hashboards based on price signals, smoothing grid demand. Meanwhile, AI-driven fraud attempts will push ordinary users to adopt multi-layer authentication, hardware signers, and spend limits built into TapScript policies. The arms race between synthetic identity and cryptographic identity ends with Bitcoin anchoring trustware, that not even deepfakes can forge. Because a signature that travels from cold storage to the mempool cannot be hallucinated by a generative network. Now, zoom out farther. Mars colonists will exchange resources with Earth on channels that reconcile over multi-day radio lags. Only two assets suit those latencies: gold and Bitcoin. One weighs a lot, the other weighs photons. Guess which the launch engineers prefer. Interplanetary commerce will not rely on Earth-centric fiat governed by local electoral cycles. It will rely on a ledger indifferent to gravity wells. That scenario sounds like science fiction until you realize NASA already schedules Mars missions beyond the final Bitcoin halving. Closer to home, demographic winter poses a threat to pension systems. Aging populations cannot rely on pay-as-you-go schemes when the worker-to-retiree ratio collapses. Nations that hoard a cushion of sats in their sovereign wealth fund will bridge the gap without confiscatory taxes. Politicians scoff for now. Treasury clerks quietly experiment. Countries that move early will resemble Switzerland after Bretton Woods. Small players punching above their weight because they have stored a portion of their national trust outside geopolitical drama. What about identity? Decentralized identity proposals often misfire because they graft passports onto blockchains like antlers on a salmon. The smarter route begins with the private key each Bitcoiner already protects. From that root credential, you can derive revocable attestations. Yes, I am over 18. Yes, my company passed an audit. And yes, this batch of tuna was really caught where the label claims. Attesters stake their reputation, and even small deposits, with missigned credentials being pruned or slashed. Bitcoin's time chain anchors the proofs while leaving personally identifiable data off-chain. Call it zero-knowledge citizenship. Again, the key insight: value settlement begets identity, not the reverse. Meanwhile, cultural narratives shift. In 2012, telling friends you owned Bitcoin invited snickers. By 2017, it invited Uber rides where drivers boasted about Ripple. Today, it elicits thoughtful questions about cold storage or even compliments on restraint. Narrative inertia will continue, but the asymmetry has flipped. Soon, admitting you saved nothing in sats might sound reckless, a bit like bragging you keep life savings in an unlocked glove compartment. The most intriguing frontier is spiritual rather than technological. When humans encounter a system they cannot cheat, some rebel, some surrender, many evolve. They internalize new virtues because reality enforces consequences swiftly and impersonally. Proof of work does not negotiate. It tallies joules. Running a node does not beg your trust. It offers raw data. Watching an irreversible transaction propagate across the globe invites contemplation about permanence, and permanence nudges one towards integrity. You either broadcast truth or pay fees to amend. It is the universe whispering, "Speak carefully." I saw this transformation in a friend formerly addicted to roulette. He replaced late-night casino binges with an obsession for fee estimation. Fee control may sound dull, but it scratches the same itch. Prediction, risk, reward, minus the house edge. He built a web tool that helped merchants auto-adjust customer invoices for mempool congestion and earns a micro-subscription for each API call. Gambling impulse has alchemized into productivity because the protocol offered fertile ground. Think of Bitcoin, then, as the great composting machine. It accepts fear, greed, and ignorance, breaks them down under the heat of consensus, and outputs soil in which sober plans take root. The future that grows atop that soil will not glitter with utopian chrome. It will look organic. Neighborhood energy co-ops, artists with global patron bases, teenagers bootstrapping research labs from lightning tips, elderly savers enjoying dignity without begging central banks to chase 4% targets. If you wish to inhabit that future, start with micro habits now. Route 1 lightning payment a day. Audit 1 claim a week. Help a newcomer back up a seed. Each action ripples outward on a time chain indifferent to status, yet keenly receptive to contribution. The odds that your ripple returns amplified are higher than any casino jackpot, strictly because nobody can rig the wheel. And when the day arrives that transaction fees eclipse block rewards, pundits will pen obituaries again. Let them. The network will be by then graduated from adolescence. It will stride forward funded entirely by commerce, by you buying coffee, by your maize farmer selling surplus kilowatts, by Martian settlers buying Earthside machine parts. Picture a cathedral finished, scaffolding removed, masons packing away their tools. Critics sneer that no stones are added anymore. Congregants smile. The tower rings its bell on schedule, echoing across the centuries. The Bitcoin dream, it turns out, is not just owning unconfiscatable wealth. It's waking up among people who value long horizons, who invest in each other because debasement no longer punishes generosity, who laugh at exit scams because they are too busy building open-source bridges to nowhere, just for the joy of creation. That dream will not arrive fully formed. It will creep, stanza by stanza, transaction by transaction, until one morning you sip tea on a porch paid for with time-hardened sats and realize the future slipped quietly into the present while everyone else searched for secret spices. Chapter 14. Study Bitcoin. Wealth begins with the decision to study reality rather than endure it. That single choice, to lift the bonnet and stare at the engine instead of complaining about the noise, marks the boundary between average fortune and abundant fortune. Money obeys laws every bit as predictable as gravity. Yet most people treat it like astrology, a mysterious force, vague horoscopes and Mercury in retrograde excuse for bounce checks. Today we ditch the star charts and reach for the slide rule. We examine why a fixed supply digital asset rewires the human mind for compounding prosperity, and why adopting that mindset forces luck to queue politely outside your front door. Economists long split into two rival camps. One camp worships spending, celebrates deficit binges, and measures progress with quarterly consumption charts. The other camp honors savings, arguing that capital must be built before it can be spent, and views interest rates as the moral compass of civilization. You can spot the first tribe by their fondness for words like stimulus and aggregate demand. The second tribe speak of time preference and capital structure. The first tribe sees recessions as mechanical failures, easily fixed by squirting more lubricant into the gearbox. The second regards downturns as detox sessions after a credit bender. Bitcoin crashed their party by embedding the norms of the savings camp into software that nobody can vote out of office. It took the oldest economic arguments, carved them into digital granite, and handed everyone a personal vault guarded by mathematics. Time preference sounds intimidating until you translate it into playground language. Cake now or bigger cake later. A child with a high time preference wolfs the cupcake down before the teacher finishes the sentence. A low time preference child waits for the promised second slice. Society exhibits the same behavior. When the national currency weakens, citizens rush to spend their paychecks on goods as soon as their salaries clear. Quality plummets because producers know buyers focus only on speed. Long projects wither. You cannot finance a 30-year cathedral when the bricklayers demand weekly wages to cover the groceries. Conversely, when money retains power across decades, the entire culture lengthens its sightline. Orchard owners plant groves their grandchildren will harvest. Scientists pursue multi-decade research instead of chasing grant-friendly headlines. Bitcoin hard codes that long view because its supply schedule laughs at political tampering. 90% of all coins already circulate. The remaining sliver drips out on a timetable visible to toddlers. Keynesian schoolbooks claim a little inflation lubricates the economy. That phrase should trigger the same suspicion as mechanics suggesting you fix your engine rattle with a louder radio. Grease may silence squeaks briefly, but eventually metal grinds against metal. Every percentage of price inflation transfers wealth from savers to debtors because loans repay in wilting money. Governments, being the planet's largest debtors, adore the process. They coax central banks to target 2% annual debasement, insisting it is both tiny and necessary. 2% sounds polite, until you realize compound decay halves purchasing power inside 35 years. Tell any new parent that their newborn's trust fund will buy half as many Lego sets by university enrollment and watch their smile fade. Bitcoin reverses that gravitational pull. Instead of eroding 2% annually, it has averaged double-digit appreciation against consumer baskets. The rate will not remain explosive forever. Nothing does. Yet the direction stays north while the supply remains stuck at 21 million. That expectation alone drags civilization towards thrift, because holding today means having options tomorrow. When opportunity tastes sweeter than instant gratification, miracle number one occurs. Your brainstem relaxes. Stress hormones drop. You no longer sprint on the hedonic treadmill, stalking ephemeral discounts. That biochemical respite frees cognitive bandwidth for actual strategy. Let us illustrate that point with Antonio, a coffee grower in Colombia. For years he borrowed dollars between harvests, repaid lenders after selling beans, and repeated the loop. Always one hailstorm away from foreclosure. After learning about Bitcoin, he directed 5% of his profits into cold storage each season. 3 harvests later, rising SAT values erased his dollar liabilities. He now self-funds seedlings, experiments with shade techniques, and pays pickers a premium during lean months. His neighbors still chase peso loans, whose interest rates run faster than espresso machines. Antonio wakes up thinking 10 years ahead. They wake up worrying 10 days ahead. Different time preference. Different destinies. Pro-inflation economists counter that falling consumer prices trigger hoarding spirals. The textbook example warns that if laptops drop monthly, nobody buys any. Thus, tech firms fire staff, demand crashes, and a deflationary death vortex ensues. Reality refuses such tidy despair. Smartphones, televisions, and storage devices have become cheaper for 20 years, yet sales soar because new features justify purchase. Price deflation merely raises the bar for what constitutes progress. Mediocre products vanish. Genuine innovation thrives. Under Bitcoin, companies must create real value rather than rely on marketing spin, buoyed by consumers desperate to outrun inflation. This segues into capital accumulation. Capital is not stacks of printed notes. It is tools that extend human productivity. Tractors, code libraries, conveyor belts, neural implants tomorrow. Building tools requires foregone consumption today. You must divert resources from beer to bulldozers. High inflation punishes that virtue. Imagine stockpiling bricks while a taxman steals bricks daily. Many would give up and spend. Bitcoin shields the stockpile, allowing future factories to rise taller. Austrian economists name this process roundabout production. Primitive tribes fish with bare hands. Wealthier tribes pause weave nets, then harvest shoals. Every roundabout loop multiplies output. So yes, Bitcoin blocks the childish thrill of printing money, but it gives the adult reward of compounding capital. Why study wealth? Because study calibrates instinct. Left unchecked, instinct hunts certainty today, even at the expense of plenty tomorrow. Studying Satoshi's white paper, early mailing list debates, and historical halvings trains you to recognize patterns of technological adoption. You learn about Metcalfe's curves, Lindy effects, and Schelling points. Each concept slaps the back of your hand when you reach for the sell button during a dip. You hold, not from blind faith, but from earned perspective. Holders call this conviction. Outsiders mistake this for cultish zeal, unaware that thousands of hours of podcasts, research papers, and node maintenance have instilled skepticism so deeply that it appears like dogma only to those who skim headlines. An abundance mindset rests on 3 pillars. Pillar 1, the pie can grow. Most people do not believe this. Scarcity mentalities assume wealth is a zero-sum tug-of-war. Hard-capped money might appear to reinforce that belief. Yet history shows that stable units foster creativity, which in turn enlarges resource pools. When engineers trust tomorrow's budget, they tackle bigger problems, inventing desalination plants rather than fighting over rivers. Pillar 2, value flows to where it is treated with respect. If you hoard coins in a shoebox, you signal fear. Coins sense fear the way bees sense carbon dioxide. They buzz off. Move a portion into ventures that amplify good, solar microgrids, open source medic software, violin scholarships. Money reciprocates. Pillar 3, gratitude lubricates patience. Thank the ledger for 1 Satoshi and the cosmos infers you can handle 10,000. I know for a financial book that sounds a bit woo-woo, but all I can do is ask you to trust me. Mindset works when it comes to attaining extreme wealth. Skeptics scoff that all these affirmations should be taped to yogi refrigerators. So if you're thinking like that, if you're frowning at me right now, let me ground them in data. An MIT study followed 2 cohorts with identical salaries. Group A obsessively checked portfolio prices, while Group B peeked at prices quarterly. 20 years on, Group B earned higher annualized returns, attributed to fewer reactive trades and lower stress markers. Bitcoin embodies Group B's wisdom. Volatility invites twitchy fingers, yet each trade slices sat count via spreads and taxes. Read a white paper instead of watching price chatter, and you multiply mental capital while preserving financial capital. Reactive living, the hallmark of the 80%, manifests in finance as chasing momentum with borrowed funds, then blaming markets when the music stops. Proactive living, people who live in the 20%, begins by accepting the scoreboard never lies. If your balance is bleak, you produce that outcome via action or inaction. It is liberating once the ego swallows the pill, because responsibility and control are twins. Trade blame for control and new doors appear, labeled skills, networks, principled risk. Study is the master key that unlocks each door in sequence. So where should you direct study? We'll start with money's 3 functions: a store of value, a medium of exchange, and a unit of account. Gold excelled at storage across centuries, but failed at point-of-sale sushi. Fiat nails exchange speed, but bleeds value like a punctured tire. No asset yet dominates all 3 simultaneously, though Bitcoin's layered approach comes the closest. The base chain guards value. Lightning channels handle coffee. Unit of account status emerges last after volatility dampens. Understanding this stage conquest prevents frustration when your barber still prices in euros. You grasp that adoption curves resemble orchids, not weeds. The root system firms up long before blossoms wow the passerby. Financial literacy extends to yield curves, collateral quality, and counterparty risk. Bitcoiners learn these lessons not in a lecture, but in mempool queues, where a withdrawal stuck for 3 days teaches the importance of fee estimation, or when an exchange hack scolds procrastination over self-custody. Education pain trumps tuition fees. Each scar says, "Congrats, you now own this lesson outright." You may have heard me say in previous audiobooks that you become the average of your 5 closest peers. If you lie down with dogs, you will get up with fleas. In money terms, your 5 closest protocols shape your portfolio destiny. Surround Bitcoin with gamble tokens and watch discipline erode. Mix it with proven productive assets like land and patent royalties, and discipline thickens. This is not an argument for maximalism. It's an argument for curating mental neighborhoods. Let your default dashboard show hash rate growth, lightning capacity, and global energy mix percentages, not influencer follower counts. We must tackle charity under Bitcoin because cynics worry that deflation breeds stinginess. Evidence disagrees. Early Bitcoin adopters have funded everything from Afghan reading schools to cancer research, precisely because sat stacks removed survival anxiety. A wallet with a 20-year runway empowers greater generosity than a checking account struggling to cover next month's rent. Giving under hard money becomes strategic rather than impulsive. The donor accurately calculates the opportunity cost and still says yes. That "still" is the sweetest sound in philanthropy. Let us pivot to the social feedback loop. When Bitcoiners describe economic events, they reach for first principle language: incentive, scarcity, energy markets. Their friends notice the clarity and ask questions, and bit by bit adopt the vocabulary. Linguistic shift precedes behavioral shift. Entire households start measuring budgets in sats, which anchor spending. Children internalize that 1 million sats today might equal a car deposit later, so they treat pocket money with newfound respect. That respect, multiplied across millions of kitchens, warps macro trajectories. Politicians who propose reckless spending face voters trained to interrogate dilution maths. The Overton window slides away from currency debasement. An abundance mindset avoids petty envy because accumulating sats feels like building a public monument. Everyone who respects the 21 million cap benefits from your participation. Hash rates rise, security tightens, and network effects intensify. Compare that with zero-sum fiat schemes where political lobbying secures bailout crumbs at neighbors' expense. Bitcoin weaves incentives, so cooperation eclipses competition. A Paraguayan hydro dam operator and a Quebec wind farm entrepreneur might never meet, yet both cheer price rallies that drive miners to their excess megawatts. Now to fear, the silent saboteur. Central banks weaponize fear via emergency rate cuts and doomsday briefings. Bitcoin converts fear into custody. A crash invites the question, which node version am I running and why? Education displaces dread. Once you understand difficulty readjustment, price dips no longer tether to existential risk, but to trader sentiment. Storms still jolt the stomach, yet the pilot's manual lies open on your lap. That knowledge alone slashes cortisol. Study means iteration. Run a lightweight wallet today, graduate to a hardware device next month, spin a node after salary day, dabble in multisigs by Christmas. Each progression retires a layer of blind trust. Wealth loves transparency. It scurries from dark corners to well-lit ledgers. Eventually, you reach the Zen zone, where audits occur continuously within your own 4 walls. External events become mere scenery. Someone in the back row asks, "But what about quantum computers?" Another chimes, "What if extraterrestrials hack the SHA-256? Study equips you to distinguish between headline anxiety and probability distributions. Post-quantum signatures exist on paper and can be soft-forked in the future. SHA-256 would retreat gracefully if needed. An asteroid strike scores higher on the risk spreadsheets. You stop losing sleep over clickbait. Every lofty ambition shrinks to a child-sized first step the moment you decide to walk it. 1,000 hours studying Bitcoin sounds daunting until you divide by 3, then by 3 again, and realize you can conquer the mountain within 90 minutes a day, 5 days a week. In less than 18 months. That's one Netflix episode, a commute, soundtrack, and a Sunday morning coffee. The difference between dabblers and dynasties rests on that calendar of arithmetic. Dabblers let the clock dictate their curriculum. Dynasties select the curriculum, then instruct the clock. So where do you point the first hour? Follow a Satoshi from birth to retirement. Watching an ordinary coin travel the network teaches more than skimming influencer threads for a year. Picture a lone transaction germinating in a hardware wallet after you press send. Nothing visible happens, yet data bursts from the transistor gates like champagne bubbles. Your broadcast lands in the mempool of a nearby node, the digital equivalent of a train waiting room. Nodes gossip furiously, forwarding the news to peers and pass an internal smell test. Signature valid, inputs not yet spent, fee high enough to earn the conductor's attention. Within seconds, the rumor has sprinted across the hemisphere. Somewhere, a miner plucks your parcel from the swirling queue, stuffs it into a candidate block, and starts churning hashes faster than a chef flips pancakes during brunch rush. That hashing marathon is more than security theatre. It is an auction where miners compete by sacrificing electricity on your behalf. Each nonce guest is a raffle ticket paid in jewels. The winner shouts bingo, appends the block, earns fresh coins, and rebroadcasts the updated ledger. Full nodes again play the role of border guards, verifying proof of work, validating Merkle paths, and checking that your inputs trace unbroken back to a Coinbase transaction, untarnished by double spending. Only then does the block cement into history. 10 minutes later, the next miner builds on top, burying your coin deeper until reversing it would cost a mid-sized nation's energy budget. That is the moment novices call confirmed, and veterans call irreversible truth. Reflect on each hop and you discover a subtle lesson. A transaction fee that seemed generous an hour earlier may suddenly languish if mempool congestion spikes. Lesson: price signals never sleep. A wallet that disables RBF leaves you helpless when you misprice that fee. Lesson: tools matter. A node that runs outdated software might reject valid blocks, isolating you in a forked hallucination. Lesson: sovereignty demands maintenance. Multiply such vignettes across 1,000 hours and you emerge fluent in the dialect of consensus. You no longer panic when an exchange freezes withdrawals because you understand that maintenance windows exist, that multi-sig sharding takes time, that an auditor signing off on cold storage addresses is not a conspiracy but a control. Ignorance hears silence and imagines betrayal. Experience hears silence and imagines a checksum running. Notice also how every component is legible to the motivated layperson. You can open the source code, parse the JSON RPC, inspect the hex of your transaction, and trace it through block explorers sprinkled around the globe. It doesn't matter if you don't know what that means. The fact is, you can learn what it means, and you can do it if you want to. But you don't have to. Fiat money offers no comparable X-ray. You couldn't if you wanted to, basically. Try querying your national treasury for the Excel sheet that details tomorrow's bond auction, and you will receive polite laughter or blank stares. Try asking your bank where the $10 you deposited yesterday actually is. Where it went, where's it been, where is it now? They won't be able to tell you. Halfway through the 1K learning journey, you will tackle privacy. You will learn that raw Bitcoin is pseudo-anonymous, not anonymous. And that fact will highlight the stupidity and ignorance of politicians that claim that Bitcoin is for criminals. Your Bitcoin address ties every purchase to your identity like fluorescent dye in a pool. You master coin control, pay join, coin lock. You realize true privacy is not criminal skullduggery, but the power to donate to dissidents or buy medicine without marketing algorithms profiling your despair. Each technique you practice sharpens agency and spares you the conspiracy spiral because you know defenses exist. Perhaps the biggest illumination arrives near 700 hours after starting research, when you experiment with signing arbitrary messages. You discover that any private key can prove ownership without revealing itself, that you can post a cryptographic autograph under a pseudonym, yet later reveal identity by publishing the signature. Potential applications bloom. Verifiable academic transcripts, tamper evidence supply chains, inheritance attestations. The coin's journey taught you that money and authentication are siblings. Now you see they might be twins. At hour 800, you revisit the halving events with fresh context. The decreasing emission is less about price shock and more about permission shock. Each halving deprives politicians of one more excuse to bail out moral hazard through hidden monetization. You map halving dates to your life milestones. Children finishing school, mortgages expiring, pension maturity, and notice a comforting overlap. Hard truths arriving on predictable timetables allow you to synchronize personal goals with macro cycles. The Romans built roads straight because their surveying tools were reliable. Bitcoin's roadmap lets you build straight plans in a crooked era. Somewhere around hour 900, you crash into philosophy. You wrestle with the idea that value itself might be subjective, that numbers on a screen condense human stories, that scarcity in code channels are instincts away from violence and towards bidding wars of creativity. You read about shell money in the Solomon Islands, stone wheels in Yap, cigarettes in POW camps, and realize Bitcoin belongs to that lineage more than Silicon Valley bravado. It recycles an ancient ritual, proof of work, updated for photons. Anthropology and engineering merge, and you, an ordinary learner, become bilingual. Finally, the 1000th hour looms. You expect fireworks, yet the milestone slips by in quiet mastery. Conversations pivot subtly. You no longer pitch Bitcoin. You diagnose economic ailments, and people infer the cure themselves. Your spouse notices that grocery budgeting has improved. Colleagues ask why market dips no longer rattle you. The node humming in your closet feels like a silent guardian rather than a novelty. You sign up for smaller courses, energy derivatives, estate planning, Latin, because the 1K habit rewired your brain for perpetual studyhood. The journey of a single coin mirrored the journey of your attention. Open, verify, propagate, finalize. Chapter 15. Michael Saylor, the ultimate cyber hornet. People often ask me the secret to getting rich, as though there is a silver bullet one can buy, load and pull the trigger. The route to extreme wealth is neither easy nor linear. It is a roller coaster ride that requires passion, persistence, and the risk appetite of a lunatic. One man in the field of Bitcoin displays those attributes in such strength that he deserves an entire chapter of this book being dedicated to him. That man is the founder and CEO of a software company called Strategy. His name is Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor strides into an auditorium like a man who has spent 40 years training for a single speech. He does not shuffle note cards. He does not murmur, "Can everyone hear me at the back?" He launches straight into the first principles, the way a Formula One car launches off a start line. Money, he explains, is energy. Energy wants the path of least resistance. Fiat currencies leak that energy as heat. Bitcoin captures it like a superconducting coil and transmits it through cyberspace at the speed of light. The metaphor lands because he repeats it with evangelical cadence. Digital energy, digital property, digital freedom. 3 phrases, 1 drumbeat, endless conviction. His journey began with a melting ice cube. Early in 2020, the MicroStrategy Treasury team informed him that the firm's $600 million cash pile would lose close to 15% annual purchasing power. He pictured a block of ice sweating under studio lights. That image haunted board meetings until he borrowed a page from Einstein. No problem can be solved from the same consciousness that created it. He stepped outside the fiat box and saw Bitcoin, then traded below $11,000 as a lifeboat carved from mathematics. He did not dip a toe in, he dived headfirst, converting the entire balance sheet and borrowing another billion at junk bond rates to buy more. Footage of the press conference shows financial journalists blinking like pupils caught in flashlights. Saylor's grin, however, radiated someone who had just discovered fire. He calls Bitcoin a swarm of cyber hornets. Each miner, node, operator, and developer stings threats that approach the hive. You will never unhear the metaphor once you visualize trillions of digital insects humming around a honeycomb, 21 million cells wide. Critics mock the imagery as sci-fi bravado. They miss the subtext that decentralization is not an academic diagram, but a living organism defending its queen. Immaculate scarcity. Saylor's passion rests on that biological framing. People fight harder for a living thing than for a spreadsheet. Listen to him field hostile questions. What if governments ban it? He leans forward, eyes sparkling. They tried banning algebra once. It did not stick. He reminds audiences that New York once banned streetlights because of fire hazards, that radio was outlawed inside British trenches during World War I, that Soviets embargoed Xerox machines to slow dissidents. Technology that compresses power into portable form always wins because human desire roots around walls like water around rocks. Bitcoin compresses monetary power into encrypted integers. You can smuggle them through customs by memorizing 12 English words. How do you outlaw a haiku? His certainty is not theatrical. It springs from engineering DNA. Before Bitcoin, he wrote books on predictable computing and steered enterprise software for Air Force jets. He respects thermodynamics more than boardroom gossip. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, but it can be wasted. Fiat wastes by inflating supply faster than productivity. Bitcoin recycles waste by offering miners a buyer of last resort. Flaring gas transforms pollutant into profit streams. Stranded hydro in the Andes, surplus wind in Texas, off-peak nuclear in France, all plug into the network like tributaries, feeding a river. That river, he believes, will irrigate barren economies in the same way railways once irrigated the American West. Saylor's public appearances pulse with this system's thinking. He refers to countries as balance sheet entities holding currency liabilities and energy assets. He tells mayors to mine Bitcoin with landfill methane. He urges sovereign wealth funds to swap silver or gold for a slice of digital gold. Each recommendation flows from a simple ratio: Satoshis gained per kilowatt consumed. People accuse him of being tunnel-visioned, unaware that engineers worship elegant ratios the way poets worship cadence. His personal life mirrors the monomania. He converted his Twitter bio into a running tally of MicroStrategy's coin holdings, updated after each purchase tweet that begins with the same minimalist incantation. MicroStrategy has purchased an additional ... He added laser beams to his avatar long after the fad faded. He live streams multi-hour tutorials explaining seed phrases, layered scaling, and why you must run a node even if nobody pays you. Viewers expecting weekly price predictions hear instead a masterclass on epistemology. Trust math, verify everything, hold forever. The commitment runs deeper than brand theatre. He forewent potential tech acquisitions, R&D bonuses, and even expedient mergers, because each proposal threatened to siphon treasury sats. Shareholders grumbled until the value of those sats tripled. Then they wrote apology letters. Saylor reads them aloud with the dry humour of a man collecting rent from critics. Yet he never gloats for long. He pivots to mission. Bitcoin is hope, he repeats, pausing on the final consonant. Hope is not a tagline for him. It is the antidote to currency debasement, capital controls, and the brain damage that hyperinflation inflicts on time horizons. He speaks of time preference the way cardiologists speak of blood pressure. High time preference societies binge on disposable plastic and junk finance. Bitcoin lowers the pulse, he says, by rewarding patience. His employees now measure bonuses in sats, not dollars, and the corporate Stack channel buzzes with high-rate trivia rather than gossip around Tesla stock. Some call it cultish. He calls it cultural immune response. Give a team an asset that promises to outpace inflation, and they will schedule projects measured in decades, not quarters. MicroStrategy pledged to hold coins for 100 years. How do you even audit a century promise? Saylor's answer: by publishing addresses so the world can watch on chain. On podcasts, he shares anecdotes about single mothers routing paychecks through Cash App moments before the Lebanese pound collapses again. He quotes Argentinian taxi drivers who whisper thanks for teaching them to skip Western Union fees. He weaves these human threads into corporate rationale. If it helps a refugee store wages on a memory stick, it can help a CFO store cash reserves. The statement lands because empathy and profit align for once. Passion without profit is charity. Profit without passion is exploitation. Bitcoin, he insists, unites both by aligning incentives at every layer. Detractors warn that concentrating balance sheets in one volatile asset is reckless. Saylor counters by reframing volatility as energy captured in a coil. Short-term price swings are the charge and discharge cycles of a super battery storing 40 million American man-hours of labor. The real risk, he says, is sitting in a melting iceberg of cash, pretending the water feels warm. He illustrates with numbers. $1 billion in treasuries lost 90% buying power since the year 2000. 10 years of corporate toil evaporated in silent taxation. Bitcoin risk is symmetrical and bounded. Fiat risk is asymmetrical and certain. Your choice is between a roller coaster rising up a mountain or an elevator descending slowly into the sea. His metaphors cascade until the audience adopts them. Soon you hear analysts discussing digital property and software on Bloomberg panels. Language he knows is the first layer of adoption. Kodak lost because it could not describe its own invention as digital freedom. The Blockbuster CEO scoffed at streaming because the word felt soft. Saylor refashions Bitcoin jargon into prime time vocabulary. Scarcity becomes 21 million reasons. Mining becomes encrypted energy arbitrage. Hodling becomes a 100-year treasury strategy. Every phrase chisels mystique into the mainstream. The passion spills into academia. He funds free 11-week courses taught by university professors, translating technical lectures into Spanish, Hindi, Kiswahi. A Zimbabwean teen can learn about schnorr signals while sitting under a mango tree on a Huawei phone. That teenager is the cyber hornet Saylor cares about, because each educated node adds a defensive sting. Critics laugh that nobody needs such intensity. They forget that Gutenberg's press thrived only after thousands of preachers learned to read Latin for free. His worldview finally crystallizes in one recurring mantra: Bitcoin fixes everything. Detractors interpret this as blind maximalism, but they miss the nuance. Bitcoin does not pave roads or cure illness. It fixes the incentive error that starves those tasks of resources. A nation with hard money will fund bridge engineers instead of currency traders. Doctors in such a nation will research genetics rather than pursue marketing gigs for pharmaceutical giants. The fixing is directional, not magical. Stories of conviction pepper his interviews. He recounts facing the board after a 50% drawdown and declaring that no coin would be sold. He describes feeling relief, not panic, because price volatility had shaken out speculators while MicroStrategy's stack continued to rise. He jokes that Bitcoin is volatile only if you measure it in dollars. In Bitcoin terms, the dollar is the headline act of volatility. Humor softens the lecture, the way sugar coats a vitamin. Yet he remains aware of personal fallibility. He publicly publishes correction threads when on-chain analysts spot errors in his block height references. He invites debates with gold bugs like Peter Schiff and executives of stablecoins. He answers softly spoken skeptics with technical diagrams, saving thunder only for politicians who weaponize ignorance. This blend of humility in details and ferocity in vision convinces more converts than chest beating ever could. He has also become a living example of my millionaire mindset concept. By imagining a world where 8 billion people exchange value seamlessly, he magnetized capital, media attention, and regulatory curiosity. Senators call him for briefings. Hedge funds mirror his playbook. Bookstores stock new titles dissecting MicroStrategy's balance sheet. None of this would exist had he tiptoed with a 5% pilot buy. The universe rewards decisive scripts. We must address leverage because it sharpens commitment. Saylor issued convertible notes to purchase additional coins, arguing that the coupon is lower than the long-term appreciation. Mainstream CFOs gasp at such audacity. He replies that every dollar losing 10% yearly is already leverage against your future salary. Fiat holders are short, scarce assets by default. Borrowing cheap to go long Bitcoin merely offsets that embedded short. The statement rattles because it flips safe and risky upside down, then invites you to choose a game with eyes open. His critics routinely predict capitulation if the price dips below acquisition cost. They do not understand this is no ordinary stakeholder. Saylor survived the dot-com bust, the WorldCom fraud era, and an SEC investigation that ended with him paying a parking fine relative to what he had amassed. He outlasted them by betting the house on the house until he became the house. Bitcoin is simply the final table. He treats it with the reverence that borders on the spiritual. If God created gold, he had a sense of humor, he quips. But if God created Bitcoin, he had a plan. He forgoes holidays to record multi-hour panels with miners about carbon offsets. He answers DMs from teenagers building Raspberry Pi nodes. He quotes Plato, Sun Tzu, and his own engineering textbooks in a single paragraph. Watching him feels like plugging into a high-voltage source of asymmetric energy. That energy explains why podcasts invite him for a 10th appearance. Ratings spike each time because audiences crave the jolt of clarity he gives. Drawing a line through his pronouncements, you find 4 constants. Inflation is theft, debasement is inevitable, property rights must leap borders, and Bitcoin orbits above politics. Everything else, ETFs, regulation, taproot upgrades, are implementation wrinkles. This polar alignment means his message scales. A rural farmer who hates Wall Street and an urban coder who hates the IMF both nod for different reasons. A message that unites ideological opposites is dynamite. But what about exit strategy? Well, he claims there is none. He will sell Bitcoin when he stops breathing, perhaps not even then, if multi-sig estate keys matter. This puzzles Wall Street analysts who raise concerns about liquidity preference. They forget some assets cannot be switched without switching identities. If you believe Bitcoin is digital oxygen, you do not rotate oxygen into soy futures. You keep breathing. In my own life, I am constantly questioned by friends and family about when I will sell my Bitcoin. And it confuses them because I always say, never. To which they ask, then what's the point of having it? And this is the mindset of the 80%. Most people do not understand what Bitcoin is. Most people think it is a get-rich-quick opportunity with a lot of risk, too much risk for them. Most people do not see it for what it really is, the future. So what other lessons can we gain from the ultimate cyber hornet? Listeners to my books are chasing generational wealth. So first, unswerving focus converts ridicule into curiosity, then adoption. Passion is everything in all areas of life. Second, metaphors galvanize armies faster than white papers. Third, conviction backed by skin in the game overpowers credentialized skepticism. Fourth, engineering perspectives beat financial punditry in a world where money has become code. Lastly, commitment compounds. Every new coin MicroStrategy adds increases the gravity of the corporate black hole, attracting more loose sats from skeptics until capitulation transforms into consensus. Your job is not to copy Saylor's playbook line for line. Few possess billion-dollar treasuries. Your job is to adopt the inner stance. Treat knowledge as high voltage. Treat volatility as tuition. Treat scarcity as sacred. Treat projections as engineering, not fortune-telling. One day you may find yourself explaining to a nervous friend why Bitcoin seems to remain stable during dips. Quoting Saylor, you will say volatility is the price you pay for performance. Then you will remember this chapter, smile quietly, and continue building the fortress of your future. Chapter 16. TikTok, next block. Imagine standing on a cliff at dawn, breeze in your hair, sea mist on your lips. Behind you lies the littered campsite of old money, torn tents, rusted cutlery, cold ashes of bonfire promises. Ahead the horizon glows electric orange. The sun will rise whether you watch or not, but if you turn your back you will miss the birth of a brand new economic day. That sunrise is Bitcoin, and the light is already crawling across the water. The wise traveler does not yawn and roll over. He laces his boots, shoulders his pack, and strides towards the warmth. Why does this sunrise matter? Because for the first time since tribal hunters swapped obsidian arrowheads, humanity owns an incorruptible way to store value and move it at light speed. The result is a gravity shift. Old paradigms. Save in melting currency, borrow until you wheeze, trust middlemen who charge more, the more hopeless they feel. They are a losing force. Bitcoin is not just a shinier coin, it is a new center of mass, pulling capital, talent, and hope into a tighter orbit. Ignore gravity at your peril. Exploit it, and you soar. Bitcoin's fixed supply puts every listener on equal footing with kings. You, me, a tech billionaire, a goat farmer in Bhutan, none can buy or decree the 21 million and first coin. That ceiling flattens hierarchies. Ambition remains. We still race to collect Satoshis, but the race is honest, because the rules cannot be rigged. Honest games inspire effort. Rigged games breed cynicism. A society that rewards effort thrives. One that rewards insider leverage slides into decay. Bitcoin tilts the field back towards contribution and away from political theatre. Energy backs the ledger the way muscle once backed a handshake. Miners convert otherwise wasted power, flared gas, stranded hydro, midnight wind, into blocks of verified truth. Every block whispers, "We burned real jewels. Cheat if you dare." The whisper travels further each month as hash rate climbs, and with it the cost to attack the network. Hardness is no longer a metaphor. It is the thermodynamic bill that secures your savings better than marble vaults ever could. Critics mutter about electricity while streaming cat videos through data centers that consume the power of small countries. Perspective arrives when you compare the kilowatt hours squandered on bureaucratic labyrinths, armored trucks, and litigation across flat land. Bitcoin simply exchanges waste for certainty. That certainty distills into lower time preference. When you believe your wealth will not evaporate, you resist the empty impulse. Your fridge fills with ingredients, not takeaway boxes. Your bookshelf grows. Your sleeves stop hiding credit card marks. As individuals stretch their planning horizon, civilization extends its own. Research projects aimed at Mars colonies draw funding, not because donors seek fast exit, because their money should still matter on landing day. Bitcoin does not promise utopia. It merely removes the excuse that long-term thinking is futile. Portability escalates the promise. 12 or 24 English words memorized during a midnight border crossing can represent a lifetime of work. Oppressive regimes lose their chokehold when citizens transfer value with the same ease they whisper prayers. Capital, once trapped by geography, now flows to wherever it finds dignity. The inevitable result is geopolitical competition to treat money, and by extension people, with respect. God forbid. Nations that welcome miners, coders, and entrepreneurs will blossom. Those that cling to capital controls will resemble museums. Beautiful, perhaps, but eerily quiet. Sovereign wealth is only half the dream. The other half is sovereign identity. Custody forces self-reflection. Lose a password and there is no hotline. That risk sounds harsh until you realize the trade-off. Third-party custody treats you like a child. Someone else promises to rescue and charges handsomely to keep you helpless. Managing private keys is being an adult in financial form. It teaches discipline faster than any motivational seminar. People who master keys master budgets, calendars, even emotions. They stop waiting for heroes because they can see one in the mirror. Detractors shout volatility, but volatility is simply the price discovery phase of any network, going from niche to ubiquitous. Early telephones crackled, early planes crashed, and early internet forums resembled neon graffiti. Yet nobody calls those inventions failures now. Bitcoin's price swings are the visible tip of mass adoption and its invisible iceberg. Under the waterline, nodes multiply, code hardens, sidechains bloom, central banks draft frantic white papers. Volatility will fade when the market finishes accounting for every individual who needs hard money. Counting 8 billion takes time. An impatient speculator confuses that counting for chaos. A patient builder sees the blueprint. Then comes the inevitable government question. Will states ban Bitcoin once it threatens their printing press? Some will try, but software is water. It flows around barriers and erodes them. Even fiery rhetoric ultimately yields reluctant coexistence, as the carrot of tax revenue outweighs the stick of prohibition. Countries that adopt Bitcoin rails for remittances reduce fees. delight voters and attract talent. Leaders who cling to the past watch talent board flights to friendlier skies. Game theory turns potential bans into timid regulations, which in turn confirm Bitcoin's resilience. Each failed restriction is a testimonial stronger than any advertisement. Energy FUD will also fade, not because activists will suddenly love mines, but because miners will quietly become the grid's pressure valve, absorbing peaks, monetizing valleys, and financing renewable overbuild that previously lacked demand assurance. Politicians will claim credit, of course. Bitcoiners will shrug and keep hashing. The narrative war will be won in power bills, not press releases. What about competition from central bank digital currencies? A CBDC resembles a porcelain vase, ornate, fragile, and owned by the palace. Bitcoin is a stainless steel thermos, no frills, unbreakable, belongs to whoever grips it. People may accept porcelain salaries, but they will pour spare value into steel. CBDCs will educate the public about private keys, digital wallets, and instant transfers. Once educated, the public will ask why their porcelain cracks under mild scrutiny, while the thermos survives flamethrowers. Education is the Trojan horse Bitcoin rides into mainstream consciousness. From a wealth-building perspective, Bitcoin resembles a perpetual options contract. It has limited downside. You lose your stake, versus theoretical unlimited upside as purchasing power rises while fiat currency erodes. Risk lies not in technical failure but in personal impatience, security negligence, or addiction to leverage. Curb those three and the asymmetric payoff skews heavily in your favor. Meanwhile, holding even a small balance shifts your mindset so profoundly that lifestyle inflation slows, savings rise, and professional choices widen. Bitcoin's greatest yield may be the doors it nudges you to knock on. Now let's zoom out to my now semi-famous millionaire mindset concept that I've written about heavily in previous books. Thoughts sculpt reality, but only when anchored to action. Buying a Satoshi is a micro-action broadcasting faith in a future where integrity outperforms trickery. Every subsequent SAT sharpens the signal. The network responds with compounding loops, better opportunities, smarter allies, deeper calm. Are you skeptical? Consider that optimism, combined with skin in the game, has always attracted serendipity. Bitcoin merely scales that truth from local to global, from anecdotes to algorithm. Fear remains the final hurdle. Media outlets feast on fear because adrenaline sells. Hacks, scams, and ransom headlines whisper that Bitcoin equals criminal chaos. In truth, transparency mutates crime. The chain is public and permanent. Forensic tools turn anonymity into pseudo-anonymity, and often into courtroom evidence. Criminals already pivot back to untraceable cash. Ironically, the chain's permanence creates a memory the fiat system never possessed. Honest actors gain the ultimate ally, time-stamped proof. The politicians spouting that Bitcoin is for criminals is just evidence of their stupidity and ignorance. Why is Bitcoin the future and not just a fashionable rebellion? Because it aligns incentives across every layer of civilization. Miners earn by securing rather than cheating. Developers can earn reputation by improving rather than exploiting. Holders earn purchasing power by delaying gratification rather than seeking bailouts. Merchants earn savings by cutting out intermediaries rather than hiking prices. Politicians who respect the network earn growth. Those who fight it bleed capital. Few technologies have ever woven such a tight lattice of carrot and stick through maths alone. Once in place, lattice work of that sort does not crumble. It hosts ecosystems. That ecosystem already funds open-source surgical tools, African mesh networks, adult education in refugee camps, and art grants in war zones. It does so peer-to-peer, entirely permissionless, instant finality. In the coming decade, Lightning invoices will outnumber checks, Banks will white-label wallets to stay relevant, and the phrase store of value will cease to need air quotes. The network effect curves are publicly visible. Capacity stats, node counts, merchant adoption maps. Data replaces prophecy. You need not trust gurus. You can verify in real time. When the historians of 2050 search for a sentence that captured this tipping point, they might quote Michael Saylor. Bitcoin is a swarm of cyber hornets. Hornets defend the hive, expand territory, and sting anything that threatens the queen. In our metaphor, the queen is pure monetary energy. Each new participant contributes wings, compound vision, and a stinger forged from cryptographic steel. Swarms survive glaciers, asteroid dust, and incompetent kings. Beekeepers write beekeeping guides. Hornets need none. If this sounds grand and over the top, remember that revolutions appear grand only after they succeed. Before triumph, they resemble scrappy gatherings in dim rooms. We are in the dim room phase. The harsh overhead bulbs expose every flaw, complex interfaces, tax hurdles, forks that fizzled. Yet the room hums with the builders who smell dawn. They will not all win, but the protocol does not need universal heroicism. It needs relentless iteration. That iteration is happening while you listen, measured in merged pull requests and lightning liquidity. Your role is simple, though not easy. Start small, learn rigorously, hold humbly, share generously. The simplicity seduces the ego into demanding exotic alternatives, yield schemes, leverage towers, synthetic derivatives. Resist. The golden goose needs no steroids. Feed it time and security discipline. That is wealth creation's new yoga. Boring postures, cosmic benefits. I will leave you with an image. A grandfather sits under a tree, reading an old paperback titled The 21 Million Revolution. His granddaughter jogs up, waving a phone that displays her first salary, paid entirely in Satoshis. She asks, "Granddad, is it true people once waited 3 days for international transfers?" He chuckles, pats the trunk, and replies, "Sweetheart, once upon a time money grew mold faster than fruit. Then these roots cracked the concrete." He taps the bark as though the tree and network share a heartbeat. You are alive at the planting season. Ignore the jeers from the campers hitting snooze buttons. Walk toward the orange horizon. Plant deep, water patiently, prune greedily, and harvest purposefully. Prophets do not write the future. Participants compound it. Bitcoin invites you to participate. Thank you for listening to the 21 Million Revolution with me. If it makes the impact on you that I hoped it would when I wrote it, I will be eternally grateful. If I could ask you at this point to do me one favor, and that is to help spread this message. Be an active participant in the growth and rise of Bitcoin. Go back to the online store that you bought this audiobook from and leave a rating and review. I always read them, and they always mean the world to me. Until we meet, thank you so much. It was a pleasure spending time with another Cyber Hornet. Other best-selling audiobooks by Craig Beck. Sugar-Coated Lies, Unlocking the Blood Glucose Diet Secret for Weight Loss and Radiant Health. In Sugar-Coated Lies, I expose the truth big food does not want you to know. 80% of supermarket shelves are laced with addictive sugar. Wheat is a silent killer, and insulin, not calories, is the real puppet master behind your weight. Armed with a continuous glucose monitor, I show you how to spy on your body's fat-storing tricks and outsmart them. Forget tiny portions or tasteless diet meals. This is about eating real food, enjoying every bite, and watching the pounds vanish. This isn't a fad or a quick fix doomed to rebound like those dangerous and overhyped GLP-1 drugs. It's a lifestyle shift that works because it's sustainable, You'll learn to eat like a caveman. Eat veggies, meat, healthy fats, while dodging the modern poisons of soda, processed carbs, and low-fat traps. My blood glucose diet says goodbye to the so-called healthy orange juice, smoothies, and whole-grain breakfast sawdust. And hello to delicious, filling berries, fiber-packed goodies, and lots of savory protein. This is the diet cheat sheet that rewires your subconscious to want to be slim and turns exercise into a joy, not a chore. Backed by science, like studies showing meal order can halve blood sugar spikes. It's practical, proven, and refreshingly simple. But this book is more than a how-to. It's a rebellion against a system that profits from keeping you fat and miserable. I'm going to give you some raw honesty in this book, and a little bit of biting humor, just to cut through the noise. I've been there, you see, humiliated by an ever-increasing gene size, crushed by a doctor's blunt verdict, and fought back. Now I'm handing you the secret sauce that defies the usual miserable solutions to being overweight. Are you ready to ditch the yo-yo cycle? Sugar-coated Lies offers a solution to weight problems and poor health with no starvation, no expensive jabs, and no excuses. Join thousands who've transformed their lives with this method. No meetings, no shame, just results. This isn't about losing weight. It's about gaining control, energy, and a body you love. Take the leap. Your skinny jeans are waiting. Available now at craigbeck.com. Alcohol Lied to Me. The Stop Drinking Expert Method. How to stop drinking and get the real you back. My name is Craig Beck. I am the internet's foremost expert in helping people quit drinking alcohol. I've already helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you to get back in control of their drinking or stop completely. I understand how it feels to be worried about your drinking because for nearly 20 years I struggled with my own addiction. I tried everything to stop drinking, from creating silly rules about what I was allowed to drink to going through torturous dry months and taking dangerous prescription-only medication. Absolutely nothing I tried worked until I dramatically changed my thinking. I also discovered some disturbing secrets that the alcohol industry does not want you to know. Then I used my former experience as a clinical hypnotist to construct a system to help anyone get their drinking back under control. I cured my own drink problem virtually overnight, and now I can help you stop drinking alcohol using a technique called the Alcohol Lied to Me method. Check it out at stopdrinkingexpert.com. Anxiety Lied to Me. Overcome panic and anxiety in 21 days or less. My anxiety told me that other people's happiness was my responsibility. Anxiety told me that the slightest change in my body could mean cancer, only cancer, or some other fatal disease. Anxiety insisted that disaster was around every corner. Anxiety lied to me. My fear technology is a game-changing system that offers hope and relief to those who suffer from anxiety and panic disorders. In this book, I will share my personal story of struggling with anxiety, panic, and worry, despite having a successful career and a loving family. I know firsthand how it feels to constantly predict disaster and doom in any situation. I know how this can make life unbearable. But with Fear Technology, I offer a proven method to understand the underlying causes of chronic anxiousness. And I show you how to reprogram the subconscious mind to regain control from your overbearing conscious or ego. Unlike long-term antidepressant medication, which only hinders the treatment of the underlying condition, Anxiety Lied to Me tackles the root cause of anxiety and panic, allowing you to overcome anxiety disorders, panic disorders, agoraphobia, separation anxiety, social phobia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, health anxiety, fear of death, excessive worry, overthinking. This book is for you, whether you're struggling with mild or severe anxiety. It offers a practical and actionable guide that will help you take control of your life and reclaim your happiness. With Fear Technology, you can break free from the cycle of fear and worry and live the life that you deserve. Available from Audible, Amazon, and at craigbeck.com. This has been The 21 Million Revolution. Escaping broken money to secure your financial future with Bitcoin. Written and narrated by Craig Beck. For more information and supplementary downloads, visit craigbeck.com. Disclaimer. Not financial advice. This book reflects the personal experience of the author. It is not intended as a substitute for professional assistance, but describes instead a program to be undertaken only under the supervision of a professional financial advisor. The preceding is copyright Craig Beck Media Limited, a trading division of Viral Success Limited, 2025.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.